In Marvel, you refer to this as magic. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. His name is Thanos. The cosmic cube is actually the space stone. For Steve Rogers in front of him, he only knows the name of that thing, which is called the cosmic cube. As for what the cosmic cube can do, even Hydra, which has been studying it for many years, has not figured out its specific use. It can be said that this thing is in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, and the research direction is completely wrong. Yes, I did take the cosmic cube. But can I ask why you are curious about this? Ronan did not mean to hide it, and directly admitted that he took it. Anyway, it is impossible to ask him to hand it over now, so it doesn't matter whether he admits it or not. If you took it, then I will be much more relaxed. At least you won't use it to develop weapons, right? Steve Rogers nodded, as if he was relieved. How did Loki come to Earth in the first place? It was because S.H.I.E.L.D. studied the cosmic cube, so it opened the source of all disasters. If the cosmic cube can be properly kept, it will be of great benefit to Steve Rogers and the human beings on Earth. I can only say that this thing itself is a weapon. But a weapon is a weapon. Whether it is good or evil depends on whether the person holding the weapon is evil. At least I can say that your research in this area is completely wrong. Ronan smiled. Using the space stone to study weapons? That is simply a blasphemy against it. There are only 6 infinity stones in the world, each with its own ability. They are one of the most powerful weapons. What S.H.I.E.L.D. did at the time was no different from riding a donkey to find a horse. The other infinity stones couldn't help but laugh at the space stone after hearing about its experience. After all, the Mind Stone not only created 2 extremely powerful mutants, but at least the power of Scholar, which is beyond doubt. It even created an artificial intelligence called Vision. No, Vision can no longer be called artificial intelligence. He is a living person. Thinking about it this way, even robots have partners, so there are really no single dogs, right? Do you know what the cosmic cube does? Steve Rogers was a little surprised. Whether it is Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D., they have studied the cosmic cube for so many years, but they have not figured out the secret of the cosmic cube. Looking at Ronan like this, he seems to know something. Ronan shrugged his shoulders. He did not answer Steve Rogers' words, but looked around. Tony, can you ensure that no one can eavesdrop or take pictures around you? Ronan asked this question without thinking. Although he didn't know what Ronan meant, Tony Stark still answered him. Don't worry, I'm absolutely safe here. Tony Stark was still confident about this. However, Ronan thought about it carefully and finally decided not to take any risks. He saw his hands forming seals in front of his chest, and an invisible wall instantly included several people in it. The next second, Tony Stark threw out the headphones in his ears and covered his ears in pain. Because the strong electronic sound made his ears uncomfortable. What did you do? Jarvis suddenly disconnected. Tony Stark covered his ears and looked at Ronan. He lost contact with Jarvis. Ronan tilted his head, and under the gazes of the 2 people, the whole space began to change strangely. Ronan gently pushed with his hand, and Steve Rogers, who was sitting opposite him, was pushed out more than 10 meters. Steve Rogers didn't even react, because he didn't feel any force touching him. The neatly laid floor, each piece actually began to rotate in the same way. What shocked Tony Stark even more was that the glass window that was 7 or 8 meters behind him suddenly came behind him. The wines that were originally displayed on the wine cabinet flew over their heads one by one, and on the ceiling, the 2 letters TS were arranged. The meaning is very simple, the abbreviation of Tony Stark. What did you do? Tony Stark looked at the house that had become a mess, and his heart was full of shock. It's okay to renovate your own home, but why put all his collection of wine on the ceiling? If it falls, it will be a big loss. I just prepared a safe place for us to talk. Here, all electronic equipment is useless, and no one can interfere with us. Steve, what do you think of this place? Ronan looked at Steve Rogers, who was more than 10 meters away. The reason why he wanted to use the mirror space was not only to find a safe place to talk, but also to show his skills. Although the two people in front of him gave people a good impression, Tony Stark and Ronan were still friends. However, showing arms was to facilitate communication. It was also to make Ronan's words more credible. I think it's not bad. Steve Rogers looked around and didn't know what adjective to use. After all, this was the first time he had seen such a scene. It was like a close-up magic. No, it should be said that it was much more gorgeous than a close-up magic. You speak too softly, let's get closer. After saying that, Ronan waved to Steve Rogers. Steve Rogers was about to stand up and walk forward, but he didn't expect the sofa under his butt to move by itself. The sofa stopped moving until he returned to his original position. Your ability. Tony Stark took a deep breath, and he really couldn't find a suitable adjective. It's a pity not to perform magic. In the end, he could only hold back this sentence. Ronan curled his lips. Performing magic? If it weren't for Ancient One's disagreement, Ronan would have used this trick to perform magic to earn extra money. He wouldn't be living like a poor student now. You should have a deep understanding of this ability. After all, it was all thanks to him that you didn't make the headlines of major American newspapers last night. After hearing what Ronan said, what happened last night appeared in Tony Stark's mind again. In fact, he was also wondering why a celebrity like him had that kind of situation, and major TV stations and newspapers seemed to turn a blind eye. You know, there are reporters squatting near his residence and company 24 hours a day to shoot. Why didn't there be any reports about what happened that night? This incident made Tony Stark think that he was no longer popular. Another thing Ronan didn't say was that Tony Stark was able to contact Jarvis at that time and let his iron suit fly out from the roof. Everything was actually an illusion. Ronan used illusion to imitate Jarvis' voice and then imitated the scene of the Iron Man suit flying out from the roof. It was not for anything else but to play with reality. That night, you used this ability? Tony Stark couldn't help asking. Although he didn't want to recall that situation, he couldn't help his curiosity. It is said that curiosity kills the cat, and this sentence is really true. Let me introduce it to you too. This is a little trick. To put it simply, I created a mirror space like reality and brought you in. Perhaps to cooperate with Ronan's explanation. At the same time, the elevator door on the other side opened. Pepper Potts walked out of the elevator. Tony Stark stood up in a panic and wanted to explain to Pepper Potts what happened. However, Pepper Potts looked inside twice, as if she didn't notice him, with confusion in her eyes. She seemed to see no one here at all. Everything that happens in this mirror space will not be known to the outside world, and they can't see us. Ronan pointed to Pepper Potts, who walked back to the elevator and continued to explain. Steve Rogers also stood up, stretched out his right hand, and touched the air. He seemed to be looking for the wall. Ronan smiled and waved his hand gently. A wall full of cracks appeared not far from Steve Rogers. To be more precise, it was a mirror. Steve Rogers, who had found his target, walked forward and touched the wall, as if he was feeling something. Seeing him like this, Ronan's face became a little strange. The man in front of him had touched the Meow Hammer once, and then he had a whole set of ways to use the Meow Hammer in his mind. He even practiced a trick in private. If he touched the mirror space, he wouldn't give Ronan any surprises next time, right? Since you set up such a secret thing, I guess what you want to tell us is very important, right? At this moment, Tony Stark had recovered from the initial shock. He thought that he had gradually gotten used to Ronan's methods. But every time, Ronan could give him some new tricks. Moreover, these new tricks were something he had never seen or even heard of in the past 40 years. Aren't you curious about the cosmic cube? So, I'm going to give you a popular science explanation. It is said that Hydra is everywhere. I'm worried that there are Hydra inside your company. Ronan shrugged. Who knows if Hydra still has hidden agents? People like Tony Stark must have one around him. So, what exactly is the cosmic cube? Why do you say it's a weapon? At this time, Steve Rogers also returned to his original position. He knew that Ronan must have his reasons for going to so much trouble to do all this. It's better to be safe than sorry. As a person who once survived on the battlefield, he understood these principles better than anyone else. Do you know the formation of the universe? Ronan did not start to explain, but asked a question first. Your topic is too profound. Even the top scientists today cannot explain the formation of the universe to you. Tony Stark shook his head, but soon, he seemed to think of something. Or, do you mean that the cosmic cube is related to the formation of the universe? When he said this, he himself was somewhat enlightened. Why is the cosmic cube called the cosmic cube instead of the Earth cube? Could it be as Ronan said? At the beginning of the universe, the world was in chaos. Then, with a bang, the Big Bang created 6 elemental crystals. When the Big Bang occurred, these explosions threw 6 infinity stones into the depths of the universe, and these 6 infinity stones all control a specific attribute. The blue one is called the Space Stone, which controls the power of all spaces in the universe. This is what you call the cosmic cube. When Ronan explained the projector technique that every Kamar-Taj wizard must know was displayed again. This scene, like a slide, appeared in front of the two people. Tony Stark was very familiar with this scene, because before this, when Ronan told him about Dormammu, he had seen the same method. The mind is the yellow one, which allows the user to enter the minds of other people. I'm sure you've seen its abilities on the SHIELD spaceship. Of course, it has many more abilities, and there are also many things I don't know. Ronan glanced at the two people and said with a smile, "Is it the scepter that Loki holds? There is something like a stone on the top, which is the mind gem you mentioned." Tony Stark remembered the details at that time. He and Bruce Banner had studied the scepter together. Yes, it is it. But it must be mentioned that the reason why Loki couldn't control you with the scepter at the beginning was that you had to thank your arc reactor. Ronan pointed to Tony Stark's chest. Although the arc reactor in that place has been dismantled now. However, there is still a light on there. Arc reactor? Tony Stark asked back. That's right. The new element used in your improved arc reactor comes from the Space Stone. To be precise, the new element discovered by your father is just an isotope of the new element in the Space Stone. When SHIELD controlled the cosmic cube, Howard Stark naturally participated in the research. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create this new element out of thin air. Hearing Ronan's words, Tony Stark couldn't help but touch his chest. He didn't dare to think about what the final result would be if he was controlled by Loki at that time. In addition, the remaining gems include the Reality Stone, the Power Stone, the Soul Stone, and the Time Stone that we wizards have guarded for generations. These Infinity Stones constitute our universe today. Ronan did not introduce the other gems in detail, because it was useless to introduce them to them. They had never seen them, so it was not so easy to understand. Are their names because of the abilities they have? Tony Stark was obviously more perceptive. The Mind Stone can control the mind, and the Space Stone can control space. As for the others, I guess their abilities and names are consistent. Yes, you are very smart. But of the other 3 gems, I have only seen the Reality Gem. Some time ago, aliens invaded London, and they were looking for the Reality Gem. But the Reality Gem was eventually brought back to Asgard by Thor, and they are responsible for protecting the safety of that gem. Ronan concealed the location of the Reality Gem. It's not that Ronan didn't tell them, but it's useless to tell them. Let Asgard take the blame first. Since you can guard the time gem for generations, why don't you have the other gems? Also, if you don't plan to have the other gems, why did you take the cosmic cube, that is, the space gem, in the end? Steve Rogers also reacted. Since Ronan and his wizard organization are so powerful, why don't they choose to take all the gems? No, you misunderstood the reason for our existence. The reason why we have guarded the time stone from generation to generation is that the first wizard on Earth once used the time stone as a magic weapon to save the Earth, which was on the verge of doomsday. From that time on, in order to prevent the invasion of the non-real dimension to the Earth, the time stone has become our magic weapon. It can be said that, since the time stone appeared on Earth, it has been our weapon to resist the invasion of the non-real dimension. For so many years, it has been passed down. Ronan shook his head. To some extent, Kamar-Taj is not unable to collect gems, but it is unwilling to do so. On the one hand, according to the Ancient One, this is the legacy of the founder Agamotto. On the other hand, it is also to prevent the Supreme Sorcerer of later generations from repeating the mistakes of the previous Supreme Sorcerer. As for why we don't collect other gems, there are some special reasons, which I can't tell you. But what you can know is that we have no intention of appearing in the world. Until the New York incident, my teacher saw that the world had changed. So, I was regarded as a representative among us, occasionally helping you through difficulties. These are not nonsense from Ronan. Although Ancient One did not say it explicitly, Ronan could guess what she meant. Since she has told Ronan countless times that Ronan should not be bound by the rules, then what Ronan does should be reasonable. That means that, because of that New York incident, the Earth is extremely dangerous? Steve Rogers was a little surprised. Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D's use of space gems is to send a signal to the universe. The Earth is ready to open the door to deal with everything that happens in the universe. That is to say, if there are aliens coming in the future, or if there are more dangerous things, you can only blame S.H.I.E.L.D. They opened Pandora's box. Hydra has studied for so many years, but has not attracted Loki or other aliens. Maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. is unlucky? Or maybe it was because of the advancement of technology that Hydra had been unable to break through the bottleneck before, but was broken through by S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, everything that happened after Loki's arrival happened. Of course, it is not correct to blame S.H.I.E.L.D. alone. After all, it is not too much to call that S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra. Didn't you ask me before why I took the space stone? Now I can tell you that these stones have been targeted by an extremely powerful alien in the universe. His purpose is to collect these infinity stones. So, I took it away. Ronan has been thinking about whether to give them a spoiler of the content of Avengers 3. After thinking about it, it is better to reveal a little first, so that they have some sense of crisis. Powerful aliens? Tony Stark couldn't help asking. Yes, the idea he holds may be the same as that of some people on Earth. That is to eliminate half of the population of the entire universe, so that each planet will not fall into a resource crisis. I guess you two have heard of this theory more or less in some channels, right? Ronan glanced at the two people and said with a smile. This theory has been said not only by Thanos, but also by people on Earth. However, this statement is too anti-human. So it is just like a small wave, which is directly submerged by the vast ocean. However, when these small waves suddenly appeared, a huge wave appeared. TSK. If he wants to achieve his goal, he must collect these 6 infinite gems. Then use the power of these 6 infinite gems to eliminate half of the population of the entire universe. This is also the crisis that all Earthlings will encounter in the future. Ronan leaned on the back of the sofa and told them a little about Thanos' purpose. In fact, this matter is still quite terrifying. After all, with a 50% chance, who knows if it will be his turn. If he survives, then everything will be fine. But what if he is the half that is eliminated? Who is willing to die so suddenly? You mean, you can see the future? Steve Rogers frowned, because this has never happened before. In other words, this is something that will happen in the future. Tony Stark on the side did not speak because he was not even surprised by this. Ronan even stood with a future man and even predicted that he would have a daughter in the future. What was Tony Stark surprised about? Predicting the future. How could it be more terrifying than standing with the future person? Especially when that future person was Tony Stark himself. Although according to Ronan, that was him in a parallel universe, although the time in that universe passed a little faster. But, that was also the future, wasn't it? I can't answer you this question. Because the future is always changing, and what we can predict is only a rough estimate. Perhaps because of the influence of a certain butterfly time, the alien suddenly died because of something. Then the future I mentioned before will no longer exist. Ronan spread his hands. To be honest, he didn't really believe the plots he had seen in his previous life. Because these plots were changed too much by him invisibly. Then can you tell us, what is the name of that alien? Steve Rogers thought for a long time and finally asked this question. He chose to believe everything Ronan said. No, it should be said that, even if he didn't believe it, he couldn't verify these things. Ronan looked at him and smiled. His name is Thanos. I haven't changed much, I'm still strong, and I can still update. Chapter 152, Space Gem, leave it to you. Thanos. Perhaps in this universe, Thanos is just a name to Tony Stark and Steve Rogers. Because of Ronan's existence, they may never know what pain is. They have tried their best to resist, but in the end they still failed and lost their closest people. The kind of despair of watching the people close to them turn into ashes in front of them and being powerless in the end. Thanos. Steve Rogers murmured and repeated Thanos' name. It seemed that he could feel the crisis invisibly. Tony Stark on the side no longer had the playful smile of the past, because he could tell when he was joking and when he was serious. Today, Ronan was very serious when he said these words. "Do you want us to prepare early?" Steve Rogers looked at Ronan. But Ronan shook his head. He gently stretched out his left hand, and a visible ripple appeared in the air. A piece of stone shining with blue light was pinched in Ronan's hand out of thin air. Is this what the cosmic cube really looks like? Steve Rogers looked at this inconspicuous stone and remembered what Ronan had said before. This should be the space stone. Yes, this is what the cosmic cube really looks like, that is, the space stone. But what I can tell you is that this space stone is real. To be precise, it used to be real, but now it no longer has the power of the space stone. Ronan played with the space stone in his hand, not hiding anything from the two of them. Was it real? When they heard this, the two of them widened their eyes at the same time. Ronan had just said how powerful these 6 infinity stones are, and they can be said to be unique in the universe. Why is he saying it used to be real now? Ronan's words made Steve Rogers and Tony Stark a little confused. I have sealed this space stone with a special power. To unlock the seal, you must find the soul stone. Use the power of the soul stone to impact the seal above, and this space stone will be reborn. Ronan loosened his index finger and thumb, allowing the space stone to float in front of Steve Rogers. Seeing his action, Steve Rogers was also confused. What does this mean? Steve, I hope you can protect it and tell the remaining members of S.H.I.E.L.D. that you have found the cosmic cube. You can tell the top leaders of the American government this news, and you can even give this space stone to them for safekeeping. Ronan looked at Steve Rogers and stated his purpose. What do you mean? Spread the risk. Tony Stark seemed to understand what Ronan meant. In terms of IQ, Tony Stark is indeed one of the top people in the world. That's right, there are only 4 infinity stones we can encounter. So this means that the other party has a chance to get 2 more infinity stones, namely the power stone and the soul stone. Thanos' goal is to obtain 6 infinity stones. Now, we in Kamar-Taj are responsible for guarding the time stone, and you, the Avengers, are responsible for guarding the space stone. In Asgard, where Thor is, they got the reality stone. In this way, if the other party wants to get these gems, they must find the last person who has the space stone on Earth with billions of people. Ronan looked at the 2 people in front of him, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. But soon, this complex emotion disappeared. He did not tell the truth to the 2 people in front of him. This so-called space stone is actually a fake. This space stone is one of the infinity stones that Ronan brought back from the Time Administration. The reason why Ronan did this is really like what Tony Stark said, to reduce risks. First of all, Ronan, who cannot leave the Earth, is destined not to get the Power Stone and the Soul Stone. Especially the latter. Ronan can't give up the person he loves most to get such a gem that doesn't have much use for him. Therefore, these 2 gems can almost be said to be in Thanos' pocket. The power gem may be easy to deal with, and Captain Marvel can just fight Thanos in close combat. But the soul gem is not that simple. Although Ronan doesn't need this gem, he has to admit that the power of this infinite gem is also very strong. A gem that can steal, manipulate, modify the soul is really terrible. What's more terrible is that this gem can not only manipulate the soul of life, but even the dead will be under its command. In other words, even if the person dies and commits suicide in the end, Thanos can get the location of other gems through the soul gem. In terms of soul power, although Ronan thinks he is very strong, he still has some self-knowledge about whether he can compare with the soul gem. Of course, Ronan can use other means to restrain Thanos' soul gem. For example, the other particle in his hand, that is, the reality gem. He can directly erase the influence of Thanos using the soul gem through the reality gem. However, if Thanos dares to risk his life, is Ronan willing to accompany him? The answer is definitely no. Compared with the physical constitution of both sides, Ronan's human body, even if it has been strengthened by dark energy, is not as good as Thanos. Therefore, if Ronan wants to use the reality stone to fight Thanos head on, the most likely outcome is that Ronan dies and Thanos is seriously injured. Or even, it may not be a serious injury. Is Ronan the kind of person who is willing to sacrifice his life for the future of the entire human race? He asked himself. He couldn't do it. He is not a superhero, and sometimes he is not even a good person. Gamble with his life. Ronan is unwilling, and can't do it. There are two ways for Ronan to defeat Thanos. The first is to use wisdom. The second is to practice hard during this period of time, and have the power to surpass Thanos. Although the probability of the latter is not great, Ronan has already thought about it. Grasp both hands, and make both hands strong. Children make choices, as long as adults are not big, adults want everything. So, when Thanos got the space stone after much hardship, when he collected all 6 infinity stones, and wanted to snap his fingers, nothing happened. Ronan didn't believe that Thanos wouldn't doubt his life. Besides, there is one more thing I must tell you. You may die in Thanos' hands, because of this infinity stone. So, Steve, you can choose to accept or refuse. Ronan looked at Steve Rogers in front of him, and didn't intend to lie to him. There is no doubt that Thanos will definitely kill many people for this real space stone. But Ronan couldn't tell them the truth. Because the best way to conceal the soul stone is to think it is the truth. But it was false from the beginning. Of course, this is cruel, but Ronan has to do it. I know. Steve Rogers smiled and wanted to reach out to take the space stone in front of him. But Ronan threw a box to Steve Rogers and interrupted him. This box is used to hold the space gem. Don't touch it easily, or you will die. Especially for mortals, the chance of death is very high. The infinity gems are not something that ordinary people can touch, and the chance of death is too high. So Ronan is still very considerate. Steve Rogers nodded, took the box, opened it, and then wrapped the space gem inside. Wait. Steve, have you thought about it? This is a matter of life and death. Are you sure you really want to do this? Tony Stark held Steve Rogers' hand aside. But Steve Rogers smiled and shook his head at Tony Stark. Tony, I have accepted missions that may cost my life at any time in my life. Every time on the battlefield, I'm prepared to lose my life at any time. This time is the same. It's just that this has changed from accepting the country's mission to acknowledging this responsibility. Steve Rogers took a deep breath. He couldn't count how many times he had accepted such missions. He was used to it. It's just that he survived again and again. Tony, if I die, I will have a clear conscience. At least I have fought for humanity, right? After saying that, Steve Rogers smiled and closed the box in his hand, and the shining space gem was shrouded in it. This means that he has accepted Ronan's mission. Well, after all, it's useless for an old antique like you to say anything. But I still have a family. I can't be as selfless as you, and give up my life for others. Tony Stark shrugged, and made an expression that he didn't care. However, Ronan glanced at him, and he didn't know who it was. In the end, he snapped his fingers to be a hero. It's up to you. Anyway, this mission is handed over to you. In order to prevent mankind from suffering such a tragedy in the future, I hope you can keep it properly. Ronan waved his hand. He didn't care what they thought. As long as his plan could go smoothly, it would be fine. Steve Rogers put the box away carefully and seemed to attach great importance to the space gem in front of him. Although he didn't know whether the future Ronan mentioned would appear. Even the man called Thanos, is he really that strong? However, as Captain America, his responsibility is to protect the human beings on Earth. That's all. In that case, our party today ends happily. Snap. Ronan snapped his fingers, and the mirror space collapsed instantly. Tony Stark's messy residence suddenly returned to its original appearance. The scenes they saw before seemed to have never appeared. Fortunately, if you really turned it into that, I don't know how to explain to Pepper. Looking at the layout that had been restored to its original state, Tony Stark couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ronan rolled his eyes and expressed his contempt for his useless appearance. What kind of person would be so afraid of his wife? Tony Stark sent Steve Rogers downstairs, and in order to avoid suspicion, Ronan returned to his desk. Standing in front of the window, he looked at Steve Rogers riding a motorcycle and gradually went away, and sighed softly. A gentleman deceives others with his own way. There is actually nothing wrong with this sentence to describe Steve Rogers. Of course, he is not such a gentleman. At least when facing close friends, he will give up his principles. Anyway, Steve Rogers has agreed anyway. With his understanding of this matter, he would never think of Ronan's plan. Of course, even if he could think of it, he would probably follow Ronan's plan. This is actually called a gentleman deceiving others with a method. After get off work, Ronan still sent Gwen Stacy back home. Ronan did not tell her what he was doing now. Of course, with Gwen Stacy's smart mind, she could probably guess what Ronan was doing now. Ronan has never admitted his identity, but he has never denied it. So, sometimes, Gwen Stacy is very good at putting herself in the right position and never asks what Ronan is doing. For example, a girlfriend who doesn't care about your game, but is very beautiful, obedient, and very smart. Just tell me, if you want it. After bidding farewell at the door of Gwen Stacy's house, Ronan still felt a chill on his back. Without a doubt, it must be his old father-in-law who was looking at him with his two eyes. Maybe he was holding a spray gun in his hand, but he just didn't raise it. The chilly feeling disappeared only when Ronan rode his bicycle out of the street. 10 minutes later, Ronan returned to his apartment. After opening the door, Ronan sat down on the sofa and turned on the TV in the room. As the TV sounded, Ronan took out his school bag and began to do his homework seriously. While doing his homework, he was still mumbling formulas. If Juan was right next to him, he would be shocked by the scene in front of him. Because Ronan was doing his homework so seriously. This is rare. Of course, Ronan soon took out his mobile phone and started playing the game on his mobile phone. His performance was like a high school student. However, Ronan was not playing games, but contacting Wang. He saw Wang was also online in the game, so he said this to him through the private chat in the game. Don't come to my apartment tonight, I have something to do. 69. After typing these words, Ronan started a new game. 69 is actually a code between the two of them, which means that Ronan has some troubles to deal with now, but this trouble is not difficult. The reason why Ronan did this is also very simple. Because as soon as he entered the house, he found that his house had been entered. That's right, someone sneaked into his apartment when he was not at home. The reason why Ronan could confirm this is also very simple. His house has a magic barrier. As a magician, Ronan does not need such low-level tricks as clamping hair in the crack of the door, because this trick will almost be seen through at a glance by a master. Not to mention that it has no effect. Others will also be suspicious. Why does an ordinary high school student clamp hair in the crack of the door to determine whether someone has entered his house? Moreover, as a magician, Ronan has a million ways to know whether someone has entered his house. Not to mention people, even inanimate objects such as robots, Ronan can know. Therefore, the moment Ronan entered the room, he received feedback from the barrier. In the afternoon, when he went to class, someone sneaked into his room. Although there was only one person who came in, he walked through all of Ronan's rooms and even checked Ronan's closet and other places. As for whether there were some monitoring devices left, Ronan didn't know for the time being. However, since he knew that someone had come in, Ronan would not be stupid enough to use a clone to do homework. After killing the opponent in a few seconds and ending the game, Ronan turned to the chat interface and blocked the screen with his body. Tony, is there any way to detect whether there are eavesdropping devices and monitoring devices in your room? Ronan quickly typed the message on the screen. He was not worried that Tony Stark would not receive it, because people like him and Steve Rogers would notify Tony Stark as soon as they sent a message to him. Unless Tony Stark is already in bed. But at this point, Tony Stark, who is over 40 years old, is probably not the time to pay his taxes. What, is someone monitoring you? As Ronan expected, Tony Stark quickly replied. I don't know for now, but I know someone has entered my house. You'd better have something that can detect whether there is a surveillance device and find out who is monitoring. Urgent, urgent. Ronan sent 3 emoticons in a row. Tony Stark first replied with a disgusted expression, and then the next message came. Right away. I'll find someone to send it to you. It will take at most 10 minutes. Just hold on. Tony Stark replied. Ronan replied with an okay emoticon, then turned off his phone and continued to do his homework at his desk. Now he not only wants to find that person, but also let him know what pain is. He dared to let Ronan do his homework himself. If he doesn't let you feel what despair is, then Ronan won't have to stay in New York in the future. So, Ronan thought while writing his homework in his homework book. Although it's pretending, at least it should be more realistic and not alert the enemy. With this in mind, Ronan wrote his homework for 15 minutes in great pain and finally waited until his doorbell rang. Ronan walked to the door, first looked through the peephole, and then opened the door a crack. He was like a high school student who was alone at home and worried that a stranger would break into his home. Just this acting skill, just this detail. Those opportunities to act with female stars should be found by Ronan. Ronan is not only good at acting, but also at touching damn him his legs. Hello, your express delivery has arrived. The person outside the door was smiling, wearing a Stark Express uniform. But the sweat on his forehead seemed to prove that the express delivery was very heavy. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. How could he not know that Tony Stark's business was so wide? Even the express delivery business was involved, but it had nothing to do with him. He slowly opened the door, took the box from the courier, and signed his name. After giving a tip and sending the courier away, Ronan carried the box to the table. This box was indeed very heavy. Ronan estimated that it was at least 50 or 60 kilograms. What kind of equipment could be so heavy? With this in mind, Ronan opened the package. He knew Tony Stark would not do something stupid that would expose his identity, so he boldly opened the box. When he opened the box and saw what was inside, Ronan could no longer hold back his eyes. Fuck. Who would mail their own figurines to others? That's right. What Tony Stark sent to Ronan was a figurine of Iron Man. The classic red and gold color scheme, a proportionally reduced Iron Man, just stayed quietly in the box, with one hand raised outward. Ronan could even see a light on his chest. What a narcissist. Ronan secretly complained, but finally took the figurine out. The moment he put it on the table, Ronan clearly saw that the two eyes on the figurine, which were originally pitch black, suddenly lit up. Beep, beep. At the same time, Ronan's mobile phone also received a text message. There is a sensor on the door handle at the door. As long as someone touches it, it will collect the other person's fingerprint. There is also a camera in the cat's eye at the door of the opposite apartment, which is turned on 24 hours a day. At the power position of the TV, just press the power button of the TV and the camera will automatically start. The ceiling light has a high precision eavesdropping device that can eavesdrop on all the sounds in the house. The kitchen, bedroom, and even the bathroom all have cameras and eavesdropping devices. At the same time, there was a miniature bomb under Ronan's sofa. As long as the button was pressed, not only this room, but the entire building would be razed to the ground. Fuck. Are you treating my house as a battlefield? Ronan took a deep breath. He held back the international friendly gesture and read the next text message again. The location where the signal was received was not far from Ronan, just across the street from Ronan, in the room on the 4th floor. At the same time, there was a camera pointed at Ronan's window. It can be said that they were monitoring Ronan almost 360 degrees without blind spots. After reading the text message, Ronan took a deep breath and gently patted the head of the Iron Man figure. Although Tony Stark is a narcissistic person, he is still reliable in doing things. Since those people want to monitor him so much, Ronan will give them a chance. Let them monitor him face to face. Chapter 153. Satan has tattooed on his body. Across the street, that familiar figure was sitting in the living room, watching Ronan's every move on the monitor. Ronan had been acting very normal since he walked into the house. He did his homework, played with his phone, and then received a courier. He did nothing else. Of course, Ronan changed his clothes during this time. That figure, that posture, and that indescribable mosaic. He was a little embarrassed to see it. He was not as good as a 16 or 17-year-old child. He was rich among the wealthy, and he was just a drop in the bucket. He was handsome, had a good figure, and could continue fighting for a long time. And his family seemed to be very rich. At least such a house was more than most adults in New York. He even lived alone, not with his parents. From this point of view, Ronan was simply the most perfect male companion in the hearts of girls. Damn. Thinking of this, the Hydra agent in charge of monitoring said an American swear word. But he was too young, he didn't have the feeling of a mature man, and he didn't have the temperament of a tough guy. I can only say that this is a sissy. Thinking of this, the Hydra agent patted his chest hair and felt that he had defeated Ronan in this aspect. Dong dong dong. Just as he was relieved, there was a knock at the door. He suddenly became alert. According to common sense, no one in the organization knows where his address is except his superior. Even his superior would never come here to find him. More importantly, the landlord of this house is also one of his own, so he would never appear here. So who found this place? The Hydra agent quietly approached the door, took out the pistol from his waist with his right hand, and was ready for any emergency at any time. He put his right eye close to the cat's eye, but found a person in work uniform standing outside the door. Dong dong dong. The knock on the door came again. Who is it? The Hydra agent leaned carefully against the side of the door to prevent someone from shooting at the door. This is a habitual action of an agent. Sir, check the water. No. Someone reported that there was a problem with the pipes at home. So I came to fix the water pipes. The person outside the door said loudly. Repairing the water pipe. Is this a plumber? The Hydra agent was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. He didn't find any problems with the water pipe, and he didn't even call the maintenance number. How did this person find this place? Thinking about it, he raised his pistol with both hands, and relying on the position of the cat's eye, he pointed the pistol at the other person's body through the door. I didn't call a repairman, you found the wrong one. I ask you to leave my door as soon as possible, otherwise you will be in trouble. The Hydra agent disguised himself as a very vigilant person. He had already thought about it. As long as the other party continues to entangle, he will be ready to shoot at any time. Because these people's purpose is definitely not simple. Hey, you just opened the door honestly, why do you have to use violence? At this moment, the person outside the door sighed and gently took off his hat. The moment he took off his hat, the Hydra agent's eyes widened, and his face showed an expression of disbelief. Because he saw Ronan's face through the cat's eye. The next second, as an agent's subconscious, the Hydra agent pulled the trigger. Click. The unique roar of the pistol did not appear as expected, but was replaced by the crisp sound of bone cracking. The Hydra agent looked at the pistol in his hand in a daze. He didn't know when his middle finger was inserted into the trigger at an extremely strange amplitude. However, it appeared behind the trigger. In other words, his middle finger blocked the action of his index finger pulling the trigger. Then the next second, the pain of bone fracture followed. Look at you. If you open the door honestly, you won't have to suffer all this. Does your finger hurt? Do you need to call an ambulance for you? At this moment, he suddenly heard Ronan's voice behind him. He immediately turned his head, raised the pistol to Ronan, and then kept pulling the trigger. It's a pity that he forgot that his middle finger was still stuck in it and couldn't get out. Are you the Mr. Fantastic? The Hydra agent looked at Ronan, his tone trembling. Ronan shrugged, did not answer his question, but walked to the sofa. Haven't you felt it? Do you still need to ask me? But to be honest, your equipment is really complete. It seems that Nick Fury only destroyed a small part of your organization, and your organization is even more complete than his. Ronan looked at the mess of instruments on the table and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Hydra really took great pains for him. I didn't expect that you would hide so many people and even the organization. We really underestimated you. The Hydra agent looked at Ronan with a complicated face, and his left hand quietly touched his lower back. Ronan seemed to ignore his action. Yes, you really underestimated me. Why don't we make a deal? Tell me where your plan is, and what is your purpose of monitoring me. I will let you go, and even pretend that nothing happened. Ronan looked at the agent, and proposed a very tempting deal. However, the Hydra agent showed a wicked and crazy smile on his face. Damn it, you're too young to play dirty with me. The series of conversations and videos we just had were all recorded, and uploaded to the headquarters. Now, your identity has nowhere to hide. After saying that, the Hydra agent pulled out a micro bomb from his waist. As long as he pressed the button, the micro bomb would explode. Although he knew that he might not be able to kill Ronan, at least he would not be tortured. Sometimes death is not scary, but the torture instruments are more scary. You want to hide your identity, right? Don't even think about living. Baron Strucker, my mission is accomplished. Ha 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 ha. The Hydra agent howled to the sky, as if he could die with Ronan in the next second. Seeing him like this, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. How about this? Why don't you open the door and take a look? Ronan pointed outside the door. Hearing this, the Hydra agent, who was still laughing at the sky, was suddenly stunned. Open the door. Is there any support for him outside the door? Thinking of this, the Hydra agent quickly stepped back a few steps, away from the door. Forget it, let's try another way. As he said that, a secret door suddenly appeared at the door. In the Hydra agent's disbelieving eyes, a car swayed out of the secret door. As it drove, a beep sound was heard. As the car stopped in the living room, something happened that stunned the Hydra agent again. The car actually changed with a click. In less than 3 seconds, a car turned into an Iron Man figure. Huh, wait. Iron Man figure? Question mark? The Hydra agent seemed to have thought of something. Do you think that the technology of your Hydra is more advanced, or that of Tony Stark? Maybe there are advantages and disadvantages in some places, but this is New York, and it is also Tony Stark's home court. Isn't it easy to intercept your message? Ronan pointed at the Iron Man figure, signaling the Hydra agent to look over there. What's even more ironic is that this Iron Man figure actually did a Thomas spin on the spot, and the BGM sounded Tony Stark's exclusive BGM. FU*K. The Hydra agent seemed to be enraged in an instant, and he pressed the button directly with his left hand without hesitation. Click. Before he could react, a sharp pain came from the Hydra agent's left arm. His left hand was cut directly from the wrist. The wound was very flat and smooth, but a lot of blood spurted out in the next second. Ah. The severe pain made the Hydra agent couldn't help but shout out. Ronan, on the other hand, tickled his ear with his little finger, with a look of disgust on his face. You have no sense of public morality. It's so late. Don't the neighbors need to sleep? Pa. After saying that, Ronan chopped the Hydra agent's forehead with a standard hand knife. The Hydra agent rolled his eyes and fainted. Only the left wrist was left, still spurting blood. As a Hydra agent, Winslow felt that he was competent. After all, he pressed the button of the micro bomb, and there was a high probability that he would die with Ronan. The moment the button was pressed, Winslow lost consciousness. He seemed to have a very long dream. In the dream, he met an alien from Krypton. The alien was wearing a tight suit with a big S-shaped logo in front of him. More importantly, the people on that planet seemed to like to wear their underwear outside. He told Winslow his name, Clark Kent. Clark Kent told Winslow that for some reason, he was trapped on Earth and urgently needed a special energy to return to Krypton. On Earth, this energy can only be found by Earthlings. So Clark Kent told Winslow that he could give Winslow the same abilities as him, but the price was to help Clark Kent return to Krypton. In this way, Winslow agreed to his request and successfully acquired superpowers. Infinite strength, flight, heat vision, super breathing, etc. Winslow has the most powerful power on Earth, and even Clark Kent gave him a thumbs up. While helping Clark Kent find energy, Winslow also became a superhero. He will not only help ordinary New Yorkers, but also fight against the prying of the Earth from alien planets. In this way, Winslow went further and further on the road of fighting criminals, and the New Yorkers who like to give superheroes nicknames also gave Winslow a resounding nickname. Superman. Superman. It is precisely because of this resounding name and his heroic act of leading by example. More and more superpowers have joined him to fight against all kinds of evil villains on Earth. Moreover, they have formed an alliance called the Justice League. In the process of defeating evil, Winslow also found his own happiness. His girlfriend is also a superhero affectionately called Ms. Marvel by the people of New York. Let's not discuss other aspects first. At least in the evening life, the two can be said to be a match made in heaven. It was also during this growth that he helped Clark Kent return to his hometown. However, just a few days after Clark Kent returned to his hometown, an extremely terrifying villain appeared on Earth. His name is Ronan, an evil wizard who can use all kinds of weird tricks. This evil wizard defeated the other members of the Justice League one after another, and only Winslow was left in the end. Winslow used all his strength to resist, but he had no way to deal with Ronan. Not only did Ronan not suffer any harm, he even cut off Winslow's left hand, causing him to lose his ex-girlfriend forever. What made him even more unacceptable was that Ronan actually humiliated him. Not only did Ronan not kill him, but he also found more than 30 60-year-old women and gave him an inhumane gang beating. That's right, one room, one bed, more than 30 women, one Superman. After a month of inhumanity, Winslow finally saw Ronan again. This time, Ronan should rule the earth, right? Snap. At this moment, Winslow's face suddenly felt a sharp pain. Ronan, who was smiling evilly in front of him, gradually began to blur. He tried to open his eyes wide to see what was happening clearly, and suddenly a strong light appeared. Buzz. A harsh buzzing sound rang in his ears. Winslow tried to open his eyes, only to see Ronan still in front of him, but he had moved from that room to a living room. Living room? This is. Memories came like a tide, and Winslow gradually remembered what happened before. Wasn't he going to die with Ronan? Why, at this moment, the pain on his forehead made it impossible for him to concentrate and think clearly about what happened. Don't think about it, young man. I didn't expect you to be so good at it. More than 30 old ladies can make you drool in your dreams. Your taste is strong enough. Ronan sat opposite Winslow and couldn't help smacking his lips. Everything Winslow had just experienced was of course an illusion used by Ronan. Otherwise, if he could dream of Clark Kent, it would be Ronan's turn to panic. Impossible. Winslow was about to refute, but the pain from his left wrist interrupted him directly. He glanced at his left hand. Oh no, his left hand was gone. It was not the same as in the dream. It was his left hand that was gone first. Years of experience as an agent made him quickly return to normal. Since you have been enjoying it for more than half an hour, can you tell me now who your superior is? What is your purpose in monitoring me? Ronan looked at Winslow with a smile, and the tone and demeanor made Winslow a little chilled. Too similar. Too similar. The Ronan sitting in front of him now is exactly the same as the evil wizard in his dream. Whether it is a smile, the tone of voice, or the little action of crossing his legs, they are simply cast from the same mold. It can be said that there is no difference between that Ronan and this Ronan. Give up. As an agent, I have long been prepared for torture. Don't you know that the first lesson of a Hydra agent is to face all kinds of torture instruments? Winslow looked at Ronan with disdain. He would not reveal any information. Now Hydra, after driving S.H.I.E.L.D. underground, has become the largest intelligence agency on Earth. Although it is still lurking underground, the voice of another faction inside is almost unsuppressible. They are going to jump out and take control of the world's political power. It's okay. Since you don't want to talk, I won't force you. I'm just not good at making things difficult for others. But seeing how comfortable you are in your dream, as a host, I have to entertain guests warmly. I have the phone numbers of more than 50 rich sisters here. Their average age is about 60 years old. They really like strong agents like you. Ronan blinked at Winslow and then took out a book from somewhere. The title is also very simple. American Rich Women's Address Book. Oh, by the way, they seem to have a magic medicine that can keep you going for 3 hours without getting tired. This magic medicine is said to have cost tens of millions of US dollars to develop. So, you don't have to worry about not being able to live in harmony with them. You will have a very good memory with each of them. As he said that, Ronan took out his mobile phone and turned to the first page of the book. Winslow could clearly see that the first page was printed with rows of names and phone numbers. Ronan even drew many circles on it. There are A, B, C and other classifications. Are you curious? Then I'll tell you. These A, B, C represent their ages. After all, they are all women, so it's not good to use their real ages. These circles represent that they are old customers and they pay very quickly. Usually, if they are satisfied with the goods, they will pay immediately. Ronan pointed to these marks on the phone book and explained to Winslow very enthusiastically. Pay money? Check out the goods. You devil. Winslow gritted his teeth and stared at Ronan with his eyes. He couldn't imagine being surrounded by dozens of aunties, staring at him with covetous faces, and then rubbing him on the floor. How terrifying would that scene be? In the Hydra organization, there are honey traps, but there is no such torture of aunties. Hey, how do you know my nickname? It seems that you Hydra know a lot. Then I have to learn more from you about your organization's conspiracy. Ronan pressed a phone number and the call was answered soon. Sister Anna. Yes, it's me. Oh, there are not many customers recently. I'm sorry to call you. Yes, I have a customer now. This is a battle-hardened agent. You don't have to worry about his physical fitness. Yes, the price is negotiable. We are all friends. Okay, then you wait for my call. I will contact other sisters. Hey, Sister Anna, good things should be shared together. If I only give it to you, then the other 50 or so sisters will eat me alive, right? Okay, then we will contact later. After saying that, Ronan hung up the phone and looked for the next number. He was humming a little song that Winslow couldn't understand at all. The next one is Winnie. Her phone number is. As he spoke, Ronan pressed the dial button. Hello, is this Sister Winnie? Yes, it's me. I found a top-notch product for you today. Yes, a standard 8-pack abs and excellent biceps, especially the gluteus maximus. Very perky. Although not as good as Captain America, the gap is not big. Can you light a candle? Can you use steel wool to wash? No problem. This guy just wants money. He can accept all requests, even if you put on steel wool to beat him. Oh, of course good stuff needs to be shared, but I can let you go a little higher in the queue. Yes. You have to hurry up. If you are late, you can only, Okay, then wait for my call. Ronan hung up the phone again, and the content of his conversation made Winslow feel that his life had lost its color. Whip candles? And steel wool? What the hell is your organization? Exclamation mark. Don't worry, wait for me for a few minutes, I'll contact a few more. Let's take turns. I also know that your body needs to rest, so let's start with 10 today. Ronan glanced at Winslow, who forgot to manage his expression, and comforted him very considerately. Oh, by the way, don't think about committing suicide either, because my magic has planted an idea in your brain. As long as you think about committing suicide, you will automatically think of another place. You can try it, if you don't believe me. Ronan winked at Winslow. I don't know why. Winslow heard Ronan's words and thought of biting his tongue to commit suicide. However, when he just had this idea, another idea suddenly appeared. Those aunts seemed to be good. Devil. You are the biggest devil. Winslow reacted suddenly, and he screamed at Ronan. But he was tied to the chair, and couldn't move at all. If he could die with Ronan now, he would definitely not hesitate at all. What kind of devil is this? Don't be impatient. Don't you know that the tattoos on Satan's body are all mine? There are still 8 sisters I haven't notified yet. It is said that they each have their own unique skills. You wait a moment, however, before Ronan finished speaking. Winslow on the opposite side finally couldn't help it. Enough. Don't contact me anymore. What on earth do you want to know? No matter what you want to know, as long as I know it, I'll tell you everything. Chapter 154. I'm very reasonable. Winslow had never thought that he would be tortured by this kind of torture one day. Although the torture had not started yet, Winslow had already experienced that feeling in his dream. And it was a whole month. During that month, Winslow was living a life worse than death. Even with a Superman physique, he felt that his waist could not bear it. Oh, I will never force others. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. I'm so reasonable. Ronan paused while dialing the phone and looked at Winslow with a smile on his face. Winslow's face was full of despair. He could no longer find an adjective to describe the boy in front of him. Human appearance, devil's heart. How did he do it? No, you didn't force me. I volunteered. Please, ask me questions, and I will answer you, no matter what you ask me. Winslow almost knelt down to Ronan. What organizational program? What agent dignity? In front of those aunts in their 50s and 60s, it can be said that it is nothing. He doesn't want to suffer that kind of torture again. You begged me to ask this. I didn't mean to ask. Ronan put down the phone in his hand. Yes, that's right. I took the initiative to say it, no matter what I said. My name is Winslow, a level 6 agent of Hydra, responsible for. Winslow told all the situations like a bamboo tube pouring beans. But Ronan stopped him. Stop. Answer whatever I ask. If you say even one more word, I will add another rich sister to serve you. Ronan interrupted Winslow directly. If he said that, Ronan would be easily led by him and everything would go according to what he said. For these senior agents, they like to play these tricks, and Ronan's vigilance is here. Okay, you ask, I answer. Winslow quickly closed his mouth. But Ronan did not rush to ask questions, but dialed a phone number. Seeing Ronan's actions, Winslow became anxious. I'm already like this, why are you still calling? Whatever you say, is what it is, However, before he could finish his words, his mouth was covered by an invisible hand. Ronan made a silencing gesture, and then said to the phone, you come and ask. Ask in detail. After that, Ronan hung up the phone. Don't worry, I just found a professional to help me ask. After all, I'm just an ordinary high school student. I still have a lot to learn in terms of interrogation skills. Ronan blinked at Winslow, and then snapped his fingers with his left hand. Snap. As the fingers snapped, the hand covering Winslow's mouth disappeared instantly. Moreover, Winslow suddenly felt that he seemed to have forgotten something very important. Dang. As soon as the voice fell, there was a knock on the door. Ronan walked to the door and opened it. A slightly bald middle-aged man appeared at the door. Phil, the next step is up to you. Phil Coulson's arrival was actually a coincidence. When Ronan captured Winslow, he suddenly received a call from Phil Coulson, who wanted to meet Ronan. Ronan was not surprised at all how he knew Ronan's phone number. As an agent of SHIELD. Oh no, he should be the new director of SHIELD now. If he wants to know the phone number of an ordinary New York citizen, it is still very simple. When Winslow was dreaming, Ronan talked to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson's meaning was also very simple. Ronan had told Skye before, let Skye do one thing for Ronan, that is, tell her her true identity, including who her parents are, and what she has been through. Ronan flatly denied this, and said that he had no memory at all. Phil Coulson had no choice but to ask Ronan to invite Mr. Fantastic out and want to talk to Mr. Fantastic. The price he had to pay was to dig out all the secrets about Hydra's surveillance of Ronan from Winslow's mouth. There is no doubt that the credit for catching Winslow naturally goes to Mr. Fantastic. As for Ronan, the rich women's phone book he took out was definitely not his. The only person who could have so much information about rich people was Tony Stark. As a member of the wealthy circle, Tony Stark naturally knew some little secrets that rich women couldn't tell others. Of course, when he knew that Ronan wanted this kind of thing, his tone was weird. Ronan was too lazy to explain to him. Rich women? Humph, just a dream from the previous life. Therefore, Ronan, who was good at convincing people with reason, completely defeated Winslow with only a phone book and a few phone calls. Psychological defense line. Oh, life is so lonely. Ronan turned on his phone, found a fair competitive game where the skin could add 10 points of attack power, and began to bring his talent to the game. With his hand speed and reaction speed, only the server couldn't keep up with his pace. Half an hour later, after Ronan experienced the surrender of the second wave of opponents in 15 minutes, Phil Coulson finally came out of the house. He looked at Ronan with such a weird face that he didn't know what to say. Why, as the director of SHIELD, you can't even pry open the mouth of a Hydra minion. Ronan put down his phone and looked at Phil Coulson, who was walking slowly towards him. Phil Coulson shook his head. It wasn't that it wasn't going smoothly, but that it was going too smoothly. As soon as the two of them met, before Phil Coulson could ask a few questions, Winslow told him everything he knew, including but not limited to the Hydra bases he knew, who his superiors were, who he had contacted recently, and what they had contacted about. Of course, there was also the purpose of their surveillance of Ronan. In the end, Winslow really couldn't find anything else to say. He even wanted to tell everything he had done since he was born. It was Phil Coulson who stopped him in time. Otherwise, let alone half an hour, even half a day would not be enough. In fact, Phil Coulson and Winslow knew each other, but they were not very familiar with each other. After all, when SHIELD still existed, the two were colleagues in name only, but had never worked together or met each other. So, Phil Coulson thought it was not so easy to pry open Winslow's mouth. But the fact slapped him in the face. Not only was it very smooth, but Phil Coulson was even a little doubtful about his life. Such a smooth interrogation, no, it should be called a conversation, made Phil Coulson think that Winslow was telling lies. When Phil Coulson got up to leave, Winslow grabbed Phil Coulson's hand. Phil Coulson was so scared that he thought Winslow wanted to hold him hostage. However, completely different from what he imagined, Winslow not only did not make any extraordinary moves, but even cried. He begged Phil Coulson to beg Ronan for mercy and never impose such a vicious punishment on him. When Phil Coulson asked what the punishment was, Winslow kept silent, as if he was deeply ashamed. After asking 3 times, Winslow still didn't say a word, so Phil Coulson could only walk out with a very strange expression. So, what did you say to him? Or do you have any special interrogation skills? Phil Coulson sat on the sofa next to him and glanced at the monitoring equipment on the table. How to say it? Hydra really respects Ronan. Equipment like this is rare with the assets left by SHIELD today. Of course, a SHIELD without money is not much different from an ordinary organization. Poverty is the main theme of SHIELD today. It's actually nothing, and it's not my interrogation method. You know. Ronan smiled. Now he just needs to put the blame on Mr. Fantastic and everything will be fine. It can be said that this is a panacea reason. Phil Coulson doesn't know his true identity anyway. Well, although I don't know how they did it, the method is indeed very useful. Winslow, no. Hydra's purpose of monitoring you is not anything else. It is because of the cosmic cube. Since Ronan talked about Mr. Fantastic, Phil Coulson did not ask any more questions. He was not so ignorant. If the other party did not want to say it, Phil Coulson could not force Ronan. If Ronan was forced into a corner and asked to summon Mr. Fantastic to possess him directly, things would be even more serious. The cosmic cube. What is that? Ronan looked at Phil Coulson blankly, and Phil Coulson showed a look of disappointment. It seemed that Ronan did not know what the cosmic cube was at all. It was a secret weapon of SHIELD at the time. But later, there was a small problem and the cosmic cube was lost. Phil Coulson still answered Ronan. In Ronan's view, this little temptation was simply not worth mentioning. Of course, maybe this was not a temptation, but just Phil Coulson's professional reaction. But no matter what, this little trick had no effect on Ronan at all. The secret weapon of your SHIELD and Hydra was lost later. What does this have to do with me? Ronan raised his eyebrows. Normally, his identity has nothing to do with the cosmic cube. Why did Hydra target him? Suddenly, Ronan thought of another thing. Because of Mr. Fantastic. Inside Hydra, they found out through investigation that someone took the cosmic cube after Loki left. And according to the description of the eyewitnesses at the scene, they locked that person on Mr. Fantastic. And you are the only one who can contact Mr. Fantastic. So, Phil Coulson did not continue, but Ronan understood what he meant. Sure enough, Ronan thought of this layer just now. Because Steve Rogers had told him before that SHIELD had already found out that someone had taken the cosmic cube away. Ronan participated in the Battle of the Time Administration agents, so they had no time to erase their memories. So the herdsmen retained their memories at that time. Although I don't know what method Hydra used to find that place. But I have to say that Hydra is indeed very powerful. I see. But they still found the wrong person. That so-called cosmic cube, I have never seen it. As for Mr. Fantastic, he is not my ghost. I can see him anytime. Ronan curled his lips, obviously very dissatisfied with this reason. What does what Mr. Fantastic did have to do with me, Ronan? But this is a style of Hydra. They will not let anyone go. Moreover, their next plan is to kidnap you and lure Mr. Fantastic to appear. Phil Coulson stared at Ronan, trying to observe his reaction. Hearing this, Ronan was stunned at first, and then the expression on his face turned into a helpless laugh. Is this true? What does this have to do with me? Hydra only caught me once last time. Didn't they learn their lesson last time? Are they going to give up their lives again this time? Ronan couldn't understand. Could it be that the annihilation of a team last time didn't make Hydra feel the slightest bit of fear? Or, in their opinion, the value of the cosmic cube is more important than Mr. Fantastic's military deterrence? According to Winslow, they seem to have found a way to deal with Mr. Fantastic. But he doesn't know what the specific method is. According to rumors, this is still a project with a very high confidentiality level. Phil Coulson spread his hands with some regret. He was a little regretful that he didn't ask this point. If Winslow's confidentiality level could be a little higher, maybe Phil Coulson and others could find out more secrets of Hydra. Don't say your shield is too miserable. Not to mention that the internal invasion was so serious, even the confidentiality level was plagiarized. Oh, no, those confidentiality levels of S.H.I.E.L.D. were not also created by Hydra's people, right? Ronan looked at Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson shrugged awkwardly. That's right, this confidentiality system was created when Alexander Pierce was still the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Generally speaking, S.H.I.E.L.D. borrowed other people's rules and regulations. Okay, then just ignore what I said. Since he has made it clear, I'll leave. Ronan stood up from the sofa. He doesn't have to worry about these Hydra strongholds at all. Phil Coulson will definitely take the lead. In addition to maintaining S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibilities in fighting Hydra, they can also find a lot of supplies in these Hydra strongholds. For S.H.I.E.L.D., which is now in a state of disrepair, every box of supplies is very valuable. Not to mention, there is a lot of intelligence. Wait, I want to meet with Mr. Fantastic. What does that person think? Phil Coulson stopped Ronan. It seems that he still has some important things. I tried calling him, but he didn't answer me. So, you might as well tell me what you want to know, and I'll ask him when he replies to me. After all, he is often not on Earth, and is very busy. Ronan shrugged. Mr. Fantastic is not at work today. Besides, he has to go back to do his homework. The surveillance equipment at home has not been removed yet, and Phil Coulson is still here staring at the surveillance screen. Therefore, Ronan cannot use his clone to go home and do his homework. Not often on Earth? Phil Coulson asked back. However, Ronan suddenly covered his mouth, as if he had let something slip. I don't know either. Anyway, I haven't said anything, so don't guess randomly. Anyway, if you want to know something, just tell me directly, and I'll ask for you. Ronan hurriedly covered up. I just want to say this to you, so that you all know that Mr. Fantastic is not so easy to meet. Besides, Ronan has already given Winslow as a gift to S.H.I.E.L.D. The deal between the two parties can be regarded as over. Therefore, whether Ronan will answer Phil Coulson's question or not depends entirely on his mood. Forget it, you should ask him. If he is willing to talk to me, just call me. I'm waiting for you 24 hours a day. Phil Coulson made a phone gesture. Ronan shrugged. He didn't want to know these secrets at all. You will tell it sooner or later anyway. Tell it to Mr. Fantastic. Doesn't it mean to Ronan? Okay, since you want to keep it a secret, I won't ask. But let me be frank, our deal is over. You helped me find out the purpose of Hydra, and I handed Winslow over to you. I believe you can dig out a lot of secrets from him. So, we don't owe each other anything, right? Ronan looked at Phil Coulson with a smile. The meaning of his words was very simple. As for your affairs, it depends on my mood in the future. Phil Coulson also understood the reason. He nodded and told Ronan that he knew. As for Winslow, we will announce to the outside world that his whereabouts have been discovered. You and Mr. Fantastic will not be exposed. Perhaps he suddenly thought of this. Phil Coulson said suddenly. Ronan didn't really care about this. It didn't matter who was responsible for the capture of Winslow. Even if Hydra believed Phil Coulson's words and thought that it was S.H.I.E.L.D. who discovered Winslow, they would not withdraw their surveillance of Ronan. Therefore, these reasons are useless. Because Hydra will definitely not give up on the cosmic cube. By the way, how do you guarantee your safety? Do you need me to send someone to protect you? Just as Ronan walked to the door, Phil Coulson asked again. About Ronan's safety. Ronan has been targeted by Hydra now, and it can be said that he will be in danger at any time. So, how can Ronan solve these dangers? You don't have to worry about this. As his only descended body in the world, my safety has been prepared by that person. As long as I'm in danger, the people who put me in danger will not end up as well as Winslow. After saying that, Ronan smiled at Phil Coulson and turned to leave the room. Listening to Ronan's footsteps getting farther and farther away, Phil Coulson's face showed a rare solemn expression. Although the only descended body in the world only had a few short sentences, they contained a lot of terrifying content. Coupled with the point that Ronan accidentally revealed before, Phil Coulson can be sure that this amazing man is definitely not as simple as he seems. If he is not in the human world, then who can he be? The legendary angel? Or the devil from hell in horror stories? Phil Coulson is not sure about these. He touched the position of his chest, where there was still an extremely terrifying scar. That scar was the fatal wound left when he faced Loki. At the same time, it was also evidence of his death. And now, he has been resurrected, and even knows the secret of resurrecting the dead. For Phil Coulson, his 3 views have been shattered again and again, and he even has a certain immunity. The greatest performance of the legendary angels is just to resurrect the dead, right? Thinking of this, Phil Coulson sighed and looked at the monitor. In the monitor, Ronan was dismantling the surveillance and eavesdropping equipment in his home one by one, and there was an Iron Man figure beside him. Seeing this scene, he could be sure that the relationship between Ronan and Tony Stark was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Tony Ronan, what secrets are hidden behind you? Is it just because of that Mr. Fantastic that you two came together? Or do you two have secrets that outsiders don't know? Phil Coulson muttered to himself. He quietly watched one monitor after another lose signal and finally turned into a full screen of snow. The signal of the monitor was completely interrupted. Thinking of this, he shook his head and took out the mobile phone in his pocket. For things like this, it's useless to think more. If you want to find the secret, you have to find the most critical point among the clues. Unfortunately, it's not the time yet. Grant, I'll send you a location later. Bring a few agents here. We found a Hydra prisoner. After hanging up the phone, Phil Coulson walked to the window and subconsciously looked across. Here, he clearly saw Ronan standing by the window, looking at him with a smile. When the two people's eyes met, Ronan smiled and waved at him, then slowly closed the curtains. New York was shrouded in the night, and dark clouds began to gather. Maybe there will be a heavy snow tonight. The night was getting darker. As the moon gradually disappeared into the dark clouds, the sky also lost its only light. In Stark Tower, Tony Stark, who was lying on the bed and had already entered a dream, suddenly woke up from his dream. He sat up suddenly and opened his eyes instantly. In his eyes, a purple light gradually emerged. As the purple light filled Tony Stark's eyes, a familiar face gradually appeared in his pupils. Dormammu. My dad had some symptoms today, and I was worried all day. Fortunately, I borrowed an antigen from a friend's house at night, and the test result was negative, which made me feel relieved. Sorry, the update is a little late. Chapter 155 New Mutants. The next morning, Ronan carried his small school bag and went to school, as if nothing had happened. According to what Phil Coulson said, S.H.I.E.L.D. would declare itself responsible for the capture of Winslow. Although Ronan felt that this was no different from covering one's ears and stealing a bell. However, he still had to cooperate. Maybe the leaders of Hydra were really naive and believed what Phil Coulson said. When he arrived at the school, Gwen Stacy was already waiting there early as expected. She had her homemade breakfast in her hand. How should I put it? Gwen Stacy might be the perfect type. Not only did she inherit the looks of her parents, but she also inherited her mother's gentle personality. Even in terms of cooking skills, she has at least 80% of her mother's level. At least for breakfast. By the way, last night, I heard from my father that the organization that monitored you last time appeared around your house again. But this time, they seem to have caught Hydra agents. Are you okay? Gwen Stacy talked about the news she heard last night while Ronan was having breakfast. As the police chief of New York City, let alone such a big thing, even if there is any movement in New York City, his father may know everything clearly. Not to mention that S.H.I.E.L.D. arrested someone. It's okay, S.H.I.E.L.D. just caught a Hydra agent. I also saw the arrest scene. Ronan swallowed a bite of sandwich and answered. If he said he didn't know, it would definitely be a lie. After all, it was just across from his house, only one street away. Do you think we misunderstood them at the beginning? Looking at those materials, they seem to be an organization of a country. Even several major countries are involved. Gwen Stacy seemed to remember what happened at that time. Ronan pouted. Misunderstood S.H.I.E.L.D. How should I put it? Maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. can't be blamed for some small things. However, most of the outrageous things were almost all done by them. Thinking of this, Ronan glanced at a black SUV parked more than 100 meters behind him. It was the most classic villain vehicle in American TV series. The car had been following Ronan since he left home, but it didn't get close. As soon as Winslow was arrested last night, they sent new agents to follow Ronan. It can be seen that the speed at which they got the news was probably faster than that of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. TSK. Should we say that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s confidentiality rules are poor, or should we say that Hydra's undercover is fast? Anyway, these people are more vigilant than Winslow, because they even deliberately overtook Ronan for a while, and then changed the license plate 2 streets away, and continued to follow Ronan. If Ronan hadn't used some tricks to mark the car, he would have been fooled by them. By the way, my father gave me an invitation and said there is a party tonight. Do you want to attend? It is said to be a very luxurious party, and there will be several Hollywood stars there. It even seems to have some special surprises. Gwen Stacy seemed to have thought of something and took out an invitation from her pocket. Why does it look so familiar? Ronan looked at the invitation, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked. He took out another identical invitation from his school bag. Hey, did you receive this invitation too? Gwen Stacy looked at Ronan in disbelief. This invitation was from her father, and it was because George Stacy was the director of the New York Police Department that he could get this invitation. But how did Ronan also have it? Could it be that his family background is better than Gwen Stacy's? It's not that I received it, but a friend gave it to me. Ronan looked at the invitation in his hand with a strange look on his face. Didn't Tony Stark say that this invitation was for the legendary party that even children were not allowed to enter? How come George Stacy also received it? Could it be that Ronan suddenly thought of a very popular joke in his previous life? The son-in-law went to the bathhouse to take a bath. Just after taking a bath, he found that his father-in-law also came downstairs, and then they settled the bill together. When they finally settled the bill, they were stunned. The two of them spent a total of 998 yuan. It is known that the son-in-law spent a total of 98 yuan including the ticket and the bath. What project did the father-in-law do? Ahem. Thinking of this, Ronan took a deep breath. Since we all have invitations, why don't we go and take a look tonight? Anyway, tomorrow is the weekend, so just treat it as a weekend party. Ronan changed the subject without leaving a trace. He didn't want the story of his son-in-law and father-in-law going to the bathhouse together to happen again. But he also made a note of George Stacy in his heart. Okay, then we'll go and ask for leave tonight. Then I'll go home to change clothes, and my father will take us there. Gwen Stacy said with a smile. She thought so too. No need to send me there. I can drive there, because after December last year, I have passed the time when I must be accompanied by someone. So, I will drive to pick you up tonight. Ronan took out his driver's license and shook it. Although the United States allows 16-year-olds to take a driver's license, within 1 year of getting a driver's license, someone must accompany them on the road. After December, this rule will no longer apply to Ronan. It seems that the month that passed inexplicably has some benefits. Okay, then I'll wait for you at home tonight. Gwen Stacy smiled and kissed Ronan, and then the two walked into the classroom together under the resentful eyes of countless single dogs. It was another boring day of classes. While Ronan was still in class peacefully, the atmosphere on Steve Rogers' side was completely different. After a night of psychological struggle last night, Steve Rogers made a decision. He would tell others that he had taken back the Cosmic Cube as Ronan said. However, he would not hand over the Cosmic Cube to the government for safekeeping. The reason is very simple. Because Ronan had already said that the man named Thanos was extremely powerful. Even if a senior member of the government took the space stone away, after many rounds of hiding, he might eventually find a safe place. However, anyone who had come into contact with the space stone would definitely die. This was almost a no-brainer. Since Thanos wanted to fulfill his ambition, there was almost no difference between one more person dying and one less person dying. Steve Rogers knew this kind of person very well, even if he was an alien. So, he held an internal meeting first. Not many people participated in the meeting, only 3 people. Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Falcon, who had just joined the Avengers. As Falcon, who helped Steve Rogers a lot in the last mission, he was also agreed to join the Avengers. Become an Avenger. How to say it, at least the equipment on his body can continue to be worn legitimately. Maybe he doesn't know now that he will take over Steve Rogers' shield and become the new Captain America. Everyone, I thought about it all night last night, and I think there is something I need to make clear to you. Seeing the 3 people sitting in the conference room, Steve Rogers took a deep breath. According to Luo Nan, he can share some information with others, but the only thing he can't reveal is about the future, including Thanos' name. Captain, you are so serious. Black Widow, who had just experienced life and death with Steve Rogers and kissed him several times, said with a smile. If you say that there is no in-depth communication between the 2 of them, Luo Nan doesn't believe it. After all, everyone is an adult and not married. It is normal to relieve stress on impulse. You look like us running by the lake now. What Falcon wanted to express was the pressure that Steve Rogers brought to him. After all, every time he was overtaken by Steve Rogers, he would say, on your left. Who can stand this? This is the biggest ridicule. Although I want to make a joke with everyone, what I'm going to say next is not a joke. Steve Rogers shook his head, without a smile on his face. Seeing his expression, the 3 people who were smiling at first also changed their faces instantly. There are probably very few things that can make Steve Rogers become like this. Boom. Steve Rogers did not rush to explain what happened, but put a box on the table first. He opened the box, then turned it 180 degrees, and showed the contents of the box to others. When they saw the contents of the box, Black Widow and Hawkeye were both stunned. Cosmic Cube. Didn't Loki take this thing away? Why is it back again? Hawkeye looked at Steve Rogers in disbelief. At that time, Loki used the Cosmic Cube to escape, which was seen by many people. Since the New York incident, the Cosmic Cube has been marked as lost by S.H.I.E.L.D. They have been tracking it for so long, but in the end there is no news. Unexpectedly, today, Steve Rogers suddenly took it out. This troublesome thing again. Why do I feel a headache just by seeing it? Black Widow rubbed her temples. She had a deep memory of this thing at the time. It was also because of it that humans saw what aliens looked like for the first time. Wait. What on earth is this? Why have I never heard of it? Falcon asked hurriedly. He was the last one to join here, and he did not participate in the Battle of New York, so it was normal that he did not know about this thing. However, Steve Rogers waved his hand. There is no rush to explain this. After all, this thing is not a good thing. What I want to tell you is that, although the Cosmic Cube is back in our hands, troubles have also come. Steve Rogers recalled the words Luo Nan taught him, and polished them himself. Troubles? Isn't it another alien invasion? Black Widow frowned. When she saw the Cosmic Cube now, she would think of aliens. Even though she had experienced many battles, she had only encountered aliens once. You guessed it right, but you only guessed half right. With the help of a friend, I found the Cosmic Cube last night, but I also learned some bad news. There is a very powerful alien who has set his sights on the Cosmic Cube, and he will come to Earth, and his target is the Cosmic Cube. Steve Rogers told these people the most important part. Although he was vague, this was all he could reveal. Friend? What friend is so powerful? Black Widow asked first. This friend doesn't want to reveal his identity, and you don't know him. But what is certain is that the things about that alien are very accurate. Steve Rogers shook his head, and he would not reveal Luo Nan's identity. Then when will this alien arrive on Earth? Do we need to fight immediately? Although he didn't know what the Cosmic Cube was, Falcon seemed a little excited when he heard about the alien. He had never fought an alien before, so he seemed a little eager to try. However, Hawkeye and Black Widow were not as happy as he was. I don't know when, maybe a few years, maybe a few months, maybe tomorrow. But I can be sure that the alien will definitely come. Because I saw it. Steve Rogers took a deep breath. and said something that shocked the three people present. He saw it? Captain, do you mean that you saw the future? Hawkeye was a little incredible. Although in those legends, there are many people who can see through the future, and even in some folk sayings, people hundreds or thousands of years ago have predicted the current world. However, those are just legends. And there are also artificial exaggerations and overinterpretations. However, now, Steve Rogers standing in front of them told them that he saw the future? No, I didn't see the future. I just saw some small fragments. The source is this cosmic cube. Steve Rogers, according to Ronan, put all the responsibility on the cosmic cube. On the Hydra side, since they can use a mind scepter to create two mutants, it is normal for the cosmic cube to predict the future. Anyway, they don't know what the cosmic cube is. According to Ronan, since the news was to be made public without anyone knowing, the best way was to let Hydra know. At least, Hydra should know that the cosmic cube was in the hands of the Avengers. The more people spread it, the higher the level of confidentiality, and eventually the lie would become true. Of course, Steve Rogers himself didn't know the latter part. Although I don't believe that anyone can see the so-called future, but if it's what you said, Captain, then I'm willing to believe it. Hawkeye exhaled lightly. He still believed in Steve Rogers' character. At least, he had no reason to lie to them in this regard. So, what do we need to do now? Hide the cosmic cube well, and then actively prepare for war during this period, waiting for the arrival of the alien? Black Widow continued to ask. The cosmic cube must be hidden, and active preparations must also be made. It can be said that the next task of our Avengers is to protect the cosmic cube, even if it costs his own life. Steve Rogers looked very serious, and he had made up his mind. For a soldier who had fought on the battlefield for so long, he naturally understood what this meant. Just as Ronan had said to him at the time, this might cost him his life. But Steve Rogers felt that, if he lost his life for protecting the Earth, it would be what he wanted. Perhaps, he did not die in the glacier at that time. Maybe God made him wait for this day. The reason I told you is not to force you to join me. Because I know, and you know, that if we really want to protect this thing, then we will most likely lose our lives. So, if anyone is unwilling, you can leave now. Because next, it will involve some very confidential matters. Steve Rogers looked at the three people present. These three people are already the three most powerful people in the Avengers. Although the others were carefully selected, most of them can only do some peripheral work. To really participate in the battle, it still depends on these few people. Captain, what you said is a bit redundant. When we were on that spaceship, it was almost like death. Falcon was the first to express his opinion. The reason why he joined the Avengers was not because of this name. He wanted to fight side by side with Steve Rogers. That's even more true for me, Captain. You know, I'm alone, and there's nothing to worry about. Black Widow shrugged and looked at Hawkeye, because she knew that among these people, only Hawkeye had formed a family and even had his own children. It's just that these are things that outsiders don't know. Don't look at me. I was a warrior before, and I'm still a warrior now. Hawkeye shook his head. If he wanted to retire, he would retire after the dissolution of S.H.I.E.L.D. But he didn't choose to do that. Looking at the three team members in front of him, Steve Rogers also smiled. It was because of them that Steve Rogers felt that he had the ability to do this. He took a deep breath and hid the smile on his face again. Okay, since everyone agrees, then I hope you can keep the next thing confidential. Because this matter is related to a very important plan. Hydra. In an underground base, Baron Strucker, wearing a monocle on his right eye, was looking at the monitor with satisfaction. In the monitor, there were two people, a man and a woman, doing some incredible actions in the cell. The man was moving in the cell at a speed that could not be calculated at all. From time to time, he would bump into the wall of the cell and be forced to stop. As for the other woman, she was sitting quietly in the cell, fiddling with a toy with her hands. The strange thing was that her hands did not touch the toy, but the toy slowly rose into the air within the range of her hands. No matter which picture it was, it would be incomprehensible to normal people. Baron. At this moment, a voice behind him interrupted Baron Strucker. Drive Lister, are the experimental results out? Baron Strucker did not look back, but looked at the monitor in front of him with an intoxicated face. These are the 2 works he is most satisfied with. No one else. The experimental results are out. All the test subjects who were injected with the blood of 2 people died without exception. And the way of death was very strange. For those who were injected with Petro's blood, the cells in their bodies aged at an extremely fast rate within a few minutes, and then eventually necrotized. And the test subjects who were injected with Wanda's blood stopped breathing the moment of injection. We didn't even have time to determine the cause of death of those test subjects. Dr. Lister reported the contents of the experiment to him. Baron Strucker did not show the slightest surprise about the result of the experiment, because they had seen this situation many times. What was the result of the new batch of human transformation plan? Baron Strucker asked another thing. Most of them failed. Dr. Lister seemed to pause deliberately when he said this. Hearing this, Baron Strucker, who was originally very calm, suddenly turned around. What do you mean by most of them failed? He asked. There was one person who did not die, but survived. But he also looked like an idiot who had lost all consciousness. Only. At this point, Dr. Lister seemed unable to continue. Only what? Baron Strucker grabbed Dr. Lister's collar. There seemed to be unspeakable excitement in his eyes. Only after seeing people, his eyes will follow people. It seems that he is very eager for people. Dr. Lister didn't know what he was talking about, because that was the fact. Only when he saw humans would the idiot stop mumbling and raise his head. He stared at the experimenter with both eyes throughout the whole process. Very eager for humans? Baron Strucker put down Dr. Lister's collar, turned his head, and looked at the monitor, as if thinking about something. Dr. Lister did not dare to say much, but just listened quietly. After a long time, Baron Strucker finally spoke. Since he is interested in humans, give him a human. I want to know what kind of abilities he can have. Dr. Lister took the order and left. In this base, what Baron Strucker said was no different from God. As long as he wants, there is nothing he can't do, not to mention a few lives. Baron Strucker raised his head and fixed his eyes on the monitor again. Captain America, Bruce Banner, Iron Man, and the most mysterious supreme being. If you encounter these works of mine, what will you do? Chapter 156 The Terrifying Mutant. Sir, Dr. Lister, please access the monitor. Just as Baron Strucker was imagining the surprised expressions of the superheroes, a researcher next to him interrupted his fantasy. Baron Strucker glanced at him, but still nodded. Connected in. With his order, the picture on the original monitor switched to another place. A thin white man was sitting in the cell with a dull look in his eyes, and he seemed to be muttering something. His eyes were always fixed on the floor of the cell, and his body would twitch from time to time. Let's start. Baron Strucker picked up the intercom and gave an order. Soon, in another monitor, the door of the cell was opened, and a ragged woman was pushed into the cell. The woman who was pushed into the cell had messy steps, and the shackles on her feet kept making crisp sounds. She was very scared and held the wall, not daring to get close to the man at all. And the man didn't know, when he stopped muttering those languages that others couldn't understand. The dull eyes also seemed a little smart. His eyes were fixed on the woman's body, and Baron Strucker saw greed in his pupils. No, it should be said that he was hungry. The next second, the man pounced on the woman like a hungry wolf. The woman, who was not prepared, was thrown to the ground and screamed. Go stop him. The voice of Dr. Lister came from the other end of the communicator. No, don't stop him. I want to see what he will do. Baron Strucker directly rejected Dr. Lister's order. Here, he is the highest leader. Hearing this, the Hydra soldiers who were about to rush into the cell stopped their actions. They all looked at the cell, as if they wanted to know what would happen next. But the next scene shocked everyone present. The man opened his bloody mouth and bit the woman's neck fiercely. Then he shook his head hard, and a piece of meat mixed with a lot of blood was torn off by him. The woman immediately let out a fierce wail. The wailing did not arouse Baron Strucker's sympathy. He widened his eyes and looked at the monitor with excitement. The man lowered his head, making a ho-ho sound from his mouth, and blood flowed out of his mouth. From the monitor's picture, it can be clearly seen that the man's body was trembling slightly, as if he was in extreme excitement. If it were a normal person, how could he have such a strong bite force to achieve such a degree? This is simply not a human, but like a bloodthirsty beast. Perhaps stimulated by the taste of blood, the man looked up to the sky and howled, and the next second he pounced on the woman again. Just like this, in less than 10 minutes, this man actually completely solved this living woman. Even, there was no complete corpse left. If it weren't for the blood sprayed in the cell and the messy footsteps on the ground, no one would have thought that there was another living person in the cell 10 minutes ago. Baron Strucker's eyes were fixed on the screen, because he clearly saw that the man on the screen began to change physically. The originally thin body actually began to swell slowly. Although the expansion was not large, he had indeed gained weight. The clothes that were originally very loose were no longer so loose, and the whole person gave people the feeling that he had changed from a malnourished thin man to an adult with a normal body shape. Seeing such a change in the man, Baron Strucker's eyes became more excited. "What's his name?" Baron Strucker asked into the communicator. "Sir, his name is Barrett, and he is a prisoner from a small country." Dr. Lister replied immediately. "Barrett?" Hearing this name, Baron Strucker couldn't help laughing. What a good name. Give him another man. This time it should be stronger, at least stronger than him. Baron Strucker said into the communicator again. Yes. In less than 3 minutes, another black man with shackles came over. Although this black man was not strong, at least in terms of body shape, this black man was taller than Barrett. Untie his shackles, and give him a knife. And tell him that, if he agrees to Barrett, he will be free. This time, Baron Strucker made it more difficult for Barrett. In his opinion, if he couldn't even deal with a man with a knife, even if he had any special abilities, he would be a waste. Waste has no value to be used. So, if you want to survive, you have to prove that you are valuable. The Hydra soldiers obeyed Baron Strucker's orders, not only untied the black man's shackles, but also handed him a dagger. As the black man listened to the soldier's words, his originally confused eyes gradually became brighter. The cell door opened, and the black man walked in slowly. This time was completely different from the last time. The woman before had no hints, and even in terms of strength and stature, she was no match for Barrett. And this black man not only got a promise that he could leave the prison by defeating Barrett, he even had a stronger body than Barrett and a dagger as a weapon. So, not only in terms of combat effectiveness, women and blacks are not at the same level. In terms of spirit, the black man who could leave the cell by defeating or killing Barrett would have a better chance of survival. If there is hope, one will fight for his life. Baron Strucker supported the table with both hands, and his eyes unconsciously moved closer to the monitor. He didn't want to miss any details. The black man walked into the cell with a dagger in his right hand and the wall in his left hand. The dagger was always in front of him, and he was always on guard against Barrett's every move. When he saw the black man with a weapon coming in, Barrett did not pounce on him as he did before. It can be seen that he seemed to be observing. Record. Subject number 37 did not lose all his wisdom, but retained some instincts. Facing the unarmed woman, he pounced directly. Facing the man with a weapon, he did not step forward immediately, but observed. The voice of Dr. Lister sounded in the communicator. As a person who has been conducting experiments for many years, Baron Strucker can naturally discover what he can discover. The experimenter on the side quickly recorded Dr. Lister's words. In the cell, Barrett's eyes were fixed on the black man. No matter where the black man went, his eyes followed him. In those purple eyes, there seemed to be a hint of bloodthirstiness. Let them hurry up. However, Baron Stark did not have so much patience. As he said this, the Hydra soldiers outside the cell immediately shouted into the cell. After hearing the shouting, the black man in the cell was obviously a little anxious. He took steps and began to slowly approach Barrett. Barrett did not retreat at all, and even grinned, showing a provocative smile to the black man. The black man seemed to be angered by this provocative smile, and directly stabbed Barrett with a dagger. The momentum was very fierce. However, the black man never expected that Barrett would not dodge and rush towards him. The dagger stabbed into Barrett's heart fiercely, but Barrett also clamped the black man's arms with both hands, opened his mouth, and bit the man's shoulder fiercely, biting off a piece of the black man's flesh. The black man screamed, raised his foot suddenly, and kicked Barrett away. Barrett hit the wall, and the meat in his mouth fell to the ground without biting it. But Barrett didn't look at the black man at all, but lay on the ground at the first time, like a group of hungry wolves. He didn't even care about the wound on his chest that was bleeding. Seeing this scene, the black man opened his mouth wide, a little bit unbelievable. Even without the sound, Baron Strucker could know what he said. What the fu *k? Compared with this, Baron Strucker valued Barrett more. Because when Barrett stood up again, the knife wound on his chest was slowly recovering. In less than 10 seconds, the skin on his chest had recovered as before. If it weren't for the blood flowing from his chest, no one would know that he had been injured. Really, it's exciting. Looking at the picture on the monitor, Baron Stark's excitement was beyond words. He could hardly hold back his excitement. Soon, the picture on the monitor changed again. The black man took the initiative to attack again, and the dagger in his hand changed position this time. This time, he no longer attacked Barrett's chest, but Barrett's neck. The neck is also one of the most vulnerable parts of humans. As long as the trachea is cut, no matter how strong you are, you will suffocate to death in a very short time. This time, he still succeeded, and the dagger in his hand stabbed into Barrett's neck fiercely. But this time Barrett did not give him a chance to break free. He clamped the black man's body tightly with both hands and threw him against the opposite wall. As the two people hit the wall fiercely, Barrett opened his mouth again and bit the black man's neck fiercely. Ah! The black man's scream came again. But the bitten black man did not give up. He raised the dagger again and stabbed it again and again. The severe pain prevented him from fully aiming at Barrett's neck. However, almost every time he stabbed Barrett's neck, his knife almost penetrated the vicinity of Barrett's neck. The scarlet blood directly dyed the clothes of both parties red. However, every time the black man pulled out the dagger, the wound would begin to repair rapidly. And with every bite of Barrett's flesh and blood, the recovery speed of the wound was also accelerating. Time passed by minute. Even if the black man tried his best, the dagger stabbed into Barrett's body at least dozens of times. However, Barrett not only had no intention of letting him go, but even bit him harder and harder. Finally, after 3 minutes, the black man completely dropped his arm. He widened his eyes and looked at the opposite wall blankly. At this time, he had lost his breath. After a few minutes, Barrett was the only one left in the cell again. And Barrett actually changed again. His clothes were blown up by his bulging body. His height, which was originally just over 1.7 meters, suddenly grew to about 1.9 meters. His angular muscle lines and sharp teeth, when he opened his mouth. His fingertips began to slowly grow longer, and the tips of his nails became extremely sharp. The wounds on his body had long disappeared, and even the traces left by the previous experiments had disappeared. Perfect. It's so perfect. Baron Strucker was extremely excited when he saw Barrett changing in front of him. This terrifying recovery ability. As long as there is flesh and blood, it seems that Barrett can recover infinitely. However, just when Baron Strucker was extremely excited, Barrett suddenly screamed and knelt on the ground. He held his head with both hands and looked extremely painful. What's going on? Baron Strucker's face changed suddenly. However, the next second, an even more unbelievable scene happened. On Barrett's back, an extremely sharp object slowly emerged from his body. Ah! Barrett screamed fiercely, and he fell to his knees, as if what happened at this moment made him extremely painful. Puff! A white bone spur actually emerged from Barrett's back. Then, the second, third, and fourth bone spurs emerged. Each time a large amount of flesh and blood came out. And Barrett's screams would also rise. Until the sixth bone spur completely emerged, Barrett's screams gradually weakened. On his back, 3 bone spurs on each row on the left and right were suddenly exposed to the air, and Barrett seemed to have been drained of all his strength, kneeling on the ground and panting heavily. His height, which had originally risen to 1.9 meters, also shrank back to 1.7 meters. Even the body, that had just swelled up, also returned to the malnourished state. However, Baron Strucker's eyes became brighter and brighter. He is still evolving. Baron Strucker clenched his fists tightly, and he didn't even notice that his fingers pierced his palms. His whole body was trembling, and he was in ecstasy. Quick, continue to add prisoners to him. I want to see how far he can evolve. Remember, gradually strengthen the prisoner's physical fitness, and even give them a gun. Baron Strucker picked up the communicator and ordered Dr. Lister. Soon, one prisoner after another was brought into the cell. What happened before happened again in the cell. Even though the gunshots continued, the screams continued. The blood had dyed the entire cell red. Looking at Barrett's continuous evolution, Baron Strucker's mouth gradually revealed a crazy smile. "Sir, there is the latest intelligence." At this time, a soldier came to Baron Strucker's side. His appearance also interrupted Baron Strucker's admiration. Baron Strucker turned around angrily, grabbed the soldier's neck, and lifted him up. "Waste, who told you to disturb me at this time? If your news doesn't satisfy me, I'll throw you in two." He pointed at the monitor, and the anger in his voice was clearly audible. The soldier shuddered. He had seen how terrifying Barrett was. No one who walked in came out alive. I said. "News came from New York. Talk about the Cosmic Cube." "There is news about the Cosmic Cube. Steve Rogers has found the Cosmic Cube and has kept it. Keep it." The Hydra soldier was so scared that he trembled when he spoke. Hearing this news, the anger on Baron Strucker's face stagnated slightly. The hand that was pinching the Hydra soldier loosened. "Cosmic Cube. I didn't expect that the Cosmic Cube would appear," Baron Strucker muttered to himself. Many people inside Hydra believed that the Cosmic Cube was taken away by Mr. Fantastic. So, they have been monitoring Ronan. But now, Steve Rogers has brought the Cosmic Cube back. Where did the news come from? Baron Strucker looked at the Hydra soldier. "It was sent by the agent in New York. We have an agent who is still hiding inside S.H.I.E.L.D. He got the news from inside S.H.I.E.L.D. The Hydra soldier answered quickly. He was afraid that, if he answered slowly, he would really become Barrett's food. "S.H.I.E.L.D. Humph, do you still want to struggle?" Hearing the name S.H.I.E.L.D., Baron Strucker couldn't help but snorted coldly. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. at its peak was riddled with holes by their invasion, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was almost turned into a branch base of Hydra. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra doesn't even take it seriously. Go tell the person in charge in New York and let him find out whether the news is true. If it is true, let him find the hiding place of the Cosmic Cube and bring it back to me, Baron Strucker ordered. The Hydra soldier nodded repeatedly, but soon, he hesitated again. "Why, is there anything else?" Baron Strucker frowned again. No, it's still about New York. The person in charge there wants to ask, do we need to continue monitoring the man named Ronan? After all, there is news about the Cosmic Cube now. The Hydra soldier said hurriedly. Ronan. When he heard this name, Baron Strucker couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Let him continue to monitor, and let him kidnap this Ronan recently. The news from Steve Rogers is most likely a smoke screen. We can't just trust him. So, we still have to continue investigating from Mr. Fantastic. And this Ronan is our key. After saying that, Baron Strucker turned his head again, and looked at the monitor. The Hydra soldier didn't ask any more questions this time, and quickly turned around and left here. He was really worried that, if he asked one more question, he might not be able to save his life. At this time, the monitor showed the contents of 3 cells. Pietro, wearing a tights, was still hitting the wall at a very fast speed, and Wanda was still playing with the toys in her hand. On the last monitor, Barrett was still continuing his feast. Looking at the 3 images in front of him, Baron Strucker also showed a bright smile on his face. These were his 3 most proud works. These 3 people were all mutants transformed by the Mind Scepter without exception. Each of them had different abilities. It was foreseeable that the Mind Scepter was very powerful, even though they had not yet researched its true ability. However, the previous intelligence said that when Loki held the Mind Scepter, he could control other people's thoughts. Although they have not yet discovered this step, Baron Strucker believes that, as long as they continue to study, they will soon be able to figure out how Loki operated at that time. Before that, he wanted to create some more satisfactory works. Drive Lister, release anesthetics into Barrett's cell. Remember to increase the dosage. Then conduct blood draws and slice experiments, and finally bring the experimental results to me. Baron Strucker picked up the communicator and instructed Dr. Lister again. Soon, a cloud of smoke came out from each air outlet on the monitor. With this amount of anesthetic, an elephant would not be able to survive. Even with this level of anesthetic, Barrett actually held on for more than 30 seconds before gradually falling to the ground under the influence of the anesthetic. As he fell to the ground, he waited for another half a minute before several soldiers wearing gas masks opened the cell door and walked in. They skillfully took out various medical instruments and began to draw blood from Barrett. Not only did they draw blood, they also cut off a piece of Barrett's teeth, the bone spurs on his back, and the sharp nails on his hands. These things were extremely hard, and in the end they even used a cutting machine. In addition, a lot of Barrett's skin tissue was also collected. It can be said that Hydra is definitely the world's top in terms of experiments. Watching these Hydra soldiers walk out of the cell door in an orderly manner, Baron Strucker was thinking about another thing. He was not thinking about Barrett. His thoughts were deeper than this. If Barrett's recovery ability could be used and transplanted to Hydra soldiers, then would he have a large number of soldiers who could recover quickly? Just some small food. In this way, no matter what kind of battle, as long as the soldiers don't die, they can recover quickly. If it can't be transplanted to the soldiers, can it be made into some medicines that can quickly restore the soldiers' physical strength and injuries after taking them? This is what Baron Strucker was thinking. Thinking about it, the corners of his mouth began to curl up slightly. Steve, when we meet next time, I'll let you see what the power of Hydra is. Chapter 157. Do you want to infer the space gem? Hydra was crazy, and Ronan was not to be outdone. Of course, the madness of the two seemed to be different. After class, Ronan drove his own car and brought Gwen Stacy to the party venue. This is a very high-end wealthy area, and almost all the people who can live here are rich or noble. Of course, there has always been a legend here. That is, all Homeowners must be white by default. Although this rumor has been clarified many times, the reality is that there is no black person living here. If someone wants to sell the house here, no matter how high the black buyer's bid is, or how suitable the conditions are, he will not get the house here. There have been several times when some black bosses and stars wanted to settle here. Unfortunately, in the end they all failed to buy for inexplicable reasons. One of the most outrageous reasons is that a black buyer is a vegetarian, and the reason given by the homeowner is that he hates vegetarians very much. So, the house was sold to another buyer who bid lower than him. Well, the buyer who bid lower is white. How to describe this situation? It's like the video Ronan saw in his previous life. A man, in front of a group of protesting vegetarians, ate barbecue with relish. And while eating, he praised how delicious the meat was. Although this analogy is a bit inappropriate, the feeling is similar. Very cool. So, when Ronan and Gwen Stacy drove to the gate of the villa, it can be clearly seen that the security guard first glanced at the people in the car, and when he confirmed that there was nothing black, except the black interior, he asked Ronan about his purpose. Ronan took out the invitation and stated his identity. Well, consultant of Stark Group. Although the security guard was very suspicious that he could be a consultant of Stark Group at this age. However, the invitation in Ronan's hand was not fake. After confirming again and again that there were only two of them, the security guard let him go. How to say it, there are actually many such cases in the whole United States, but most of them will not be exposed. You can even see some Asian faces here, and you can't even see a little bit of black. The security here is so strong. Almost all of them are armed. Gwen Stacy spoke up after leaving the security's hearing range. Because when she checked the invitation just now, she saw the pistol on the security guard's waist. There are even heavy weapons hidden in the house. Let's put it this way, the weapons of these private security companies may be more violent than those of the police. If they can escape an RPG, you don't need to be too surprised. Ronan shrugged, this is very real. Because most of these security companies are composed of veterans and mercenaries. Apart from anything else, just in terms of body shape, these people have at least 6 abdominal muscles. Compared with those fat policemen in New York, their combat effectiveness is not at the same level. Not to mention the training they have received. Many of them have even killed people on the battlefield and survived successfully. It can be said that these people are already very outstanding in the human category. I've only heard about it before, but I didn't expect it to be true. I don't think we should come here. Gwen Stacy stuck out her tongue. As smart as she was, she could naturally guess what kind of wealth the people who were served by such security services had. Although she was also raised in a honeypot, compared to these people, her family was not even a drop in the bucket. Just think of it as coming out to see the world. Look at me, I just came out like this. Ronan opened his hands and showed his clothes. The clothes on his body added up to more than $10,000. Although this number sounds scary, if Ronan wanted to come in wearing this clothes without an invitation, he would probably be kicked out directly. $10,000? Add another zero and maybe people would consider it. Of course, Ronan didn't deliberately play the pig to eat the tiger. He is not the protagonist in those new media articles. He is obviously a capable person, but he insists on wearing shorts and t-shirts to attend the party. Then he was provoked by some ignorant rich second generations and finally revealed his identity as the Dragon King and slapped the rich second generations in the face. Ronan felt embarrassed just thinking about that scene. The 3-bedroom and 1 living room were all built. After driving for another 10 minutes, Ronan finally arrived at the venue of the party. Just like before, there were also security personnel and service personnel outside this extremely exaggerated villa. The service personnel were mainly responsible for entertaining people with invitations, while the security personnel were mainly responsible for entertaining people without invitations. The division of labor was reasonable and very clear. When the car drove to the door, Ronan stopped the car and handed the invitation in his hand to a man who looked like a butler. Then he got out of the car and handed the car keys to the parking attendant next to him. "Hello, sir. You are holding the invitations of Tony Stark and George Stacy, but you two don't seem to be the guests on the invitation," the butler asked politely while holding the invitation. Butlers who look down on people like those in TV dramas rarely appear in reality. Because who knows if there are any guests who look ordinary but actually have amazing backgrounds among the guests who come to the party. After all, not every second generation needs to be so dazzling. Gwen Stacy on the side even tugged at his sleeve and couldn't help but glared at Ronan. The meaning was obvious. "Why didn't you tell me that you knew Tony Stark?" And Ronan gave her a look in return. "Let's talk about it when we get back. It seems that you are not that famous in New York yet. Even if you use my invitation, people will stop you and ask you questions." Tony Stark looked at Ronan and teased with a smile. He forgot how powerful Ronan's mouth was. "Yeah, in terms of popularity, I can't compare to the famous Iron Man. After all, Iron Man is the favorite of thousands of women." Ronan raised his eyebrows at Tony Stark. As for Tony Stark's reputation, it's better not to talk about it. Anyway, those who know won't say it, and those who don't know can also learn something from the newspaper. Gwen Stacy on the side almost exclaimed. "So, is it really okay? TSK, so what? Doesn't that mean I'm attractive? Unlike some people who are still virgins at this age." Before Tony Stark finished the last word, he suddenly remembered that there was a lady here. Moreover, she was an underage lady. It might be a bit inappropriate to say these words. "Forget it. Since your girlfriend is here, I won't bother with you. Pepper." Tony Stark waved his hand behind him. Pepper Potts heard his words, smiled apologetically at the people around him, and then walked over here. As Tony Stark's girlfriend, and a strong woman who controls the Stark group, she will always be surrounded by attention. "Ronan, see you again." Pepper Potts walked to Tony Stark's side and gently took his arm. "Let me introduce you. This is Ronan's girlfriend, Gwen Stacy. She is also the beloved daughter of Mr. George Stacy, the commissioner of the New York Police Department." Tony Stark introduced Pepper Potts. When she heard that this was Ronan's girlfriend, Pepper Potts' eyes lit up. Compared to the latter's identity, she seemed to care more about the former's identity. "Hello, Miss Stacy. Nice to meet you." Pepper Potts walked up to Gwen Stacy and gently took her hand. "Miss Potts, just call me Gwen." Gwen Stacy was still immersed in the matter of why does Ronan seem to have such a good relationship with Tony Stark. If they were just acquaintances, they wouldn't have chatted so much before. But if they were so close, why hadn't I heard Ronan talk about this before? "Then just call me Pepper. Come on, I'll take you in and let them talk." Pepper Potts took Gwen Stacy's hand and looked at Ronan. Ronan smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Pepper." Although according to age, These two people can be uncles and aunts of Ronan and Gwen Stacy. But it doesn't count that way. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Ronan turned his head and looked at Tony Stark. "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Ronan asked with a smile. "How do you know I have something to talk to you about?" Tony Stark was stunned. How did Ronan know before he even opened his mouth? "You asked Pepper to get Gwen out of the way. As long as I have normal IQ and EQ, I would know that you have something to do. So hurry up and tell me. I haven't had dinner yet." Ronan glanced at the buffet over there, looking eager. "It's not that there is anything good here, he is just simply hungry. According to your plan, Steve has spread the news today. Now not only SHIELD, but even Capitol Hill already knows that the Cosmic Cube is in Steve's hands. And your guess is right. They really tried to take the Cosmic Cube away." Tony Stark glanced around and found that there was no one around before he said this. "So, what did Steve choose in the end?" Ronan was a little curious about this. What else can he choose? He didn't agree to that group of people. But it is foreseeable that in the future, if Steve can't find a suitable reason, I'm afraid that the group on Capitol Hill will keep looking for him. After all, the Avengers is no longer an official organization, but a private organization. Even if Capitol Hill often tacitly agrees that we have some special rights. Tony Stark shrugged. In fact, in his opinion, he still supports Steve Rogers. After all, once this Cosmic Cube falls into the hands of the group on Capitol Hill, they will definitely continue to study it. The consequences of that research, I'm afraid no one can bear it. Then it depends on Steve's own ability. You were able to refuse to hand over your Iron Man suit at the beginning. I think Steve is also capable of refusing to hand over the Cosmic Cube. Ronan smiled. This scene can be said to be familiar. A few years ago, when Iron Man appeared in front of the world, Tony Stark was ordered to hand over the Iron Man suit. However, in the end, relying on his own ability, he finally kept the Iron Man suit in his hands. Now, it depends on what Steve Rogers chooses in the end. It's difficult. But there is something I think you can help me with. After all, you are my personal consultant now. Tony Stark blinked at Ronan, his excitement overflowing. It can be seen that he seems to have a new idea. What is it? Ronan raised his eyebrows. I heard you say before that your responsibility is to protect the Earth from invasion by enemies from non-real dimensions. Although I don't know what method you use, your work has given me some new ideas. The way you protect the Earth is nothing more than something like a magnetic field or a protective shield, but with a little mysticism added. Tony Stark bumped Ronan's shoulder, wanting to know if this is the case. But Ronan did not answer him. Even if Tony Stark guessed right, the three temples in New York, London and Hong Kong are connected to form a protective network that protects the Earth. In a way, Tony Stark is actually right. Then what? What is your new idea? Ronan did not intend to answer Tony Stark's question. After all, this is a relatively confidential matter in Kamitage, and Ronan will not speak casually. My idea is very simple, which is to build an iron core. The so-called iron core is the combat robots I made using slightly inferior materials. Jarvis will control these robots. Once there is an alien invasion or something like that anywhere in the world, my iron core will be dispatched at the first time. At least in the first time, these combat robots can hold back the enemy and wait for our arrival. Tony Stark blinked. He felt that his idea was absolutely amazing. Controlled by artificial intelligence and able to defend itself and respond at the first time. No matter how you think about it, it feels like a good idea. Ronan, who was listening on the side, had his eyelids twitching. Why did he feel that these words sounded so familiar? Don't tell me you plan to build the kind of bases you said all over the world. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. He always felt that something incredible was going to happen. Of course, since you said that the other day, I have already started to prepare. But it's not in that kind of big city. It's basically some small countries, but it can radiate many surrounding countries. Small countries like these are easy to deal with. Just make some investment and then negotiate with the local government and the base can be established. If nothing goes wrong, it will take about a year to build it. Tony Stark looked very proud. Ronan on the side was a little hesitant to speak. According to common sense, Tony Stark's idea is absolutely genius. In terms of mobility and protection of the Earth, it can be said to be a very good way. Moreover, he has money. Since he is willing to do so, no one can stop Tony Stark from using money. This is a good thing after all. But Ronan thinks that things are going to be serious. Because in his memory, it will not be long before Hydra's base in Sokovia will be discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. led by Phil Coulson. Then, Phil Coulson will tell Mariah Hill the news. Mariah Hill will also forward this information to the Avengers, and finally the Avengers will solve this base. In fact, the story is nothing here, but the important thing is that in this base, there happens to be a thing called Mind Scepter. Well, it's the Mind Stone. After they brought the Mind Scepter back, Tony Stark suddenly had an idea and wanted to create an AI with human intelligence. Then, Ronan doesn't need to say much about the following story. Tony Stark in the original plot only established the Iron Legion in his home and some other places. Ultron also controlled this batch of robots. But now, because Ronan informed Tony Stark about Thanos in advance, therefore, Tony Stark increased his investment in the Iron Legion, and he even planned to build a national defense system. It was a mess, and the entire northwest of Shanxi was in chaos. What Ronan could imagine was what happened when Ultron could control the entire Iron Legion on the Earth. Damn. Have you ever considered whether this matter is a bit troublesome? After all, once we enter the airspace of other countries, will those countries be willing? Ronan thought about it and found a reason that was not a reason to dissuade Tony Stark. He couldn't tell Tony Stark that he will cause a big disaster in the near future and finally cause the entire Sokovia to take off. I'm afraid that Tony Stark would not believe it if he said it out loud, right? Don't worry, I can handle all these things. After all, I can reach an agreement with them. As long as there is no alien invasion, we will not enter their airspace. If the aliens come, they will definitely beg us for help. Just like last time in London. Tony Stark smiled. These problems are basically not a problem for him. Ronan pulled the corners of his mouth. He wanted to open Tony Stark's brain to see what was inside so that he could come up with such a good idea. By the way, I have another thing that needs your help. Tony Stark seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Ronan narrowed his eyes. Wouldn't this Tony Stark want to do something again? Last time you told me that the new element in the arc reactor came from the space stone you mentioned. Then if I convert the energy generated by this element, can I achieve the same ability as the space stone? For example, long distance transmission? Tony Stark looked at Ronan as if he was expecting something. Ronan opened his mouth. He didn't expect Tony Stark to pay attention to this. Don't look at me, I don't know. I only know that the new element in your arc reactor is an isotope of a new element. You must know more about scientific matters than me. Ronan waved his hands. He couldn't even imagine this. In the Marvel universe, Tony Stark and his team used technology to create the Infinity Gauntlet and snapped their fingers, and it even worked. It's not impossible for Tony Stark to use the isotopes of the new element to infer the ability of the Space Stone. Who makes this world so mysterious? People say that the end of science is metaphysics, but in this universe, there is no need for an end. Now science and metaphysics seem to be connected. So, who knows what will happen next? The current situation has completely deviated from the story Ronan knew. The flapping wings of his little butterfly have begun to cause visible effects to the naked eye. Forget it, although it's a bit troublesome, it's not that there is no clue. Wait until I go back to study it. I will notify you as soon as I have news. Tony Stark touched his chin. He didn't think Ronan could help him much in this research. He asked this question just to confirm it. Ronan's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. No, to be more precise, he felt uneasy for Thanos. Once Tony Stark was able to infer a capability similar to space technology, what would Thanos face when he came to Earth? A Ronan wearing 4 Infinity Stones and possessing an Infinity Gauntlet. A Captain America who could fight anyone to a draw. An Iron Man, the top genius on Earth. And tens of thousands of Iron Legions that could use space cutting and other technologies? Thinking of this, Ronan couldn't help but close his eyes. He could even imagine what Thanos' expression would be like at that time. When Thanos led tens of thousands of troops to Earth and landed in New York with great momentum. What he saw was tens of thousands of robots holding space slash to greet him. Hiss. Ronan took a breath of cold air. I'm afraid that by then, Thanos' heart would be cold. Thanks to our love Asuna for the 1,500 point reward. I was very touched to receive a reward again after many days. Chapter 158. Dr. Lizard appears. Author Yang. Of course, before Thanos gets disappointed, Tony Stark has to survive this disaster first. The Iron Legion is his genius idea, and it will also be ruined by his other genius idea. Since it was decided to share the risk before, Ronan did not intend to take back the Mind Stone. On the one hand, the effect of this stone is not that great for Ronan. It's not that it is not strong, but it is not that great for Ronan. Ronan is not Loki, who has to find helpers everywhere. Now think about it, poor Asgard's future king Loki. Not only did he borrow his army from others, but even his helpers were controlled by the Mind Stone. No wonder he failed in the end. Because he didn't understand a word. The power of the masses is great. Just as the two were talking, the host of this party finally appeared. This person is a white old man. Ronan has only seen him on TV and in newspapers. It is said that he is such a rich man who supplies arms to the US military, especially under Tony Stark's withdrawal from the arms industry and Justin Hammer's death. He became the one who benefited in the end. After confirming that Tony Stark would not develop weapons again, he even bought the weapons department of Stark Group. The small part left at the end was the team that made weapons for Tony Stark privately. Most of the weapons on the Iron Man suit were made by this team. It seems that you have a good relationship with him. Ronan glanced at the white old man who was greeting everyone. If he was not a very close friend, Tony Stark would not participate in other people's parties. Let's put it this way, Tony Stark is actually a otaku, but compared to otakus, he has lust and courage, and of course he has capital. It doesn't matter if you are an otaku, as long as you have money and good looks, there will still be many people who ignore the previous factors. I just plan to discuss business with him. Most of the weapons in the Iron Legion plan I just told you need him to make. Tony Stark raised his glass and saluted the white old man from a distance, which was considered a greeting. Although this person's wealth is not as good as Tony Stark, he is also one of the upper class in America. You really have a plan? Ronan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Tony Stark to act so quickly. The plan was still on paper, but he had already started looking for weapons manufacturers. Of course, isn't my plan good? Tony Stark looked at Ronan in surprise. Didn't he just praise his plan as very good? No, very good. It can be said that many people can't think of your plan. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that you don't make trouble yourself when the time comes. Ronan curled his lips. A good plan is a good plan, but he is most afraid that Tony Stark will make trouble himself. It can be said that Tony Stark can solve 10,000 problems, but he can also mess up these 10,000 big things. Well, maybe it was not until the Sokovia incident that Tony Stark really grew into a real Iron Man. Tony Stark naturally didn't believe that he would mess up this matter, and Ronan didn't waste his words with him. Ronan has always been doing things according to one sentence. You have to bear the price of your choice. This is the case with Peter Parker in the 616 universe, and the same is true for Tony Stark in this universe. For the people who attended this party, most of the purpose was to make connections and broaden their future path. But for Ronan, this did not work at all. Gwen Stacy had a lot of fun. Because of Pepper Potts' introduction, she met many rich girls, at least rich and powerful people. Hearing that she was the daughter of the New York police commissioner, no one showed any disdain. Because according to George Stacy's age, if he did not make any big mistakes, he would definitely continue to be promoted. By then, George Stacy would definitely be considered a good member of the political circle. For these second-generation rich people, except for a few who are not smart, most of them have received good training since childhood. The education they received is unimaginable to ordinary people. Therefore, not all second-generation rich people are brain dead. On the contrary, they are all smart. Even when they heard that Ronan was a consultant of the Stark Group, they did not show any disdain to Ronan. At this age, he can be a consultant in the Stark Group. Ronan is definitely not a mediocre person. Therefore, the whole party seemed very harmonious. Of course, the scene that Ronan expected did not appear. After all, most people at this party brought their wives and children, so they couldn't have fun at this time. On the way home, after another round of interrogation, Ronan drove away. How it's really tiring to communicate with them. When the car drove onto the street, Gwen Stacy seemed to be relieved. Tonight was a huge test for her. Why, are you not used to it? Ronan asked with a smile. Of course I'm not used to it. Not to mention that I have to pay attention to every move. I even have to be careful when speaking. Many people are very friendly, but the natural gap can never be bridged. Gwen Stacy nodded. Among the people she had contact with, she was already a child born with a silver spoon in her mouth. But today, when she saw these people, Gwen Stacy knew what luxury was. A small bracelet costs tens of thousands of dollars. A dress, only worn once, wearing it a second time will make people laugh. And the decorations on her body, if you take out any of them casually, it is the money that an ordinary person cannot earn in his lifetime. No matter how you think about it, this is a bit different from Gwen Stacy's worldview. I thought you couldn't find it. Ronan smiled, and he remembered the most classic example in his previous life. A group of celebrities participated in a very ridiculous variety show. On the show, a celebrity said that 650 yuan a day for food was not enough. Of course, although the rumor was later refuted that it was 21 days of food expenses. But no matter how you think about it, it feels like an attempt to cover up the truth. And those TV series shot in the previous life, a college student who just graduated can rent a single room with at least one bedroom and one living room in a big city like Shanghai and sit in the single room to eat instant noodles and think that he is an ordinary person. Those rich people who want to be down to earth, they imagine that fresh graduates should live in the kind of houses in Shanghai. Otherwise, those beasts would not say such disgusting words as why don't you rent out the vacant house at home, why don't you drive out to Rundiddy. Although I haven't seen what they call the upper class. But at least I'm smart. Gwen Stacy blinked at Ronan and even pointed at her little head. Indeed, in terms of emotional intelligence and IQ, Gwen Stacy really has nothing to say. Not bad. It seems that I really came to the right place to attend this party. Ronan stepped on the brakes. New York was very congested at night. Especially the bridge they were going to cross. It would take at least half an hour to cross. This is the only bad thing about big cities. Traffic jams are simply a nightmare. Gwen Stacy hummed twice and did not answer Ronan's words, but pressed the radio in the car. She wanted to find 2 songs to listen to. However, when she just turned on the radio, she heard the very anxious voice of the female host on the radio. Emergency news. Emergency news. A giant lizard has appeared on the Brooklyn Bridge and is attacking vehicles on the bridge. Citizens and vehicles on the bridge, please stay away from the bridge immediately and find a safe place to take shelter. We will provide you with the latest news as soon as possible. As the broadcast sounded into the ears of the 2 people, clear screams began to be heard from behind them. People rushed forward one after another, and some people who did not listen to the broadcast also checked what happened. Of course, for the very surprised New Yorkers, they only had one thing in their minds now. Follow these people. Yes, just follow the running people and run forward. Absolutely right. No one knows whether there is a terrorist attack or a murder behind. Not everyone heard the broadcast as coincidentally as Ronan and the others. Therefore, it is probably not a good thing to make other people show such an expression. In a word, just run. Gwen Stacy's hand stopped there when she was about to adjust the channel, and she looked at Ronan. And Ronan sighed. A huge lizard. It is probably Dr. Lizard. It couldn't be that a lizard 2 or 3 meters tall ran out of a zoo and came to harm the New Yorkers on the Brooklyn Bridge, right? Ronan, are we leaving too? Gwen Stacy grabbed Ronan's arm. At this moment, she was a little flustered. Ronan nodded, but the way he left was not to get out of the car and run away. Gwen, hold the handrail and sit tight. I'll take you to a safe place first. Ronan pointed at the handrail of the co-pilot, and Gwen Stacy didn't ask why, and held the handrail without saying a word. In any case, Gwen Stacy believed in Ronan. At this moment, the ground began to shake violently. From the rearview mirror, Ronan could clearly see that a huge lizard was wantonly destroying vehicles. A car was lifted up by its hand and thrown directly into the sea. Inside the car, there was a woman's scream and a child's cry. Hey, run inside, and a portal appeared under the bridge with a thought. The car that flew out just crashed into the portal and then fell directly to the ground a few hundred meters away. The mother who screamed just now thought she would definitely die. However, when the car shook violently, she found that she had actually left the Brooklyn Bridge. Thank God. The mother quickly picked up the child, opened the door, and ran towards the crowded place. Of course, she should thank Mr. Fantastic instead of God. Ronan, it's coming. At this time, Gwen Stacy also saw the big lizard coming from behind. Don't worry, we are leaving. Ronan smiled and gently put his right hand on Gwen Stacy's shoulder. At the same time, Dr. Lizard had jumped up on the spot and smashed Ronan's car with both hands. Bang! Before he landed, a red figure kicked him out. Swish! A golden portal enveloped Ronan and Gwen Stacy from above, and they disappeared in an instant. When Gwen Stacy reacted again, the two had already arrived downstairs of Gwen Stacy's house. Looking at the familiar place in front of her, Gwen Stacy was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted. This time it was the same as last time. Okay Gwen, you go home first. I have to go back and check my car. After all, it seems to be attacked by a monster. It is also considered a force majeure factor for the insurance company. Ronan patted Gwen Stacy on the shoulder. What he said was not a lie. According to Guyi, Ronan can drive the car, but if there is any traffic accident, it is nothing for the insurance to compensate. But if the insurance does not compensate, then Ronan needs to pay for the car out of his own pocket. It can be foreseen that, if the big lizard damages Ronan's car, Ronan will not have pocket money for at least a long time. You have to be careful. If you see my father, be sure to tell him to be careful. Gwen Stacy nodded. She was not the kind of girl who was unreasonable. At the same time, she also knew that in a scene like this, her father, who was the chief of the police station, would also be there. No matter which one she lost, she could not accept it. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I will never let your father get into danger. Ronan smiled. If he remembered correctly, George Stacy seemed to have lost his life because of Dr. Lizard. Now that George Stacy has become his father-in-law, Ronan naturally cannot let him lose his life like this. After saying that, Ronan opened the portal again and disappeared in front of Gwen Stacy. On the Brooklyn Bridge, Peter Parker, wearing a Spider-Man costume, had already been entangled with Dr. Lizard. Many vehicles were entangled on the bridge by spider silk. There was no need to look. This was all Peter Parker's work. Those vehicles thrown out by Dr. Lizard were all saved by him safely. And when Ronan appeared, he was kicking Dr. Lizard out. It was unknown whether it was because he was not fully developed or for other reasons, but after being attacked, Dr. Lizard fled away without saying a word. Peter Parker also saw Ronan. When he saw Ronan appear, he was relieved. Hey Mr. Ronan, I need your help. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 159. Lizard is looking for someone. Hearing Peter Parker's call, Ronan couldn't help but roll his eyes. In front of everyone, I can't transform. What can I do to help you? However, hearing the call from the failed man, some people who hadn't run away also came up. Peter Parker threw the people in the car up from under the bridge, and the people on the bridge hugged the flying people, just like acrobats in a circus. Every time someone was thrown up, someone would scream out. People got used to it after shouting. Among them, the fuel tank of one car leaked, and gasoline flowed out. When Peter Parker rescued the child from the car exploded. When Peter Parker sent the child to the arms of the tearful father, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No one died because of this, which was the best result. However, what Peter Parker didn't expect was that at this time, cheers rang out from the crowd. Spider-Man. I don't know who shouted his nickname, and soon the people who had just gathered also shouted together. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. When Peter Parker heard everyone shouting at him and raising their right hands to salute him, he felt a feeling he had never felt before. This feeling was very complicated, and Peter Parker didn't know what to say for a moment. Just when Peter Parker rescued everyone, the American police also arrived at the scene. As the sirens got closer and closer, it interrupted Peter Parker's immersion in the emotion. He took a deep breath and waved to everyone. Thank you, thank you. After saying these two thanks, Peter Parker jumped deep and jumped directly into the sea. Everyone hurried to the bridge to see what was going on. Peter Parker shot out a spider silk, and then he left people's sight like a swing. The belated police followed the onlookers and watched Spider-Man's back together. The mood was mixed. As expressed in those American dramas, the job of these policemen is to set up a blockade on this generation of the bridge. Then, ask professionals to come and solve the problems found. Well, the so-called professionals are the shield that has been hidden underground. Of course, as the shield that is now wanted by the American government, they still found the most classic scapegoat. FBL. As for Ronan and other spectators, they were invited to the police station one by one to help take notes. Although in many American dramas, the police seem to be speechless by the lawyers. However, the reality is not like this. At least it is normal to ask you to assist the police in the investigation. The New York Police Department is extremely busy tonight. Not only do they need to deal with the homicides, $0 purchases, domestic violence and other cases on weekdays, there is also this sudden lizard wounding case. Maybe before the people of New York have gotten used to it, the police in New York have gotten used to it early, right? After telling the details of what happened on the scene, Ronan was also politely let go. But Ronan did not leave the police station, but turned a corner and came to George Stacy's office. Such a big thing happened tonight. As the chief of the New York Police Department, it was impossible for him to go home and rest. At this moment, he was answering calls from some superiors. Hearing the knock on the door, George Stacy looked up and found that it was Ronan who opened the door. He waved to Ronan and motioned him to come in. Then he argued on the phone. It seemed that the caller was asking him what happened. George Stacy was also very tough and said that the matter was still under investigation. He would inform him when the investigation was clear. After hanging up the phone, George Stacy did not talk to Ronan immediately, but pressed a few numbers. Dally, if those officials call again, just say I'm not here. Where else can I go? Just say I went to the scene to investigate the situation. After saying that, George Stacy hung up the phone. Dally is George Stacy's secretary. It seems that the work of the police chief is not that easy. Seeing George Stacy's tired face, Ronan made a joke. In fact, everyone knows that in New York, any official position may be easy to hold, but there is only one official position that is not easy to hold. That is the commissioner of the New York Police Department. Since the first day Tony Stark became Iron Man, New York has never been peaceful again. Although some strange events have occurred in the United States before, most of them were not in New York. Since the civil war of Tony Stark's family began, New York seems to have been cursed until now. At least it's better than the homeless people on the street, isn't it? George Stacy shrugged. He is still in the mood to joke, which means that the matter is not big. After all, so many things have happened in New York. Except for those force majeure reasons, nothing big has happened in New York at other times. It can be said that, if George Stacy proposed to resign or transfer to other places, the leaders who called tonight to question him would definitely not agree. Because on the one hand, he did a good job. On the other hand, I'm afraid that no one dares to accept this position. Before I came, Gwen told me to take good care of you. You should call her and your aunt to let them know you're safe. Ronan shrugged and slightly modified what Gwen Stacy said to him. Hearing this, George Stacy slapped his forehead suddenly, as if he had thought of something. He immediately took out his mobile phone and called home. It was so late, and the other side was not asleep. Not long after George Stacy dialed the phone, the other side answered the phone. After expressing that he was fine, George Stacy asked them to rest early and hung up the phone. Fortunately you reminded me, otherwise I would have forgotten again. They were afraid of delaying my work, so they didn't dare to call. I can only sit at home and worry. This is where I, as a husband and father, have not done well enough. Putting down the phone, George Stacy smiled bitterly. In fact, as a husband and father, he has done very well. No one is perfect, and everyone has such moments. Anyway, I've never heard Gwen say anything bad about you. Ronan smiled, but this was not a compliment. At least in his opinion, George Stacy was already a very good father. Other countries dare not say this, but in the United States, this statement is beyond doubt. It seems that I'm a very competent father. But then again, from what you said before, you and Gwen were also on the Brooklyn Bridge at that time. George Stacy is indeed an old policeman. He heard different meanings from Ronan's words. Yes, we went to that party. At that time, we were stuck on the bridge due to a traffic jam, so we were taken to the police station to assist in the investigation. Ronan shrugged. When he saw George Stacy's strange eyes, Ronan couldn't help but curl his lips. After December, I will be 17 years old. Ronan's meaning was very simple. It was legal for him to drive. Where's Gwen? George Stacy was about to ask if she was here too, but suddenly remembered that it was Gwen Stacy who answered the phone before. So, he stopped talking halfway. I'll send her back first. As for the method, you should know, Ronan didn't mean to hide it. In fact, it didn't matter whether he hid it or not, because Gwen Stacy had already told him that George Stacy saw two people coming out of the portal at that time, and then did things that made his daughter Slave very angry. Ahem. The point is coming out of the portal. Well, I have to say, you are capable. George Stacy didn't say anything here, although he was sure that there would be no eavesdropping devices or the like in his office. However, no one dared to say whether there were ears on the wall. As an old policeman, he was still very cautious in this regard. Don't worry, I understand what you mean. I won't bring danger to Gwen. Even if I'm not by her side, she won't be in danger. Even if the worst happens, she will go to a safe place as soon as possible. Ronan smiled at George Stacy. He understood what he wanted to say. It's true that Ronan is very capable, but in George Stacy's eyes, Gwen Stacy, who has no ability, is very dangerous. Because once Ronan's identity is discovered by others, when they can't deal with Ronan, they will definitely try to get Gwen Stacy. So, invisibly, the risk to Gwen Stacy is increasing. I feel relieved with your words. I must say that you are so mature that you don't look like a 17-year-old child at all. George Stacy glanced at Ronan and nodded. This was the first time he really recognized Ronan. Maybe before this, he had some good feelings for Ronan. But after today, it was the first time that he felt relieved to hand his daughter to him. Since you've praised me so much, I'm embarrassed to just accept it. You and your aunt each get one of these two little things. If someone knows my identity, Gwen is their second target, and you and your aunt are their third and fourth targets. This little thing can block the same attack as 3 RPGs. And it will tell me that you are in danger. Even if there are other reasons and I can't go there in person, my friends will go to help you. As he said that, Ronan put 2 amulet-like things on the table. This thing is a defensive magic circle made of runes, but it is only disposable. As long as the energy inside is used up, the amulet will break. In critical moments, the 2 runes can be fused together to help them resist stronger damage. Ronan is not one of those people who only think about the present and not the future. He knew that Gwen Stacy and her family would be in danger, but he didn't make plans early. Then he really has a problem with his brain. Your friends? Friends like you? George Stacy picked up the 2 amulets, and he didn't refuse Ronan's kindness. On the one hand, his job was dangerous, and he would offend some criminals on weekdays. Sometimes he wondered what would happen if something happened to his family when he was not at home. On the other hand, people with normal IQ, and under the premise that he and Ronan had no conflicts, would be fools to refuse, right? Ronan shrugged and did not answer George Stacy's words. The meaning was simple, you guess. Of course, George Stacy was not bored enough to continue guessing, but put away the amulet. Since you are here today, I also want to hear your opinion. Do you think there is any problem with that particularly large lizard? George Stacy suddenly asked about this. Of course there is a problem. Although some lizards are not small in size, they are not so large. There are only a few reasons that can cause this situation. Ronan gave some hints. Although he knew that this lizard was not just a lizard, but a person. However, he had no evidence. You mean, someone is doing biochemical experiments on lizards, so such a large lizard appeared? George Stacy asked back. It should be related to this, but the specific situation is unclear. What I saw was that this lizard is definitely not an ordinary lizard. Its strength is dozens of times that of humans. It can easily lift a car weighing several tons with one hand and throw it into the sea. Even after Spider-Man appeared and defeated him, he did not fight, but turned and ran away. This shows that this lizard has a high IQ. It is definitely not as ordinary as making the lizard bigger. Ronan repeated the story in a matter-of-fact manner. However, he added a little bit of his own understanding, such as a high IQ. Although this was added by himself, from the opinions of others, several people had the same idea as Ronan. It's just that they were not as sure as Ronan said. In other words, there are things more incredible than biological experiments? George Stacy frowned. Even with his experience, he could not think of a case of a person turning into a lizard at the first time, even though New York was invaded by aliens not long ago. After all, this is a worldview of human beings. Who can think of such a thing? I think so. Actually, I have another idea, but I didn't tell the policeman at the time, because that's my own guess. Ronan thought about it, and decided to give his father-in-law a little more hint. If it can help him get promoted, then help him, you say. George Stacy suddenly showed an interested look. From my observation, the lizard seems to be looking for someone. The second day of the sheep, I felt very uncomfortable, with a headache, dizziness, high fever, and body pain. The only good news is that my throat didn't hurt that much. I was going to take a leave today, but after taking a look at the leave application, I found that the third leave application required 10,000 points. As a newcomer who just came on the shelves last month, how can I get so many points? In order to be fully present, I started typing a little bit from the morning. I took advantage of the better situation after taking the medicine and typed a few more words. Finally, at 10 o'clock, I finished writing 4,000 words. Everyone, please make do with it. I admit that it's a bit watery, but I promise that when I get better, I will write 10,000 words a day for at least a week, or even half a month. Chapter 160 Peter Parker's Growth. The next morning, Ronan, who was still asleep, was awakened by a phone call. He was drowsy and reluctantly stretched out his hand from the quilt and picked up the phone on the bedside table. Hello. Ronan answered the phone weakly. Ronan? This is Peter. Did you see the news this morning? Peter Parker's voice came from the other end of the phone. It was amazing that he could endure from last night to this morning. No, I'm still sleeping. By the way, Peter, don't you sleep in on weekends? Ronan asked in a muffled voice with his eyes closed. Isn't sleeping in the most comfortable thing in the world? Is there really someone who doesn't like to sleep in? Well, I don't like to sleep in. Because if I get up too late, my aunt will come to wake me up in person, so, obviously, most people who live with their elders face this kind of ending. Ronan sighed, turned over, and let his body lie on his side, with the phone next to his ear. Both hands shrank into the quilt. Okay, what do you want to talk to me about? If it's nothing serious, I'll call you when I wake up. Ronan closed his eyes, as if he was going to fall asleep in the next second. Is it normal to call at 7 o'clock in the morning on a weekend? Actually, I have something important to tell you. Did you see the lizard on the Brooklyn Bridge last night? I found some new information, so I want to share it with you. If it's not convenient for you to go out now, I can go to your house to find you. Peter Parker said hurriedly. New information? Ronan could probably guess a little about the new information he mentioned, which was nothing more than where the lizard came from and how it appeared. Of course, Ronan pretended to know nothing. Forget it, don't come over. Where are you now? Ronan snorted reluctantly. There might be people watching around his house. If Peter Parker came over at this time and revealed some flaws, it would not be a good thing. Especially Peter Parker likes to drill windows. I'm going to the secret base. I don't have a part-time job today, so I'm going to go to the secret base to sort it out. Peter Parker replied. Okay, then we'll see you at your secret base in half an hour. After saying that, Ronan decisively hung up the phone. Then he opened his right eye crack and skillfully set an alarm for 28 minutes with both hands, then ordered a takeaway and closed his eyes again. Half an hour later, in Peter Parker's secret base. At this time, Peter Parker was staring at his laptop with a serious face. It was almost all about the report on the Brooklyn Bridge time last night. There were photos taken by people on the bridge at that time, and some of them were very clear, and were quoted by many media. After yesterday's encounter with the giant lizard professor, Peter Parker also knew that this was definitely not an ordinary lizard. So, he wanted to find this lizard. Because if he continued to roam around New York, who knew when he would appear again, and then cause damage. By that time, if Peter Parker couldn't arrive in time, there would inevitably be casualties. Just as Peter Parker was studying these things, a golden portal appeared in his secret base. Ronan appeared at the other end of the portal. "Peter, come and help." Ronan held a toothbrush in one hand and a cup in the other, with some foam in his mouth. Peter Parker was slightly stunned, but he quickly entered the portal and came to Ronan's side. "There is a breakfast that has just been delivered on the table. You take it first, I will finish it soon." Ronan took a sip of water to rinse his mouth and pointed to the table next to him. Peter Parker didn't say much, walked straight to the table and saw a large table of things. So many? Although he was a little surprised, he just sighed and picked up all the things on the table. For Peter Parker's arm strength, these things are actually almost nothing. Ronan spit out the water in his mouth, wiped his mouth, and then followed Peter Parker across the portal. As soon as he walked out of the portal, Ronan felt the cordial greetings from the cold winter. "Ha Peter, you can still persist in this environment. What should I say? If you can't become a superhero in the future, then no one can become a superhero." Ronan exhaled lightly and immediately turned into white mist. In this environment, Peter Parker still has to help the police catch bad guys. "Oh, it doesn't matter to me. Since I was bitten by a spider, my body temperature can even change with the changes in the surrounding environment. Otherwise, I can't go out in that tights." Peter Parker shrugged. This is what Ronan forgot. Spiders are crustaceans, and their body temperature changes with the changes in the surrounding temperature. This is the most amazing thing. Of course, once the temperature reaches below 10 degrees, it will also restrict his activities. If the temperature is lower, the spider will be frozen to death. As for why Peter Parker only inherited the advantages, but not the disadvantages, the reason is very simple. That spider is a spider that his father personally cultivated and transformed. It will definitely only retain the advantages and eliminate all these disadvantages. This is why New York citizens can always see that Peter Parker is wearing that tights regardless of spring, summer, autumn or winter. Well, since you think it's okay, then it's okay. Let's talk about the point. Why did you wake me up so early? Ronan walked to the sofa and sat down, then picked up the breakfast on the table and began to unpack the bag. He did not eat breakfast. Ronan spent the entire half hour of travel time sleeping. For that lizard, I think I know where it came from. No, to be exact, I know a place where the lizard may come from, the laboratory over there. Peter Parker told Ronan about his internship at Osborn Industries. As he said, not long after he joined Osborn Industries for internship, he quickly won the favor of Dr. Connors with his outstanding knowledge. After a period of study, Dr. Connors found that Peter Parker had a unique talent in biology. So, he brought him to another experimental group. That experimental group was the most important research in Dr. Connors' hands. Using lizards, research a reagent that can regenerate a person's limbs and even treat all diseases known to humans. Peter Parker certainly didn't say that, but Ronan understood that much. As for those chemical reactions, biological theories, etc., Ronan basically didn't listen. So, you suspect that the lizard escaped from Dr. Connors' laboratory? Ronan summarized Peter Parker's lengthy speech. Anyway, that's what it means in summary. Yes, as for why the lizard is so big, it may be because it's an experiment. It's just that I haven't studied it in depth yet, otherwise I would know more. Peter Parker also found a good reason for the size of the lizard. How to say it? Peter Parker was undoubtedly right about the first half of the guess. Because the person who came out from there was Dr. Connors himself. Don't tell me that your next plan is to find out the truth. Ronan glanced at Peter Parker and seemed to guess his thoughts. No, I can't. Peter Parker was about to deny it, but when he saw Ronan's eyes, he couldn't help but get discouraged. Okay, I do want to find out the truth. Peter Parker finally admitted it. In what capacity? Spider-Man or Peter Parker? Ronan took a bite of the still steaming hot dog, and in his right hand was a glass of iced drink. Carbonated drinks, no matter what season, have to be drunk cold. That's so authentic. Peter Parker, right? After all, I'm now qualified to browse some experimental records. Peter Parker thought about it and felt that it would be better to go in with his own identity. But have you ever thought that, if it is really as you guessed, will Dr. Connors or others still let you browse those records? And once they know that you are looking for these records, they don't have to think about it. It must be related to what happened last night. At that time, do you want to be charged with a crime similar to espionage or expose that you are Spider-Man? Ronan quickly finished a hot dog and then picked up another one. He could eat at least 8 hot dogs as big as this one. And what he said just now made Peter Parker blush and speechless. He couldn't think of a word to refute Ronan. So, young man, hurry up and eat breakfast. Ronan picked up a hot dog and stuffed it directly into Peter Parker's hand, motioning him to eat. The two of them had breakfast together in silence. I don't know if Peter Parker turned his grief and anger into appetite. During this meal, he only ate 2 hot dogs less than Ronan. If other people saw how much they ate and looked at their figures, they would probably beat them to death. Eating so much and not getting fat, isn't that a waste of food? After breakfast, Ronan planned to go home. Gwen Stacy was going back to her grandmother's house today, so Ronan was also going to go to Kamatage. However, when he was about to leave, he saw Peter Parker's hesitant look. It seemed that he was still thinking about whether to give it a try. Seeing him like this, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. When Peter Parker of the 616 universe was about to make a mistake, Ronan stopped him once. Later, he never interfered with his choice again. It didn't make sense for Ronan to not remind Peter Parker, who was closer to him, once. Peter, look at me, Ronan said. Peter Parker was slightly stunned, but still raised his head and looked at Ronan. When he saw Ronan's serious expression, he couldn't help but get nervous. Peter, are you still thinking about trying to investigate the lizard incident? Ronan asked in a low voice. Peter Parker was about to speak when he was interrupted by Ronan. I want to hear the truth. Although it was only a few short words, this was the first time that Peter Parker felt a sense of oppression from Ronan. This kind of oppression has never been felt since Peter Parker transformed into Spider-Man. Even his spider sense was frantically warning him to leave this place quickly, but he held back. Yes, I do have this idea. Because I have thought about it, I may not be discovered, and even if I'm discovered, I will not admit that I'm Spider-Man, and however, before he finished speaking, Ronan interrupted him again. Enough, that's enough. Peter, as a friend, I have to remind you that your idea is really naive. It can even be called stupid. Ronan took a deep breath, and it was almost the same as he guessed. Peter Parker looked at Ronan. Although he didn't understand why Ronan said that, he didn't refute or defend himself. Because he knew that Ronan must have his reasons for saying that. More importantly, he thought that Ronan was his friend. Ronan would not hurt him. Do you think that, if you don't reveal your identity as Spider-Man, everything will be fine? Wrong. Haven't you thought about what those rich people will do? If you successfully see the information and successfully leave, then everything will be fine. But, is your success rate 100%? Ronan looked at Peter Parker and asked the first question. No, it's not. Perhaps because of Ronan's serious look, Peter Parker slowly calmed down. Since it's not, there is another possibility. You were discovered by them and caught you. According to what you said, at this time, you will not escape by force, so you will not reveal your identity as Spider-Man. Then what do you think the people who caught you will do to you? Ronan raised his eyebrows. At least from the situation just now, Peter Parker is not a hopeless person. He is undoubtedly more mature than the other Peter Parker, but only to a certain extent. Send me to the police station and report me for espionage, Peter Parker asked tentatively. When he said this answer, Ronan couldn't help shaking his head. Sure enough, Peter Parker was just a 16-year-old child after all. He has no personal experience of this society. Send you to the police station, and then let you report them for conducting dangerous experiments and releasing such a big lizard? Ronan asked back. And this sentence once again made Peter Parker speechless. The biggest possibility is that they will find a way to send you to an unknown place and then kill you and put an end to it. Because they can't expose their experiments, getting rid of you is the simplest solution. By that time, you still don't want to reveal your identity as Spider-Man? Ronan looked at Peter Parker. Peter Parker at this time has lowered his head. It can be seen that he already knows how stupid his idea just now was. Ronan's words were not heavy at all, even very light. Okay, this may be a bit extreme, so let's talk about another extreme. Maybe the boss of Osborn Industries had a brain injury and was kind enough to hand you over to the police station. He only charged you with espionage. I don't know how many years you will be in prison for espionage, but I know that your uncle and aunt will definitely not wait. What Ronan said at this time was just like what he did to Gwen Stacy's family before. You can have your own job, your hobbies, and even have the dream of being a superhero who saves the world. But there is a premise. Don't affect your family and other people's families. This is Ronan's bottom line. Peter, I don't know what you think, but I can probably understand you. With superpowers, you want to protect more people, which is a good thing. But you must always remember a principle. You have to protect your family first, and then others. If your family is hurt because of you, you will regret it. Ronan patted Peter Parker on the shoulder and said earnestly. Although he said a lot, it was only limited to this time. The entire secret base fell into a brief silence, and Peter Parker lowered his head and said nothing. Ronan sighed. Maybe Peter Parker couldn't get used to these words yet. After all, every young person has some unrealistic dreams and some ridiculous self-esteem. But that's all Ronan could say. Whether Peter Parker understood it or not, it would be the case in the end. He stood up and prepared to leave here. At least give Peter Parker some time to digest it. Just as he walked to the door, Peter Parker suddenly raised his head. Ronan. He called Ronan. Ronan stopped and turned around. He looked at Peter Parker in surprise. He didn't know when Peter Parker actually cried. There were 2 tear marks on his face. Thank you, Ronan. If it weren't for what you said today, I wouldn't have known that I had forgotten such an important thing. Uncle Ben and Aunt May raised me, but I almost put them in danger because of some of my own ideas. Thinking about it now, I'm really a little ridiculous. Peter Parker showed a sad look on his face. All his words were from the bottom of his heart, and they were what he wanted to say the most. If it weren't for Ronan, he would really focus all his attention on studying the giant lizard. He forgot that someone was at home, and his fate would change with his every move. Once Ben Parker and May Parker had any problems, Peter Parker felt that he would never forgive himself. I'm really happy that you think so. If you want to be a superhero, then never show your true face. Once your Peter Parker face appears, it will definitely bring unimaginable consequences. Ronan pointed to his face and smiled at Peter Parker, and Peter Parker seemed to understand something. Picked up Spider-Man's headgear from the side and put it on his head. Seeing Peter Parker's action, Ronan smiled slightly, and a familiar secret door appeared behind him, gradually devouring his body. Looking at the place where Ronan disappeared, Peter Parker also took off his hood. His eyes were fixed on the mask of Spider-Man in front of him. For the first time, he felt that the mask in front of him was so strange. At the beginning, because he had superpowers, he first thought of people like Iron Man and Captain America. These superheroes protected many New York residents and were also loved by New York residents. So, he wanted to be like them. Coincidentally, these 2 people were wearing masks, so he made such a mask himself. After putting on the mask and using his ability to punish evil and promote good, Peter Parker felt that he had really become a superhero. Every day on the street, not only can you catch thieves, but also robbers and even people carrying guns. Every time he saved a person, he felt that he had gained a point. Gradually, he was not satisfied with solving these small things, but wanted to do something big like Iron Man and Captain America. As a child of 16 or 17, this kind of mentality is actually very normal. Young people always like an extremely exciting future and hate every ordinary day. Always want to make some big news. Finally, he waited for so long and finally waited for a big event. This lizard attack. No matter from which aspect, this lizard is definitely not an ordinary lizard, and even has a unique intelligence. It is foreseeable that the black hand behind it is obviously more terrifying. Therefore, this also aroused Peter Parker's eager heart. Since last night, he has been studying almost until 3 o'clock, and finally slept until 7 in the morning. This is why he called Ronan so hurriedly this morning. He wants to do big things. However, when he explained his inner thoughts to Ronan today, Ronan's words at the beginning were like pouring a basin of cold water on his head. It was a little difficult for him to accept. After finishing breakfast, he felt that he might not be caught. So, he still wanted to give it a try. The following conversation completely stunned Peter Parker, because he had never considered what his uncle and aunt would do if something happened to him. But today, Ronan told him this. Until today, Peter Parker finally understood what a real superhero is. A real superhero will not let those who care about him and love him get hurt in the slightest. If he can't even protect them, how can he protect others? From this moment on, Peter Parker felt that he was just worthy of this mask and this name. Thank you, Ronan. Sooner or later, I will become the best Spider-Man in the universe. Sorry for being late. My typing speed has not yet returned to its peak. I will wait for 2 days to adapt and start typing 10,000 words a day next month. Chapter 161 Casillas, you are so filial. In the square of Kamataj, Ronan stood in the middle of the training ground, surrounded by 4 young people who had just graduated from apprentice magic. Oh, it's not appropriate to say young people. After all, these people are in their 20s. Compared with Ronan, they are already older, and the purpose of their standing here is not to pose, but to learn from each other. After returning from Peter Parker's secret base, Ronan was stopped by Mordo. According to him, these 4 young people who graduated recently felt that their training was very successful and wanted to study more powerful magic. Mordo had defeated them once, but their explanation was also very simple. Mordo is as old as they are. As long as they study enough magic, they can also defeat Mordo at this age. Therefore, Mordo wants to find someone younger than them to let them see how cruel the world is. Coincidentally, these 4 young people don't know Ronan at all. They joined Kamataj when Ronan disappeared. Mordo's explanation for why he invited Ronan is also very interesting. On the one hand, Ronan is younger than them, so as long as he defeats them, they will naturally be convinced. On the other hand, Ronan is the only one in the entire Kamataj who is inferior to the Ancient One in close combat, so it is most appropriate for him to teach. Yes, the latter sentence is Mordo's original words. Ronan, who originally didn't want to get involved in this matter, decided to help him after hearing Mordo's truthful words. However, the only thing he was a little dissatisfied with was why Mordo was not bolder and selectively ignored the Ancient One. Therefore, there was such a sudden competition today. Jack, John, Thomas, and Lamb, are you ready? He is your opponent today. Mordo said to the 4 young men expressionlessly. He is our opponent? We don't want to bully one person in a round robin battle. Jack spoke first. Round robin battles are not fair at all. Of course it's not a round robin battle, but a one-on-one duel. You 4, fight him alone. The king and I, including him who is fighting you, will give you points. As long as the score exceeds .10 points, I will decide to let you go to the library to learn more advanced spells. The king won't stop you, right? Mordo said, looking at the king. The king nodded indifferently, but in his heart he was mourning for these people. Only by defeating Ronan can you learn more advanced spells? That's it. Then you will never have the chance to learn other spells of Kamataj in this life. 4 of us against 1 of him? Don't be ridiculous. I can beat him alone. If the 4 of us go together, won't he be beaten to a pulp? Thomas fully showed the madness of an American young man. In a country where you can fully display your personality, this kind of madness is actually liked by some people. But today, the only response to him was the actions of the people around him sucking in a breath of cold air. The temperature in the square rose by several degrees. Many mages who have been in Kamataj for more than half a year were dumbfounded. You can say these words to Wang, you can say them to Mordo, and even to Ancient One. Because the first 2 people will not be so heavy-handed, and the latter will just think you are joking. But you have to say this to Ronan. Don't you know that Ronan is a born little cough cough cough? This thought just popped up in the minds of these mages, and then was immediately cleared. What is a little? They don't know. But what they know is that these 4 inexperienced young people will probably end up in a miserable way. Then you can try it. Mordo tried hard to suppress the corners of his mouth that kept rising, and then turned his head and walked to the side. When passing by Ronan, he whispered to Ronan, "Be a little lighter, at least don't let others feed you when you eat." After saying this, he walked off the stage. Start. With Mordo's order, this competition with completely unequal numbers of people began immediately. The 4 men immediately spread out, surrounded Ronan in the middle, and then took the starting position taught to them by Kamatage. It must be said that the basics of this action and posture are not bad. But that's all. Ronan just smiled and looked at them, put his hands in his pockets, and stamped his feet. "Don't worry, junior brothers, I will show mercy. Since you came late, let you go first." It seems that Ronan is very much like a polite senior brother. However, Wang, who was standing aside, rolled his eyes secretly. He even knew Ronan's character. The more he said so, the more ruthless he would be next. In the name of spurring you to continue to improve. Don't ask Wang why he knew so clearly. He didn't want to answer. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. In front of so many apprentice mages, he still had to work hard to maintain his cold personality. Humph. Jack snorted coldly and attacked Ronan directly. Although it looked very fast, his fist was no different from a 3-time slow motion in Ronan's eyes. He tilted his head. Swish. 3 seconds later, a fist with a ring of Ragador appeared next to Ronan's left face. He squatted. Swish. 3 seconds later, a whip kick landed at the same place where Ronan had just been. This whip kick was very powerful and even made a whistling sound. Unfortunately, it was the air that was seriously injured. He jumped up. Bang. After 3 familiar and desperate seconds, a sweep kick came as promised. From beginning to end, Ronan did not make any counterattack. Why do I always feel that Ronan's dodge seems to be a beat faster? Did I see it wrong? At this time, a mage finally seemed to have discovered the clue. Even he himself was a little bit unbelievable and thought he saw it wrong. No, you didn't see it wrong. You don't have enough vision, so of course you can't understand it. Every time Ronan evades, he is 3 seconds faster than their attack. That is to say, Ronan saw through their attack at least 3.5 seconds in advance and then evaded. Mordo on the side did not forget his duty and began to explain to these mages. Of course, he didn't say another word. Ronan might be more than 3.5 seconds faster than these 4 people. Hearing this, the mages around couldn't help but exclaimed. It is well known that the best defense is always offense, and the reason is very simple. That is, defense is always passive, and only offense is active. If you keep defending, you will always be found by others and then defeated. But now, Ronan has taught them a lesson. The defender is 3.5 seconds faster than the attacker. What does this mean? Can he predict the opponent's attack? Come together. At this time, Jack, who was standing on the field, also heard Mordo's words. If he can predict the attack of one person, what about the attack of 4 people together? To be honest, Mordo's explanation actually solved their previous doubts. This is considered cheating. But does Ronan care? No, not only does he not care, he will also give Mordo a thumbs up. Is there any better way to show off than this? When others can't understand how awesome you are, at this time a qualified supporting role appears and explains how awesome you are. This will only make you look more awesome. Go. The other 3 people also heard Mordo's explanation and rushed towards Ronan again. This time, they were obviously faster than the last time. Unfortunately, Ronan was still faster than them. What made them feel even more desperate was that when the 4 of them attacked Ronan together, punching, kicking, and some even picked up the short sticks used for training. No matter from which angle they attacked, Ronan could easily dodge. After another round of failure, several people also stood there panting, staring at Ronan. Because just now, Ronan was just defending and had no intention of fighting back. Now, their physical strength has reached the bottom, so they think that Ronan will definitely attack at this time. However, Ronan's next move made them feel humiliated. Ah, that's it? Ronan smiled at the 4 people and said the most insulting words with the brightest smile. However, before the 4 people could get angry, Ronan stomped his feet again. In terms of offense, you failed. No, it should be said that 0 points. Ronan shrugged with regret and gave them the lowest score. 0 points. Mordo also said with a smile. 0 points. Wang also spit out 2 words coldly. Remove 1. The highest score? Remove the lowest score. Oh, no, there is only the lowest score here. Their score is still 0 points. I don't accept it. Although we are obviously not the opponent, it's not 0 points. Thomas was obviously very unconvinced. Although the gap between the two sides is huge, it's not that they can't get any points, right? He suspected that the judging panel was making things difficult for them. However, Mordo shook his head and smiled, just pointing to the position of Ronan's feet. You didn't even make his feet move a bit. How can I give you points? Is it because you fought for a long time, you were sweating and panting, but your opponent didn't move his feet, and even his clothes didn't wrinkle? How many points should I give you? Mordo said with a smile. His words successfully made everyone look at Ronan's position. Sure enough, Ronan didn't move a step from the beginning to now. Ronan was very satisfied with everyone's surprised eyes and cast a praise eye to Mordo. It must be said that a good supporting role should be like this. He stomped his feet twice before, and there were so many people at the scene, but no one could see his idea. He was thinking of using some method to implicitly raise this point. Unexpectedly, Mordo gave him a great assist, but Ronan also decided that next time he would show off, he would use a method that everyone could see. Not only was your attack route predicted by Ronan, but he didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Do you think you deserve a point? Mordo attacked several people again. Several people pursed their lips, still with some unconvinced expressions on their faces. Everyone also began to watch the excitement. I have seen your attack. I have to say, it's rubbish. In that case, I will give you some water when checking your defense. At this time, Ronan took over the conversation at the right time. Everyone's eyes turned to him again. In full view of the crowd, Ronan closed his eyes and then took out a piece of black cloth from somewhere and covered his eyes. Finally, he put his hands one in front and one behind and posed the classic camouflage starting posture. And his action once again made the onlookers exclaim. Close your eyes? There is even a black cloth covering them. What is he going to do? Your strength is worth letting you have a pair of eyes, and I can't let you have more. Ronan shook his shoulders. His words made the surrounding mages look strange. Are you praising me or insulting me? So, I'm here. As soon as the words fell, everyone felt a breeze blowing, and Ronan's figure had long disappeared. Warfare? So fast? One of the mages even cursed. However, before he finished speaking, the 4 people in the center of the square all flew backwards. Jack, flying in the air, widened his eyes, and felt the pain from his chest. Ronan's attack just now, let alone defense, he didn't even see how Ronan attacked. If he had to describe what happened just now, it's still the classic 4 words, a flash in front of his eyes. That's right, it was a flash in front of his eyes, and then it hurt, and then the fresh air from the sky kept pouring into his nose. Of course, the classic continues. Snap. Jack only felt a chill on his back, and a pain came from his buttocks. A short stick used for training touched his buttocks intimately, and then made him fly in another direction. The other 3 people also suffered the same treatment as Jack. They were all beaten by this short stick, and could neither live nor die. Hearing the screams of the onlookers below, several people did not even want to take defensive actions, but just wanted to cover their faces. Well, it was a very thoughtful choice. There is a story in the rumor that one day there was a fire in your house, and you who like to sleep naked were awakened. At this time, you don't have any time to put on clothes, so you can only put on slippers and run downstairs. So, there is a choice. Do you choose to cover the front or the back? The most perfect answer is to cover your face, so that even if they all see it, they don't know who it is. Now, these 4 people seem to have thought of this classic question at the same time. Bang, 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 bang. The scene at this time is like 4 groups of ping pong players playing ping pong with each other in the sky at the same time. And the ping pong ball is the 4 people covering their faces in the air. The onlookers below are also watching the ping pong ball moving back and forth from left to right, and there are even many people who shout good ball. At this point, it seemed that everyone was not here to watch the competition, but to watch the table tennis match. Ahem. At this moment, Mordo, who was standing below, couldn't help coughing twice. He was hinting to Ronan that it was enough. Ronan, who got the hint, didn't continue to play with them. Everyone's butt was kicked again, and then they all fell to the ground. Finally, there was a cry of pain from the table tennis foursome. Ronan fell to the ground, and 3 people who looked exactly like him also fell behind him and disappeared. Wow. Seeing Ronan's last move, many mages couldn't help but exclaimed, "What kind of trick is this? This trick is a very high level trick in our camouflage. Only when you are strong enough, you can have the ability to control this trick." Mordo drew a pie for these mages at the right time. Sure enough, this big pie was stuffed into the mouths of these mages, and they were immediately happy. So they also have the opportunity to learn this trick. Of course, although what Mordo said was correct, only a very few of these people could learn this move. Because most of them would never reach the threshold of this move in their entire lives. Their qualifications were limited. Okay, stop shouting. Ronan on the other side saw the 4 people who kept shouting in pain on the ground, and threw away the short stick in his hand. This short stick was snatched from Thomas. In fact, he was also merciful. Speaking of beating people, how to beat them the most cruelly? There is no doubt that it is to hit one place and hit it repeatedly. It doesn't hurt once, but 10 times, 100 times, the buttocks will definitely be rotten. And Ronan just gave them a full-scale short stick massage on their buttocks. The number of repeated hits should not exceed 3 times. At most, they can't get out of bed for half a month, and they can only sleep on their stomachs. If I didn't show mercy, you would have lost your sense of pain by now. Ronan couldn't help, but curled his lips. The so-called loss of pain means fainting. If you faint, you won't feel pain. Hearing this, the 4 people who were still groaning dared not make a sound. Lose the sense of pain? No, it's better to feel a little pain. Okay, the defense item is over, and the score is still 0 points. Mordo walked to the center of the square and looked at the 4 people lying on the ground with a smile. At this time, the 4 people had buried their faces under their shoulders, not moving. Why not move? Because they are afraid of pain. Also afraid of embarrassment. 0 points. Wang Yi reported his score like a cold machine. 2 consecutive 0 points have made them feel desperate. The last one to score was Ronan. Presumably, their final reward would be a cold 0, right? I'll give you 0.1 point. However, what surprised them was that Ronan actually gave 1 point. His answer even surprised Mordo. This is not like Ronan's style. With Ronan's style, wouldn't he have to use some murderous words? Don't look at me like that. This point is for them covering their faces when they were in the air. At least they know how to be embarrassed. I can give you 1 point. Ronan explained with a smile. Sure enough, after hearing Ronan's words, Mordo on the side showed a look of astonishment. If he didn't say something murderous at the end, he wouldn't be called Ronan. Although Ronan's last words were still a bit insulting to the 4 of them, they were still very happy. After all, they are now 1, not 0. Although there is only 1 point difference, the meaning is completely different. After all, whether it is from the digital world or anywhere else, 0 is in front, and 1 is in the back. It can be said that they have been upgraded. Come and help a few people to carry them into the dormitory. Mordo called a few people to help and moved all the 4 kings out. Just when everyone thought it was time to leave, Cassilis came out from nowhere. Brother Ronan, you always bully the junior brothers who have just joined the sect. Isn't that a bad idea? Why don't you have a fight with me? Cassilis walked in front of Ronan. Cassilis, don't talk too much. Mordo frowned and stood in front of Ronan. It can be said that Cassilis was also taught by him and Wang. In terms of fighting power, Cassilis should be better than him at this moment. It's okay, Mordo. Ronan patted Mordo's shoulder and walked out from behind him. He looked at Cassilis with a smile, not looking provoked at all. Cassilis, actually you are wrong about one thing. In terms of the time I studied in Kamataj, I came earlier than you and studied longer than you. So, I'm the senior brother and you are the junior brother. Do you understand, junior brother Cassilis? After saying that, Ronan narrowed his eyes at him, and an invisible force directly enveloped Cassilis. The next second, plop, Cassilis' eyes widened, and he looked at his legs in disbelief. He looked up at Ronan again. For some reason, he actually knelt on his knees and knelt in front of Ronan. Oh my, junior brother Cassilis, I just said one word. Why are you so polite? It's fine if you admit your mistake. There's no need to apologize to me like this, Ronan said, pretending to help Cassilis up with both hands. However, Cassilis did not move at all. It was not that he did not want to move, but he just felt an extremely powerful force pressing down on his shoulders. No matter how hard he tried, he could not resist. Even when he wanted to speak, he found that he could not even open his mouth. The onlookers who were originally gathered together by his words also saw his current appearance. Many people could not help laughing. Hearing these ridicules, Cassilis blushed, but he could not refute a word. He knew that it was all Ronan's fault, but he did not have any evidence. Oh, I see. You are asking me for a red envelope for the new year. Okay. As a junior, you actually know to wish your senior brother a happy new year. That's great. Here, take this $1 and buy yourself some food. Finally, I still have to praise Cassilis in front of everyone. This kid is really filial. On the last day of 2022, I wish you all a happy new year in advance. Today, my family prepared barbecue and hot pot, and my dad also bought seafood. But I lost my sense of taste. I burst into tears. I hope that next year, my grades will be better and my sense of taste will recover soon. Finally, I wish you all a happy new year again. Chapter 162. Some people meet the parents. Some people accompany the lizard. It was not until Ronan left the square and walked into the temple that Cassilis felt his body lighten. But he sat down on the ground. Mordo glanced at him indifferently, shook his head helplessly, and turned away from him. It can be seen that he seemed very disappointed with Cassilis. Mordo's attitude, what Ronan did to him, and the whispers of the mages beside him were all seen by Cassilis. Especially those whispers, which were not ridicule, but more unacceptable to him than ridicule. Why did he kneel in front of Ronan so suddenly? What kind of magic did Ronan use? In fact, Cassilis is a smart man, at least his IQ is above the average. So his jealousy of Ronan is mostly hidden in his heart, not written on his face. But today he really couldn't help it. Ronan actually has learned the form of Arcane. You know, this move is a move that he has been seeking for a long time, but he has never been qualified to learn. How old is Ronan? Why is he qualified to learn this move? Then, he finally couldn't bear the anger in his heart and challenged Ronan. But the ending was that he lost face. Cassie, are you okay? At this time, the companion who had been following Cassilis came over and helped him up. The speed at which they came to help was comparable to that of the American police. Get out of here. Cassilis broke free from the support of several companions, but his steps were still a little staggering. He didn't want people to see him in such a mess. He turned his head and looked at Ronan's back with infinite hatred on his face. Good. Since you are all unwilling to teach me, then I will think of other ways myself. Sooner or later, you will regret your choice. Walking into the temple, Guyi was still drinking tea here. She seemed to have not heard anything about what happened in the outside world. Teacher, I'm back to see you. Ronan walked to the opposite side of Guyi with a little guilty conscience and sat down. After all, he had just attacked Cassilis. In fact, he did fight, but the way he used was somewhat insulting. Just don't come back to piss me off. You've been dragging your feet for more than a month, since you promised me to meet your girlfriend last time. Do you want her to come to my funeral directly? Ancient One glanced at Ronan and said calmly. When Ronan heard this, his face was full of grievances. It wasn't that he wanted to drag it out for more than a month. It was your good apprentice Strange from the 616 universe who did it. If it wasn't for him, how could he disappear for a month inexplicably? Also, what do you mean by attending your funeral? If there is a funeral to be attended, it should be you, the teacher, who should attend her funeral. Teacher, let's talk about what happened outside the door just now. I think I was wrong. I definitely made a big mistake by treating my fellow disciples like that. So, I decided to punish myself by facing the wall for a month. After a month, when I'm released from prison, I will come back to see you. After saying that, Ronan planned to run away. He never thought that the first thing he did when he saw Ancient One today was to be urged to get married. Of course, although this is not urging to get married, what is the difference between it and urging to get married? Isn't the first step before marriage that the parents of both sides see each other to see if the man/woman is suitable? This progress is a bit too fast. If you really want to accept the punishment, then I agree. Go to the top of the 6th mountain in the north. There is a cave there. I practiced there many years ago. Go there and reflect for a month. As for the school, I allow you to go to class with your clone. Guyi looked at Ronan with a smile. This scene can be called a model of master-disciple relationship and a teacher-student relationship. Ronan froze slightly, and his feet, that wanted to slip away, stopped where they were. Go to that damn place to reflect? It would be better to kill him directly. Teacher, let's talk about the time for you to meet Gwen. I think it's time for you to meet. Ronan said righteously. He was definitely not trying to avoid going to that damn place to face the wall. He just understood the desire of an old man to see his child get married early. He is such a soft-hearted person. There is no way. Are you sure? I don't have the habit of forcing others. I respect other people's opinions. Ancient One still looked at Ronan with a smile. Why does this sound so familiar? Ronan was stunned, but soon nodded. He was absolutely willing to do this, and Ancient One did not force him. I tentatively set the time for next weekend, because she went to her grandmother's house this weekend, so she won't be back. Other times are too urgent, so I won't consider it for the time being. What do you think of this time point? Ronan asked Ancient One for his opinion. It's not that he can't even decide on this matter, but it's about Kamatage. As an organization that has been hidden on Earth for thousands of years, people who come here will basically become mages of Kamatage. In addition, they will also follow the rules of Kamatage and not reveal a single thing to the outside world. But Gwen Stacy is different. She is destined to be unlikely to join Kamatage, so there is no way to say that she should abide by the rules. Don't worry, you just need to arrange the time and bring her here. As for the other things, I will take care of them. Guyi did not give Ronan any excuse to shirk and agreed directly. The time was set for next week. Ronan could not help but sigh. Who would have thought that the two of them would progress so fast? How long has it been before they are going to meet the parents? Although Ronan went to her house with Gwen Stacy last time, but that time, I always felt that it was not so formal. Instead, it was more like a trap set up by George Stacy to lead out who kidnapped his daughter. It's just that the person who joined the game was not Ronan, but the unlucky Shield. While Ronan was being urged to get married, Peter Parker on the other side was not idle. After being awakened by Ronan's words, Peter Parker also gave up the plan to go to Osborn Industries to steal intelligence, but went to work normally. Osborn Industries pays a lot of money. Internships like Peter Parker can also get a salary of $200 a week. Don't look at the number, but for a high school student, this is already a huge sum of money. Especially for Peter Parker, whose family is not very well off, and it is already a bit difficult to support him to go to school. Therefore, these $200 can solve many of Peter Parker's troubles. And Osborn Industries is not short of these $200. Their idea is also very simple. Use this little money to exchange for the favor of these interns. Even if these people do not develop into the scientists they need in the end, it doesn't matter. But as long as there is one person who finally develops into what they want and chooses them, then this investment is extremely worthwhile. And Peter Parker is undoubtedly one of their targets. Walking into Osborn Industries, swiping the card to enter the company, Peter Parker walked into the laboratory familiarly. However, what surprised him was that the laboratory, which had been busy all the time, seemed very deserted today. There was no one at the workstation, and even the lights were not turned on. Peter Parker walked into the laboratory and happened to run into Dr. Connors, who rushed out. Drive Connors, what's going on? Are you taking a break today? Peter Parker asked hurriedly. Peter, don't you know yet? This lab has been closed, and the employees have all gone on holiday. From today on, you don't have to come. Dr. Connors no longer had the kindness of the past, but a very strange emotion instead. If it was because the lab was closed, he should be depressed, but he wasn't. If he was angry about it, there was no sign of anger on his face. Now Dr. Connors gave Peter Parker the feeling that he didn't care about these things. Then, "Doctor, can I still have the opportunity to intern in other labs?" Just as Dr. Connors was about to leave, Peter Parker stopped him again. This time, Dr. Connors' eyes showed a hint of anger. "I don't mean anything else. You know, my family is not very well off. So I need this part-time job to help me supplement my family income. After all, $200 a week is really precious to me," Peter Parker explained hurriedly. At this time, his peripheral vision just happened to see the table on the other side. On the table, there was a broken test box. Hearing Peter Parker's words, Dr. Connors took a deep breath and stopped. "You can go to another group, and the salary will still be the same. As for..." Dr. Connors keenly observed Peter Parker's gaze, and his mood became anxious again. This time, he did not give Peter Parker a chance to speak, and directly pushed Peter Parker's arm away, and walked out quickly. Peter Parker staggered, after being pushed by him. Seeing the back of Dr. Connors leaving, Peter Parker did not follow him, but turned his head to look at the test box. He was very familiar with this transparent test box, which was usually used to test mice. However, most mice could not withstand the test, and would end up in a miserable state. He slowly approached the table, only to see that the bottom of the test box was broken, and the glass was scattered all over the floor. And right next to the glass on the floor, there was a little white mouse, gnawing on the body of his companion. When Peter Parker approached it, the little white mouse, which was still immersed in eating, suddenly stood up. Not only was its size more than 2 circles larger than that of other little white mice, it even showed an extremely ferocious expression. At this moment, Peter Parker knew that the lizard last night must be related to this laboratory. Subconsciously, he wanted to find evidence in the laboratory, but soon, he held back again. He thought of what Ronan had said to him before, so he looked around vigilantly again. Who knows if there are any hidden cameras around? Although it is illegal to monitor employees' work with cameras in the United States, security cameras are not included. So, Peter Parker did not move around, but used his eyes to carefully observe the surroundings again. Since it is illegal to rummage around, it is not illegal to look with your eyes, right? After checking around, Peter Parker found that the equipment used for experiments on weekdays had all disappeared at this time. I don't know where they were moved to. He is not a full-time staff, so he didn't come as early as others, and he might have moved it in the morning. Now, this place is no different from an ordinary office. After confirming that there was nothing, Peter Parker did not hesitate, and turned around and left. He wanted to catch up with Dr. Connors to ask what was going on. Unfortunately, when he chased to the door of Osborn Industries, Dr. Connors had disappeared. Peter Parker took a deep breath. This clue was cut off from here. According to Dr. Connors, this laboratory will be closed from now on, which means that Dr. Connors will not be seen for a long time. Therefore, it is almost impossible to get an answer from Dr. Connors. In this case, Peter Parker can only find a way from the lizard. After seeing the lizard last night, there was no trace of him. The police of the New York Police Department have been searching for a whole morning, but unfortunately there is no news. Peter Parker can only think of a solution while walking on the road. Although he can also discuss with Ronan, when he thought of this, he rejected it first. It's not that he doesn't want to find it, but he wants to try it on his own. In his opinion, if you want to become a superhero, you must go through a lot of hardships. Now is his best chance. No one else. If he can successfully take this step, he will definitely become stronger. Not physically strong, but mentally strong. At the same time, because of Ronan's words, he has to keep his identity confidential to the highest level. The only thing to do now is to find the hiding place of the lizard. Where on earth can a lizard of such a large size be perfectly hidden without being discovered by the police? Peter Parker first thought of the suburbs. There are vast areas and few people there, and there are many places like his secret base, which are very suitable for hiding. But this idea was quickly rejected by him. Because from the bridge where the accident happened at that time to the farm in the suburbs, the distance is still very long. The lizard is so big that it will definitely be seen by people, so the police will definitely pay attention. However, Peter Parker learned from the police channel that they had no intention of moving closer to the farm in the suburbs. In fact, they have not found an exact location. This one was ruled out by him. So where else is there next? Just as Peter Parker was thinking hard, he suddenly found a small lizard on the ground. The little lizard walked quickly along the street and went directly into a manhole cover. The action of this little lizard reminded Peter Parker at once. Want to perfectly hide such a big body and disappear from the public's sight in a short time. There is no place more suitable than the sewer. Thinking of this, Peter Parker quickly took out his mobile phone and looked up the route map of the underground sewer. He found the clue. On the other side, Dr. Connors was not idle either. At this time, he was hiding in a very hidden sewer, conducting experiments on himself. Because Osborn Industries had cancelled his research project, he gave the entire laboratory a 7-day holiday. After taking away the relevant equipment from the laboratory, he moved all of them here. Although this place is full of groundwater from the entire New York, the smell is extremely unpleasant. But if you want to find a place in New York that is safe, does not require funds, and will not even be noticed by anyone, the sewer is undoubtedly the best choice. No one else. At this time, the camera is recording him, and he is telling the changes in his body last night one by one. The experimental subject, Dr. Curtis Connors, has a body temperature of 89.7, stable for 48 hours. Blood analysis shows that the texts of lymphocytes and monocytes contain information from the previous subject. Dr. Connors talked to the camera lens, but what he didn't know was that not far from him, Peter Parker, who had changed into a Spider-Man suit, was falling into the underground sewer little by little with the help of flexible spider silk. There was no movement throughout the whole process. The blood coagulation rate increased rapidly, and the muscle reaction, strength, and flexibility were significantly improved. Dr. Connors was recording the changes in his body. On the other side, Peter Parker was shooting spider silk one after another towards the sewer pipes in all directions. He didn't miss any pipe, and he didn't just shoot one. As Peter Parker shot spider silk one after another, these overlapping spider silks formed a huge spider web with Peter Parker as the center of the circle. Peter Parker, who was lying on it, could find out any movement on any spider silk at the first time. This is the method spiders use to predict enemy situations. Sometimes, it is more useful than spider sense. However, Dr. Connors was completely unaware of what he did, because at this moment, he was taking off his glasses and looking at the camera with a complicated expression. The vision has been improved accordingly, and the experimental subjects no longer need to wear vision correction lenses. This is not a way to find the cure for the disease, but a way to find a perfect species. Dr. Connors took a deep breath and began to tremble and unbutton his right arm, because he knew that his years of hard research had finally reached the most important stage. If the situation last night might be accidental, then today, he would turn this accident into a necessity. Try to prevent the recurrence of the old disease. Increase the dose to 200 milligrams. Dr. Connors looked at the camera and pointed the syringe at his right arm with a somewhat excited expression. The right arm, that grew perfectly last night, became a stump again today. Hiss. Dr. Connors did not hesitate at all and directly stabbed the syringe into the right arm. As the medicine inside was slowly injected, a touch of madness gradually appeared on Dr. Connors' face. Bang! He pushed the camera in front of him down. As proud as he was, he didn't want others to know his ugly appearance after transformation. On the other side, Peter Parker was sitting on the spider web he wove, playing mobile games. Do you think he has a clue? Actually not. He just guessed one of the possibilities, and following this possibility, he will wait here for an afternoon. If he can't get anything, then he can withdraw at that time. Anyway, there is no part-time job for him today. Before this, he had sent his guest to Ronan, and Ronan must have reported it to the police. So, what he has to do now is to test the strength of this lizard. If he can win, then he will directly catch the lizard back. If not, he has other ways. Find backup. But, with a vibration sound, Peter Parker, who was still playing games, suddenly flipped up from the spider web. A spider silk, like a zither string, began to make a sound. He looked at the constantly vibrating spider silk on the left, then turned his gaze to the corresponding pipe. If he guessed correctly, the lizard should come from that side. However, before he could think clearly, the spider silk on the other side began to vibrate again. The sound of the vibration attracted Peter Parker's attention. He quickly turned around and looked at the other side. This side? Unfortunately, the next second, the spider silk under his feet began to vibrate chaotically and disorderly. At this moment, Peter Parker was a little panicked. His idea of making this spider web was to find out where the other party came from and prepare in advance. But now it seems that his method seems to have completely failed. A huge black shadow appeared on one of the pipes, but when Peter Parker was alert and ready to fight, he suddenly found that the one walking on the spider silk was actually a small lizard of normal size. Before he could react, more and more lizards actually followed the spider silk and began to move in one direction. That's right, all the small lizards seemed to have received some kind of order and began to move in the same direction. This is an extremely special phenomenon. You know, lizards don't live in groups. They only gather together during mating time. At other times, they have a strong sense of territory. The reason why they gather together and move in the same direction. In addition to something attracting them in that place, it is also possible that a powerful leader is telling them to surrender. Peter Parker put on a hood, hid his face under the hood, and began to move slowly in the direction of the small lizards. If he guessed correctly, the place where these small lizards went was where the big lizard was. As the king of lizards, the huge lizard was enough to make these small lizards surrender. As Peter Parker moved forward little by little, he had already gone deep into the pipe. However, at this time, a huge figure shrouded him in shadow. Chapter 163 I call you brother, you call me godfather. Boom. A huge black shadow fell from the sky, and Peter Parker's spider reaction also made him turn around at this moment. Unfortunately, he had already turned around, but it was too late. The huge lizard that fell from the sky, that is, Dr. Connors after transformation, had already enveloped Peter Parker. The huge left hand pinched Peter Parker's neck and pressed him hard to death on the spider web. The huge force made Peter Parker unable to react at all. The feeling of suffocation came wildly, which was something Peter Parker had never experienced before. Crack. The steel bars connecting the spider silk around began to break. This was the first time that Peter Parker felt that his spider silk was hard for no reason. Dr. Connors stretched out his right hand and wanted to take off Peter Parker's hood. Peter Parker quickly blocked it with his left hand. He couldn't expose his identity. Just like Ronan said, facing this lizard, he could run away. But what about May Parker and Ben Parker? They don't have the ability of Peter Parker. Therefore, Peter Parker must swear to defend his identity. You've stopped me once. This time, you can't stop me again. Dr. Connors changed his mind. He no longer entangled with Peter Parker's reincarnation, but opened his hands. The sharp nails were aimed at Peter Parker's neck. As long as it was pierced from this position, the Spider-Man in front of Dr. Connors would definitely not be able to survive. As long as he was still a human body. Hiss. Under Peter Parker's resistance, Dr. Connors' sharp nails were still pressed on Peter Parker's chest. As long as it was pressed from here facing the threat of death, Peter Parker pushed Dr. Connors' right hand away. But the next second, Dr. Connors grabbed Peter Parker's head. Crack. Just at this moment, a spider silk broke, and both of them paused. Taking advantage of this brief opportunity, Peter Parker punched Dr. Connors in the face, and because of this, the two fell into the sewer together. A large amount of turbid water surrounded Peter Parker and Connors, but it also gave Peter Parker a plan to escape. Peter Parker kicked Dr. Connors away, and began to swim forward quickly. Faced with the threat of death and long-term lack of oxygen, Peter Parker could only swim forward frantically. Dr. Connors, a lizard, was one of those who were particularly good at swimming. With such a huge body, the speed of swimming in the water was comparable to that of Peter Parker. Several times, he almost caught Peter Parker's feet. In this kind of water, he didn't even need to do anything to Peter Parker, just dragged Peter Parker to suffocate him to death. Fortunately, Peter Parker got into a narrow pit, and with the advantage of reminder, he finally got rid of Dr. Connors' pursuit. Dr. Connors, who was too big to get through the pit, could only roar at Peter Parker who was going away. Peter Parker escaped. Brothers, that's choking. Understand? Choking. I didn't drink too much. I was just emotional, plus alcohol, so I choked. In Ronan's apartment, the live broadcast was playing on the TV on the wall. This anchor, who was once tortured by the Valkyrie and had to go off the air silently, drank with the audience on the live broadcast a few nights ago and finally drank himself into a blackout. He left behind classic quotes such as "How are you guys? There's a TV show later. I'm fine. I get tired too." When the show started today, he started to talk tough as expected. Ronan drank Pepsi and couldn't help laughing at the anchor talking tough. It can be said that this anchor has been responsible for Ronan's laughter for several days. Although this anchor is an oriental anchor, Ronan can understand any joke. Bang bang bang. Just as Ronan was laughing, a knock on the door interrupted his happy time. The laughter stopped abruptly, and Ronan glared at the door with dissatisfaction. Who was disturbing him from watching the monkey? Ronan pressed a button on the remote control, and the live broadcast on TV immediately turned into a surveillance screen. In the surveillance screen, the camera at the door showed a person. Peter Parker? Huh. When he saw Peter Parker's bruised face, Ronan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What happened? Didn't Peter Parker get drunk last night and fall like this? Gangsy, open the door. Ronan patted the Iron Man figurine on the table. Click. The door opened. Since his house was broken into and cameras were installed last time, Ronan asked Tony Stark to help him replace a set of security equipment. For example, these cameras, door locks, etc. were all replaced by Tony Stark. As for money, Ancient One never lacks money. Peter Parker stumbled in, and his school bag fell to the ground with a bang. Ronan clearly saw that there was still water dripping from Peter Parker's school bag, and his hair was also wet. Is it raining outside? What's wrong? Peter, you are not accompanying a woman in her 50s to drink. Ronan looked at Peter Parker so weak and wet, and couldn't help asking. This is the only explanation, right? Peter Parker sat down on the ground and leaned on the sofa. I just met that big lizard and had a fight with him. I almost died in the sewer. Peter Parker answered Ronan's question weakly. He even didn't have the energy to refute Ronan's remarks about accompanying him to drink. No way, you were beaten so badly? What's the origin of that big lizard? Ronan looked at Peter Parker in surprise. Although Ronan knew that the big lizard was Dr. Connors, he forgot the specific plot. Dr. Connors could make Peter Parker so embarrassed? I don't know, but I can be sure that the big lizard must have used Dr. Connors' medicine. Because I saw with my own eyes that a little white mouse in the laboratory expanded several times in size. I even think that the big lizard is related to Dr. Connors. Although Peter Parker couldn't be sure that it was Dr. Connors, he had a feeling telling him. The answer is this. It was him who beat you like this? Ronan looked at Peter Parker in surprise. What's going on? Peter Parker can't stand this. He can't be beaten like this by a lizard. Yeah. Peter Parker nodded. Only now can he relax a little. Just now, he was so close to death that his heartbeat kept rising. He couldn't recover for a long time. If he hadn't come to Ronan, he might not have found any sense of security. When he escaped from the sewer before, he didn't dare to go home at first. On the one hand, he was worried that Aunt May would ask him what happened. On the other hand, he was more afraid of leading the big lizard home. Then why are you still sitting there? Let's go and beat him. Ronan stood up from the floor at once. He swore that it was definitely not to let Peter Parker experience it again. He just wanted to know how strong the lizard transformed by Dr. Connors was to beat Peter Parker like this. According to common sense, the potential power in Peter Parker's body is much greater than he imagined. Maybe the power is enough at ordinary times, so Peter Parker can't burst out more potential. But according to what Peter Parker said just now, he was on the verge of death just now. The potential that has been released should be even stronger. Ah. Peter Parker looked at Ronan stupidly. He didn't react to what Ronan said. No, put on the hood quickly. Be careful. Don't let him pull your hood off. Then, keep imagining. Imagine the place where you encountered it at that time. Ronan lifted Peter Parker up, then patted his shoulder hard, and then crossed his hands in front of his chest. Swish. A burst of light flashed across Ronan's body, and the pajamas that were originally at home turned directly into a combat suit for camouflage. Even the most classic Iron Man helmet appeared on his face. Jarvis, combat mode. Zzzz. The 5-cent sound effect appeared again, the helmet was turned off, and the eyes began to change. Huh, why don't you change it? Ronan tilted his head and looked at Peter Parker, who was holding the spider suit in his hand and staring at him blankly. The skill of changing clothes in this second made Peter Parker dumbfounded. It was the first time he knew that there was such a way to change clothes. Your clothes are wet. That's okay, I'll help you. After saying that, Ronan waved his right hand, a golden light flashed, and the originally wet spider suit instantly became dry. Ronan only learned this trick recently, and the Ancient One never taught him before. Otherwise, he would not have needed a washing machine before. A small cleaning spell. The Ancient One actually used the powerful sealing ability to force Ronan to forget this spell every time he read the spell book. How hateful. A few minutes later, Peter Parker finally changed his tights. Okay, now start imagining the situation you just encountered. I don't know if we can make it in time. If he is still here, your father will definitely avenge you. After saying that, Ronan put his right hand on Peter Parker's shoulder, signaling him to think quickly. He didn't mention anything about taking advantage of seniority. In the 616 universe, Peter Parker's godfather is Tony Stark. In this universe, Ronan calls Peter Parker brother, and Peter Parker can call him godfather. But, as Peter Parker imagined the scene at that time, a portal enveloped the two of them from beginning to end. Then Peter Parker felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and a strong sense of weightlessness suddenly came. Subconsciously, Peter Parker shot out a spider silk and hung himself in the air. Ronan spread his hands, and the cloak behind him also rustled. He floated in the air. Is this the place? Ronan sniffed, his face full of disgust. If Ronan hadn't directly blocked his sense of smell, he would probably really be unable to bear this smell. Yes, it's here. However, before Peter Parker finished speaking, a violent vibration sound came from all directions. He's coming. Peter Parker quickly shot out a spider silk to give himself a place to land. He didn't want to fall into the water again. As soon as Peter Parker finished speaking, Dr. Carnaz's huge body suddenly jumped out of the water and grabbed Peter Parker fiercely. His target from beginning to end was only one, that is Peter Parker. Bang. However, a shadow passed by Dr. Connors and kicked him away. Hey, it's you, bullying my little brother? Ronan wanted to say godson, but he didn't say it. After thinking about it, as I said, he is not thick-skinned enough. Who are you? Dr. Connors emerged from the water again and looked at Ronan, his eyes full of vigilance. Not only because Ronan kicked him away just now, but also because of the animal's instinct. He felt threatened by Ronan. Whether it is a spider or a lizard. In fact, every animal has the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. This is also the reason why these animals can survive in nature. And whether it is Peter Parker or Dr. Connors, their spider sense or something else is magnified. Ordinary animals cannot sense the malice of humans at all. However, after humans have the genes of animals, they can amplify this feeling. Don't you even know me? It seems that I'm still not famous enough. Ronan sighed with some regret, and Dr. Connors frowned. Although he turned into a lizard, his IQ was not lizard-like. Although Ronan wore the mask of Iron Man, he was definitely not Iron Man. Should I know you? Dr. Connors asked. Wow. I don't know if he did it on purpose, or if his EQ was really that low. When he asked this question, Ronan's anger rose. Well, just for this sentence, I have to beat you for 5 more minutes. Since we are not on the same page, just beat him up. Ronan narrowed his eyes, and 2 rings of Ragdoll immediately appeared in his hands, and his figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already next to Dr. Connors. Bang! Ronan raised his arms high, and then kicked Dr. Connors away with 1 foot. Yes, that's right, he kicked him away with 1 foot. You can see that a small ring of Ragdoll also appeared on Ronan's foot. Ronan is such a man you would never expect. Swish. Ronan put his hands together, and the ring of Ragdoll in his hand disappeared, replaced by Ronan's handprint. Humph, let me show you what a group fight is. One clone after another emerged from behind Ronan, directly occupying the huge sewer. Peter Parker on the side was stunned to see all this. Is Ronan so strong? No, it should be said that one Ronan is so strong. So many Ronans take turns to fight with the lizard. Then the lizard brothers let him experience the love from the wizard. No, I drank a little too much. Let's watch it first. Chapter 164, The Tough Father-in-Law. In fact, fighting can be divided into two types. Either a one-on-one fight or a group fight. Ronan is a particular person, so he usually chooses a one-on-one fight. Well, all the clones will fight against each other one by one, and whoever loses will be the grandson. Anyway, since his debut, Ronan has defeated several grandsons, and each of them has a resounding name. As for Dr. Connors, he will be the next one. Hundreds of clones rushed towards Dr. Connors one after another, and Dr. Connors widened his eyes and protected his body with his right hand. It looks like the expression pack with perfect acting skills. Don't come over here. However, life is not satisfactory for 8 out of 10 times, and Dr. Connors did not bet on the 1 out of 10. A huge fist hit his left eye socket hard. Bang. Ah. Screams rang out, and the sound of fists colliding with bodies began to come one after another. Although occasionally one of the clones was hit and sent flying by an attack from someone who was not sure whether it was the enemy or his own people, these clones were still tireless and rushed towards Dr. Connors' position again. All directions around Dr. Connors were surrounded by clones. Not to mention flies. Even the air that Dr. Connors breathed had to be filtered once by the clones. Ah. Damn it, I must kill. Ah. My tail. Every scream of Dr. Connors seemed to punch Peter Parker in the heart. Peter Parker clenched his teeth. His face was very hideous because he put himself in the role of Dr. Connors. If it was him, surrounded by so many strong men, the result was that Peter Parker couldn't help shuddering when he thought of this. He looked at Ronan floating in the air and couldn't help shaking his head frantically. Peter Parker now had only one thought in his mind. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with Ronan, and the two were good friends. If the two were enemies, then Peter Parker's fate would probably be worse than the big lizard in front of him. Who the hell attacked my sphincter? I'm going to kill you. Dr. Connors, who had just popped up, was once again overwhelmed by the clones. As for his sphincter, he could only pray for good luck. After all, Ronan saw a lot of clones, and he actually turned into a short stick used for camouflage training in his hand. TSK TSK TSK. It's so sad. Ronan couldn't help shaking his head, and could only say that his clone was led astray by the 3 clones with souls. Because Ronan knows himself, he can't be the kind of person who does that. It must be that one of the clones has mutated, so there will be such an evil and unbearable idea. Ronan, you really won't beat him to death. If you beat him like this, should we still subdue him and hand him over to the police? Peter Parker asked in a low voice, swinging to Ronan's side with spider silk. He was really worried that Ronan would beat the lizard to death. Don't worry, he has thick skin and flesh, and he can't be killed at all. By the way, why did you think of handing him over to the police? Ronan looked at Peter Parker in some confusion. Didn't Peter Parker think that such a huge lizard has extremely terrifying power? Ordinary cells can't hold him at all. We don't have the power to enforce the law. Isn't it normal to hand him over to the police? Peter Parker's face was full of matter-of-factness. That's right. In fact, Peter Parker has always caught thieves and robbers on the streets, and he always trapped the bad guys with spider silk. Then the citizens on the street would call the police, and finally all these bad guys went to the police station. How to say it? After Peter Parker, the crime-solving rate of the New York Police Department has been rising sharply, and even the probability of catching criminals has been greatly improved. Of course, the faces of the law enforcers are not very good. Ronan has heard the police on the street complain more than once, saying that superheroes like Peter Parker can't deal with bad guys like aliens like Iron Man and Captain America. They just focus on these petty thieves. Isn't this stealing their jobs? If you want, then feel free to do so. Today I'm here to avenge you, so as long as you say to hand him over to the police, I'll knock him out and send him home. Ronan curled his lips and decided to satisfy Peter Parker's naive idea. There was no other way, because he was the father. It didn't matter if he agreed to his godson's small request. Then send it to the police station. Peter Parker thought about it and finally made this decision. Ronan shrugged took out his cell phone, and called George Stacy. After a while, the call was connected. "Hello, Mr. George, there will be a courier delivered to the police station later." "Nothing, it's the big lizard you've been looking for." "How long?" 10 seconds later. After saying that, Ronan hung up the phone. "Brothers, work harder and knock him out. We still have about 8 seconds. After saying that, Ronan snapped his fingers, and a significantly enlarged secret door appeared in front of him. Hearing Ronan's words, the crackling sound of being beaten became louder. The whole sewer was filled with the sound of bang, bang, bang. People who didn't know would think that the American people also had the habit of setting off fireworks. Finally, after being beaten up by the clones, Dr. Connors could no longer bear the humiliation of group sex. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Ronan tilted his head, and one of the clones immediately grabbed the skin on the back of Dr. Connors' neck and threw him directly into the portal. It turns out that no matter what animal it is, as long as you grab the skin on the back of the neck, you can pick it up easily. But people who don't have enough arm strength should not try. Okay, it's solved. One clone after another returned to Ronan's back and disappeared. Peter Parker took off his hood, walked behind Ronan, and looked at his back with great curiosity. He once suspected that there was something special on Ronan's back. "Okay, stop looking. You will have to catch him back yourself later." Ronan held Peter Parker's head and kicked him directly into the secret door. On the other side of the secret door is Peter Parker's bedroom. After throwing this curious baby out, Ronan did not stop and went home directly. The first thing he did when he got home was to take a shower. On the other side, the New York Police Department also received this express delivery sent by Ronan. According to the description of the scene by the police officers at the time, it was terrifying. They only saw a huge black hole appear in the sky, and then the big lizard that the New York police thought about day and night fell from the sky. Well, the cracked ground at the door of the police station was smashed by him. The police who were in charge of guarding the door at the time were all dumbfounded, thinking that this lizard had attacked the police station. If George Stacy had not rushed out with people at that time, these policemen could really use their passive skills at the first time. Well, the passive skill is called empty magazine. It is the kind of firearms shooting that can be reimbursed, and there is administrative leave after shooting. It is simply a good thing that you can't even dream of. Fortunately, George Stacy came in time, otherwise the New York Police Department might really lose a few good hands. "Chief, is this a belated Christmas gift? But the time difference of this Santa Claus is too long. It took so long to send the gift." Looking at the huge lizard locked in the cell with at least 10 iron chains on its body, the assistant couldn't help but sigh. In order to lock this monster in the cell, the New York Police Department almost dispatched all police officers. In the end, the door was dismantled and then pulled in with a small car. In addition, this is already the largest detention room in the entire New York Police Department, but after this lizard moved in, it looked more like a small house for playing house. Santa Claus. George Stacy pulled the corner of his mouth, and Ronan's appearance appeared in front of him. If he is Santa Claus, then this Santa Claus is a bit too scary. Don't worry about Santa Claus, remember to keep an eye on him. I'll call those congressmen who are very concerned about this matter. This is an important time for votes. George Stacy took a look at the big lizard and turned to leave the detention room. The assistant quickly arranged 2 fully armed policemen to guard the door and arranged for them not to leave for a moment. After all, it was not easy to catch this lizard, so it can be said that we can give an explanation to the citizens of New York. Thinking of this, the assistant hurriedly pressed the button on the wall, and a stream of smoke immediately sprayed out from the air outlet of the prison cell. These are anesthetics. Usually when they transfer prisoners, they will let them inhale a little bit. This can not only ensure that there are no mistakes in the transfer process, but also ensure that the prisoners will not commit suicide. After all, if the prisoners who have not been judged justly commit suicide, who will be responsible in the end? Back in the office, George Stacy made several consecutive calls to report the situation to those superiors. Although the phone was full of praise, George Stacy was not so happy. The reason is very simple. If he said it out, the lizard surrendered by itself, which would be a bit too insulting to people's IQ. So, he could only bite the bullet and accept this praise. Presumably, no one in the New York Police Department was willing to expose such a good thing. At least, if he exposed it, the people above didn't believe it. After all, only if the police catch the criminals, the performance will be counted as the New York Police Department's. Can their immediate superiors cheat votes? Why give the credit to those superheroes? What? They also want to vote. After hanging up the last call, George Stacy breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could relax, he seemed to suddenly think of something, picked up his private mobile phone, and dialed a number. The owner of the number was none other than Ronan. A pleasant music sounded. The singer was none other than Ronan. George Stacy couldn't help but pull the corners of his mouth when he heard the lyrics of Batman's Iron Fist and Mr. Fantastic's handsomeness. He didn't know Batman, but he knew Mr. Fantastic. Mr. Fantastic's handsomeness? Thinking of Ronan's face, George Stacy swallowed all the words he had complained about in his heart. He was really handsome. Hey, does my father-in-law have any instructions? Just halfway through the song, Ronan's voice came from the phone, and his first sentence almost made George Stacy stagger. Damn father-in-law. Who said he would marry a woman to you? I don't have any instructions. I just want to know, how did you catch this big lizard? Also, what is his identity? Is he just an ordinary lizard? George Stacy directly ignored the title of father-in-law. He thought about it. Next time Ronan comes to his house, he will say 3 words. No reception. I, George Stacy, will not receive him. Nothing. I just beat him up, and then knocked him out, and sent him to you. It must be that Peter. Spider-Man is soft-hearted, otherwise I would send you a corpse. Ronan seemed to be eating. Spider-Man? Do you know him? George Stacy raised his eyebrows. As the director of the New York Police Department, he has heard his subordinates complain to him a lot. They said that Spider-Man did not do his job, and he was always arguing with those petty thieves, which was simply not giving them a way to live. As the director of the police station, Spider-Man was considered to have caught the thief, and even if he was a so-called righteous policeman, he couldn't say much. Godson. Ronan answered neatly. What? George Stacy almost threw his phone away. How old is Ronan? How come he has a godson? If we calculate by age, then this Spider-Man is still very young. No, judging by his height, he is at least an adult. Oh, father-in-law, the affairs of young people are not important. What I can tell you is that the lizard is definitely not a lizard that suddenly grew larger due to an experiment. If you have to describe it, just think of it as a transformed Hulk. It has wisdom, strength, and even wisdom is higher than ordinary people. So you have to be careful. Ronan gave his father-in-law a few words. Don't let Dr. Connors trigger the amulet with a kick. He will have to make another one. It's very troublesome. Wisdom? No, I have to ask someone to strengthen security. After saying that, George Stacy was about to hang up the phone. But at this moment, his assistant also broke in from outside the house. It's bad, Chief. A team of military personnel has come to take the big lizard away. We can't control the situation anymore. They even came in with guns. The assistant said breathlessly. Hearing this, George Stacy suddenly became anxious. Although the military has a lot of power in the United States, it can't control the police. Both sides have their own systems, and it can be said that neither side will indulge the other. Come on, follow me out. After saying that, George Stacy stood up and turned to walk out. Halfway through the walk, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't hung up the phone with Ronan. He waved to the assistant, indicating that he would go over immediately, and then picked up the phone. Ronan, I have something here. Let's go back and talk later. However, before he hung up the phone, Ronan's voice came again from the other end. I heard it. It was the military that robbed people, right? Father-in-law, don't get excited. I'll teach you a way. If you really can't save them, then cheat them. Inside the police station, a group of fully armed soldiers had already broken in, and the police had also pulled out their pistols. The two sides were almost in a state of confrontation. It can be said that as long as there was a disagreement and a little spark, the New York Police Department would become a shooting range. The soldiers on the other side were also very alert, and they raised their semi-automatic rifles. It seemed that, as long as their captain gave an order, they would pull the trigger. Of course, they were actually afraid. They didn't care who would be punished in the end, because once they started fighting, their chances of survival were less than 1%. Stop, what are you doing? At this time, George Stacy walked out of the office. Hearing George Stacy's voice, not only the police here, but even the army over there breathed a sigh of relief. When the leaders of both sides appeared, the legendary firefight would not happen. Who are you? George Stacy looked at the soldiers with an angry face. They had come to the door, and if this matter ended like this, then he, the police chief, would lose face. We are from the Marine Corps, and we have been ordered to bring the lizard back to the army. A captain-like man stepped forward and took out a so-called transfer order. George Stacy snatched the paper transfer order, then sneered and tore it up in front of the soldiers. That's right, he tore it up. His action made the captain glare in anger. You. However, before he could finish his words, the police behind George Stacy stepped forward and raised the pistol in his hand again. Seeing their actions, the captain could only swallow the following words. He took 2 steps back, took out his mobile phone, and dialed a number. After saying a few words, he took the mobile phone and came to George Stacy again. Senator Smith, please answer the phone. This time, the captain did not have the previous momentum and used the word please when speaking. George Stacy glanced at him, but still picked up the phone and answered it. I'm George Stacy. Yes, I rejected their transfer order. Why? I'll tell you why. They brought people and guns and broke into the police station. They didn't look like they were here to ask for someone, but more like they were trying to break into the prison. Transfer someone. Sure, let them go. Send another team of people and wait outside the door. When I hand over the person, they can take him away. What? I'm pushing my luck? Okay, then I'll show you what pushing your luck means. After saying that, George Stacy didn't hang up the phone and even pressed the speaker button. George Stacy, don't do it. Unfortunately, no one could hear the rest of the words clearly, because all the police only heard George Stacy's order. All police, raise your pistols and load your bullets. After 10 seconds, if they don't leave, I allow you to shoot freely until you kill these invaders. After saying that, George Stacy read out the word 10. After hearing this, almost all the police raised their pistols at the first moment. The anger on his face had disappeared, replaced by satisfaction with George Stacy. To some extent, face is equally important to Americans. On weekdays, they are always unhappy with these military personnel, and they always ride on their heads and shit. This time, George Stacy finally spoke their minds. They couldn't be more satisfied with George Stacy as the director. George Stacy, you dare. Congressman Smith on the other end of the phone suddenly became anxious. Do you think I dare? 8. George Stacy's face remained unchanged, and he read out another number. Hearing that the number was still decreasing, these soldiers also raised their guns and stared at the police very nervously. At this time, the captain at the beginning was already sweating profusely. He almost thought of the outcome of this matter. George, calm down. Do you know what the consequences will be for you if you do this? Congressman Smith on the other end of the phone was still shouting. Of course I know what the consequences will be for me, but I also know what the consequences will be for you. Because of your phone call, the police system and the military system have been at loggerheads. Do you think your fate will be better than mine? I'm in the right. It was you who broke into the police station and refused to provide identification. Of course I can shoot you dead for breaking into the police station, impersonating the military, etc. This is the power given to me by American law. And you? Herefore. George Stacy sneered, and at the end of his words, he even did not forget to count down. When he heard the number reached 4, there was no movement on the other end of the phone. Congressman Smith also knew that, if they really had a fight, the worst result for George Stacy would not be to resign. The reason is simple. If someone like him is still charged with a crime, the people in the police system will never agree. Because this is already a slap in the face of their police system. The most likely possibility is that George Stacy has no crime at all, and he can even make a name for himself because of it. And he, Congressman Smith, because of his phone call, the police and military systems had a fight. Regardless of whether this was his original intention, he was definitely a scapegoat and a shield. It can be said that not only their careers were going to be ruined, but they would probably spend their next lives in prison. to. George Stacy's countdown interrupted his thinking. When they heard this number, the police opened the safety on their pistols one after another. As long as George Stacy counted to 1, there would be no other ending. Activate passive skills. Empty the magazine. Get out, you guys get out. Stop it, George Stacy, I'll let them get out. Finally, at the last second, Congressman Smith's roar came again. He couldn't bear this kind of pressure anymore. Because of a small matter, he had to put his career and future destiny on the line. He didn't dare. George Stacy sneered, threw the phone in his hand directly to the stunned captain, and raised his head towards him. The meaning was simple. Get out. The captain took the phone in a panic, and took a deep breath. Then he gestured to the soldiers behind him, and all the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. This was an order to retreat. So, this team of soldiers hurriedly held their guns, and walked backwards step by step. Seeing these people fleeing in panic, the police station, which was originally so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, immediately erupted in violent cheers. This time, George Stacy's reputation in the New York Police Department reached its peak. Listening to the cheers coming from the headset, Ronan on the other end of the phone smiled, and hung up the phone. It can be foreseen that his father-in-law will continue to rise in the future in the police system. Not to mention further advancement, I'm afraid it won't be long before he will hold a high-level position. Chapter 165. Newcomer to the Spider-Man team. Because of George Stacy's strength, the military had to send another team of soldiers over. This time, they learned their lesson. Not only did they get a military order, they even got a warrant from George Stacy's immediate superior. It can be said that when they took out these things, George Stacy would not have any responsibility. George Stacy's previous strong performance was not only to establish prestige and not disappoint the police officers in the police station. More importantly, it was to stay away from responsibility. According to Ronan, this lizard is not only powerful, but also not inferior to humans in terms of wisdom. In other words, now all this information is only known by Ronan and George Stacy. If there is no order from the immediate superior, once there is a problem after the handover, George Stacy will be the only one who stepped on the thunder. Now, with the warrant, even if the responsibility is investigated, George Stacy can still do it. In addition, George Stacy has established prestige in the police station invisibly. In this incident, George Stacy can be said to have won. George Stacy also had some changes in his opinion of Ronan, who helped him come up with this idea. Well, I'll give him a little reception next time. Ronan heard about his father-in-law's psychological changes from Gwen Stacy on Monday, 2 days later. From what she said, his father-in-law was very happy after returning home. Not only did he ask Gwen Stacy's mother to add an extra dish in the evening, but he also took out the red wine he had treasured for many years to drink. It can be seen that he was very excited. At the wine table, George Stacy kept hinting that Gwen Stacy could invite Ronan to dinner at home. But Gwen Stacy said she wanted to listen to Ronan's opinion. This made George Stacy feel that a girl should not be kept at home when she grows up. Ronan, who heard the news, couldn't help but smile. It has become a routine for a caring little cotton-padded jacket to bend his elbow outward. How about it? Are you going to our house for dinner next week? Gwen Stacy put her arm around Ronan and asked with a smile. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. Although Gwen Stacy usually doesn't have those miscellaneous fairy diseases, Ronan always feels that this girl is very sensitive. It's not the kind of insecure sensitivity. Rather, it's that he can guess what you're thinking. You can go back and tell George that we thank him for the invitation, but we may have to make another appointment. Ronan replied with a smile. Another appointment? Do you have anything to do this weekend? Gwen Stacy was a little curious. Although she never asked Ronan what he was busy with, she would occasionally feel curious. This weekend, my teacher, who is also my adoptive mother, wants to invite you to my house for dinner. So, are you willing to honor me? Ronan looked at Gwen Stacy with a smile. When she heard the news, Gwen Stacy was stunned. As smart as she was, she naturally thought of what this sentence meant. Can I really? Gwen Stacy almost blurted it out. But soon, she felt that what she said was a bit inappropriate, and hurriedly explained. I mean, your identity, and your teacher, it's that kind of. I don't know how to describe it. Gwen Stacy felt for the first time what it meant to be incoherent. Seeing her like this, Ronan couldn't help laughing. Gwen Stacy, who is usually smart and eloquent, is like this now. Ronan also finds it very interesting. After all, this kind of thing is not common. Don't worry. Since my teacher invited you, it means that she recognizes you. So, just go with me boldly. Ronan patted Gwen Stacy on the back, indicating that she didn't need to be so nervous. Just as he said, since Guyi invited Gwen Stacy to go, he was ready to reveal some secrets to her. Recognize me? Have we met before? As her emotions recovered, Gwen Stacy's cleverness also returned. She keenly grasped the key points of Ronan's words. No, but I can tell you that, although you haven't met, the teacher is very satisfied with you. As for what method was used, you will know after you go with me. Ronan didn't tell her too much. After all, it might be a shock for Gwen Stacy to say it now. But if she is allowed to prepare herself mentally for a few days, maybe the shock can turn into a surprise. Okay, whether it's Saturday or Sunday, I'll go back and prepare well. What kind of person is your teacher? What kind of gift does she prefer? Gwen Stacy has already started thinking about what to wear for the meeting. Ronan smiled and shook his head. My teacher believes in fate, so anything you want to give is fine. Well, predicting the future is still related to believing in fate, right? Okay, then I'll go back and prepare. Gwen Stacy nodded. Although she tried to calm herself down, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. It can be said that as smart as she is, she has basically guessed the meaning of these words. Believe in fate, and then want to meet her. Doesn't this mean that she and Ronan are very distinct? Anyway, no matter what, Gwen Stacy was constantly distracted for the next day. Fortunately, her basic knowledge was strong enough on weekdays. She was asked by the teacher to answer questions several times, and she answered them calmly one by one. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. When school was over, Gwen Stacy rarely went the same way as Ronan. According to her, she was going home to research what to wear. Ronan wanted to persuade her, saying that there were still 5 or 6 days before the meeting, so there was no need to rush. But seeing her expression, Ronan didn't say it in the end. Let her be excited. Ronan. Just after Ronan said goodbye to Gwen Stacy, Peter Parker stopped Ronan. What's wrong, Peter? Don't you need to go to internship today? Ronan was a little surprised to see Peter Parker, who hadn't left yet. You know, every time after school, he was the first to leave, because Osborn Industries was far away from the school. He had to save every minute of time. I joined a new research team, and the gathering time was postponed for half an hour. But I didn't come to you to talk about this. I want to say that I still want to find out if there is any information about the experiment in Osborn Industries. Peter Parker hesitated for a moment, but still expressed his thoughts. This surprised Ronan. This naughty kid, why do you think so much? Don't worry, I'll tell you my plan. If we can find the data of the experiment, maybe we can make an antidote. Then, we can make Dr. Connors recover. After the sewer incident, the two reached an agreement that the big lizard was Dr. Connors. Because no one is more suitable for this identity. Peter Parker pursed his lips. He was a man who missed the past. Dr. Connors was half a mentor to him, and a very important person to him. If Dr. Connors hadn't taken a fancy to him at first sight, maybe he really wouldn't have gotten the job. Then what are you going to do? Ronan raised his eyebrows. I will secretly get the employee card of our new supervisor, and then wait until night. I will sneak into the Osborn group. Although this will be a little difficult, but I have observed the cameras in the laboratory, and I'm sure I can avoid those cameras. Peter Parker thought about it, and told his plan. How to say it? This plan is quite rough. No, it should be said that this is not a plan at all. It's just a sudden idea. Besides getting the supervisor's employee card and using it to open the door, what other plans are there? Isn't this nonsense? And then what? Even if you get it, do you have the right equipment to make the antidote? Even if you can get the antidote, have you ever thought about whether Dr. Connors himself wants to change back? In other words, Dr. Connors, who has been taken over by the military, do you have a chance to contact him again? Ronan asked several questions in a row. Almost every question can make Peter Parker speechless. After a long time, Peter Parker raised his head with an extremely firm look. I know all these situations. But for me, Dr. Connors is my benefactor. Without him, maybe I wouldn't be here now. I need this job to help me save money for college. If it weren't for Dr. Connors, maybe I would still be working in a convenience store now. Peter Parker looked at Ronan with a rare stubbornness in his eyes. For him, Dr. Connors' kindness to him is not so easy to explain. In addition to helping him get this internship job, Dr. Connors also took good care of him on weekdays. According to Peter Parker, as an intern, it would be impossible to participate in these important experimental work without a year or two. However, Dr. Connors promoted him exceptionally and even let him get in touch with the core secrets. So, from this point of view, it is not an exaggeration to say that Dr. Connors is his mentor. He is both a benefactor and a mentor. Therefore, Peter Parker could not leave Dr. Connors alone. Okay Peter, since you insist, I can only wish you good luck. I have no experience in infiltration at all. After all, if I want to go somewhere, I can just use a portal to get there. Ronan shrugged. For things like this, he really couldn't help much. The most he could do was to help Peter Parker open a portal so that he could enter Osborn Industries smoothly. But Peter Parker already had a plan for this part. It doesn't matter, I just hope you can be my backup. If I'm in danger, I'm counting on you to open a portal for me. Peter Parker said with a smile. Ronan sighed. He was not dissatisfied with Peter Parker, but he felt that this child was too grateful. Did Dr. Connors do him a favor? He did. But as for making Peter Parker take such a big risk, Ronan didn't know. Perhaps only Peter Parker himself knew the answer to this question. Thinking of this, Ronan looked around, and suddenly his eyes stopped on a car not far away. The window of the driver's seat slowly rolled down, and a familiar face appeared in Ronan's eyes. Skye. Why is she here? Seeing Skye greeting him, Ronan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Looking for him? Thinking of this, Ronan suddenly had a brand new idea. Come on, Peter, I'll introduce you to a new friend. She can definitely help you a lot in your plan. After saying that, Ronan pushed his bicycle directly to the side of the black SUV. Ronan looked into the car through the main driver's window and found that there was only Skye in the car. Well, the Hydra spy didn't come. Let's go, get on the car. Ronan tilted his head towards Peter Parker, and the two of them turned their bicycles and got on the car one after the other. Skye expressed extreme incomprehension that Ronan brought another person in. Is it appropriate for one more person to hear the secret between the two of them? Wait, I know what you are going to say. But before that, I need you to do me another favor. Peter Parker directly interrupted what Skye was about to say. He didn't want Peter Parker to know some of his other secrets. Hearing this, Skye looked at him with confusion. Help again. My little brother wants to go to Osborn Industries tonight, but he is more worried that the camera will capture his every move, so he is very worried. I think this little thing should be very simple for you, right? Ronan looked at Skye in front of him and said with a smile. If he remembered correctly, Skye's current identity is not a superpower, but a hacker. The kind with very good technology. Osborn Industries? What are you going to do? Skye was no caveman, so she knew what Osborn Industries stood for. Although the company's reputation was not as great as Stark Group, it was also a very powerful company. Especially in the field of biotechnology, it was also ranked among the top in the United States. What did they want to do there? Do you mind revealing your true identity? This person should be trustworthy. Ronan glanced at Peter Parker. After all, if Skye was to help, it was impossible for her not to know Peter Parker's identity. Peter Parker would definitely have to wear his tights at that time. For a hacker who could control the camera, hiding his identity was meaningless. Perhaps Peter Parker also thought of this layer. He nodded and shot her spider silk directly. The spider silk directly stuck to the rear view mirror of the car, and the spider silk whizzing past made Skye stunned. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, Skye finally realized what this spider silk represented. Isn't this the neighbor hero who has been very popular in New York recently? Spider-Man? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 166. Poor. Who doesn't know how to do it? Are you Spider-Man? Sky almost shouted. If this sub was not specially made by S.H.I.E.L.D. and had excellent sound insulation, passers-by outside would definitely hear her words. Looking at the stunned expression on her face, Ronan smiled. He is your teammate tonight. Haven't you always wanted to work with a superhero? I'll give you a chance this time. Ronan patted Peter Parker on the shoulder and said with a smile, the highest level of negotiation is to say that asking others to do something is for the other party's consideration, so he made such a proposal. At this point, Ronan is still a little experienced. How do you know I want to work with superheroes? Sky looked at Ronan in surprise. However, Ronan smiled mysteriously and did not answer Sky's question. How could a girl of this age not look forward to close contact with superheroes? Okay, I admit you are right. But the superhero I want to work with is that kind. More mature. You know what I mean. Sky's expression was a little strange, and it seemed that she didn't really want to work with Peter Parker. Ronan naturally understood what she meant. After all, considering Peter Parker's age, if Sky wanted to have something romantic with him, it would be considered as her molesting a minor. Besides, Sky's type is not like this. You can't think like that. Let me put it this way, based on what you know about Spider-Man, can he become a member of the Avengers in the future? Ronan began to persuade her emotionally and logically. To put it simply, he was going to start pouring Sky. His strength should be no problem, and he is young, so he may have room for growth in the future. As a hacker, Sky had naturally seen these rumors about Spider-Man on various websites. Whether it was the ability to swing in a building, or the reaction speed and physical fitness when fighting those bad guys, he was a superhero among superheroes. Although Spider-Man was not yet known to everyone. In that case, if you become his teammate now, then when he joins the Avengers in the future, you, as a team member, will naturally join the Avengers. More importantly, you will be able to meet all the Avengers you want to meet in the future. This thing is the same as investing in stocks. Everyone envies those who make money by speculating in stocks. But they never thought that when a certain explosive stock is at its lowest point, those envious people never even look at them. Those who really make money by speculating in stocks either have inside information or are just lucky. Now, I provide you with inside information about a high quality stock. Whether you can catch it depends on you. Ronan looked at Sky with a smile and gave her a more easy to understand example. Poor, isn't it enough to have a mouth? Of course, in a way, this is not poor. It can only be regarded as a small IQ crushing. And because of Ronan's words, Sky also fell into silence. Does Ronan make sense? In fact, it makes sense. If she were to get in touch with those famous superheroes now, it would be almost impossible for her to get in touch with them. So, Ronan's words could almost be said to have convinced her. I admit that what you said makes sense. But I still have a job at S.H.I.E.L.D. and I don't want to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. for the time being. This is what Sky can't let go of the most. Because in S.H.I.E.L.D., there are things she wants to know the most. Of course, it is also because of her experience in S.H.I.E.L.D. that she has changed from a hacker to a mutant. The thing you want to know the most in S.H.I.E.L.D. is nothing more than your life experience. And now, I know your life experience very clearly. So, apart from that, what else do you miss in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Ronan shrugged. This matter was very simple for him. Although he had only watched the first few Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in his previous life, he knew Sky's life experience very well. It's not because the actors are beautiful, nor because the actors are live broadcasting. Cough cough cough. Anyway, Ronan is still relatively clear about Sky's life experience. For a moment, Sky was also a little hesitant. That's right, just as Ronan said, her biggest wish when she joined S.H.I.E.L.D. was to find out her life experience. Now Ronan can tell her everything, and she also has the opportunity to become a member of the Avengers in the future. What else can she hesitate about? However, when Ronan brought up this topic, she hesitated. After joining S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long, and fighting side by side with so many teammates for so long, it would be a lie to say that she has no feelings. If she were to abandon them so decisively, Sky felt that she couldn't get over it. Of course, you can also consider the follow-up matters yourself. When Peter gets what he wants, I will keep my promise and tell you what you want to know. You can only choose to join or not. At this time, Ronan proposed another option to step back. When Sky heard this option, she agreed without hesitation. I'm afraid she didn't even think about it herself. Even if she didn't agree to help Ronan and Peter Parker, according to the original deal, Ronan still had to tell her about her life experience. Because they had agreed to this long before. Okay, I promise you. If there is a chance, I will help again. Sky nodded. She found a way to have the best of both worlds. Ronan smiled slightly and gave his number. The two sides agreed to meet at 10 o'clock in the evening. Then he got out of the car with Peter Parker. After getting out of the car, Peter Parker was not as happy as he had imagined. Ronan found him a good helper, but he didn't seem to be so willing to accept this partner. Why do you think my arrangement is not good? Ronan noticed Peter Parker's emotions at a glance. For this kind of child who writes emotions on his face, Ronan can tell what he is thinking with his toes. No, it's not bad. It should be said to be very good. But I always feel that this is my business and I don't want others to get involved. Peter Parker shook his head. Ronan has done enough for him. Moreover, since the last conversation with Ronan, he has been wanting to make himself grow quickly. Not to say that he can reach Ronan's level quickly, but at least he will not be the one who drags his feet. But now Peter, I know what you are thinking. Ronan looked at Peter Parker, who looked a little depressed, and couldn't help saying, he just finished one CPU, and he has to start another one. It's really too difficult for him to be the godfather. If nothing works, let Tony Stark be the godfather. You want to say that this is your business and you don't need help from others. Or you don't want to involve other people. But have you ever thought that people like Iron Man and Captain America actually have one thing in common? Ronan continued to start his CPU business. Common point? What common point? When these people were mentioned, Peter Parker suddenly became excited. After all, one is his idol and the other is someone he has always admired. Moreover, he has always targeted these two people and constantly wanted to prove that he can do it. As strong as Captain America is, he also has excellent fighting skills and the assistance of the entire Avengers behind him. If he wants to carry out a mission, there will be professionals to collect target information for him, plan the route of action, and find the retreat route, etc. Do you really think that Captain America alone can win every battle on the battlefield full of bullets and shells? Even when he broke into the rear of the enemy, he had the help of a whole team of howling commandos. Instead of being alone, Ronan looked at Peter Parker and said lightly, the world only saw Steve Rogers' strength that was 50-50 against anyone. But no one paid attention to how his shield was made, how his armor was made. In addition, his fighting skills and the like were also helped by professionals to reach the current level. Without these, Steve Rogers would be just a reckless man with brute force. And Iron Man, who has always been reluctant to participate in team battles, also has an artificial intelligence called Jarvis in his armor. This artificial intelligence helps him find the enemy quickly and assists him in driving the Iron Suit, including collecting intelligence and the like. Perhaps in your opinion, Jarvis alone does all the logistics for the Avengers. But the premise is that Iron Man is a rich man. Many people think that Tony Stark is the pinnacle of personal heroism in Marvel. Whether it was when the Cheetah invaded New York, he rushed out of the universe with a nuclear bomb in his arms, or a few years later, he faced Thanos, snapped his fingers, and said the sentence that runs through Marvel from beginning to end. It must be admitted that without his intelligence, there would be no Iron Man. But at the same time, without Jarvis and the Stark Group as his backing, he might not be able to break through technology every time and create more powerful armor. Even if it weren't for the new element discovered by his father Howard Stark in the Space Gem, perhaps Tony Stark would have died from the toxins of palladium. There is no Iron Man story later. Even Ronan, he is so powerful now because he has received more than 10 years of training in camouflage. Therefore, in Ronan's view, all these superheroes are not just one person, but a group of people. I understand what you mean. Peter Parker raised his head and looked at Ronan with a touch of emotion in his eyes. He knew that Ronan could tell him this because they were good friends. Every superhero actually has a team behind him. And you want to solve all the troubles alone, which is unrealistic in itself. Leave professional things to professionals. This is the philosophy I have always pursued. So, don't be so repulsive to the team, because if you want to reach their level, you can never do it alone. This is also Ronan's true thought. In fact, in Ronan's view, if Peter Parker is really given resources and help like Steve Rogers, then Peter Parker's strength will definitely be stronger than Steve Rogers. Of course, what is said here is only combat effectiveness, and the more mysterious and ethereal spiritual attributes are not included. Because if we only count the spiritual attributes, Steve Rogers can be said to be invincible. Ronan also had to call him Big Brother. Sorry, I was wrong. I always thought that one person could solve all problems. But, after listening to you today, I found that I was really wrong. Peter Parker, this child, has a great advantage, that he will quickly admit his mistakes after making mistakes. Moreover, after knowing the mistakes, he does not just admit them, he will really change. This is one of the reasons why Ronan wants to help him. After all, compared to some failed men who obviously know their mistakes, but do not change, this Peter Parker in front of him is undoubtedly much cuter. It's okay. There is a saying in the East that, after making a mistake, it is the best thing to be able to recognize and change. So take your time, don't rush. Ronan patted Peter Parker on the shoulder and motioned him to relax. I don't know where he got so much pressure, forcing himself to grow up every day. Is it because Ronan is around, so the pressure on him is too great? If so, then Ronan has to think of a way to let him release the current pressure. After the two parted, Ronan also rode his bike to Stark Group. He started his slacking off again. Because he disappeared for a month without any reason, the black-hearted capitalist Tony Stark decisively blackmailed him for a month's internship fee. Therefore, Ronan did not make a penny after interning at Stark Group for so long, and even lost a lot of money. He can be said to be the first person to take out a loan to work. When he arrived at Stark Group, it was still the familiar routine. Punch the clock in, sign in, and then take the elevator to the floor that ordinary employees could not go to. Every time when the people who took the elevator with him saw Ronan press the number of the floor, they would look at Ronan with a look of should I call security? But in the same way, when Ronan swiped the card and the floor lit up, the look immediately disappeared. Instead, it was as if nothing had happened. Therefore, Ronan did not encounter any plots in the company where he needed to play the pig and eat the tiger. After all, everyone is an adult, and they know not to talk when they shouldn't. When he arrived at his workplace, as usual, there was no one in the entire office area. Even the cleaners didn't come here on weekdays. This floor, including the floors above, all plot work is done by robots. Ronan turned on the light himself, illuminating the entire office area, and then came to his workstation and started to slack off. No, work. His specific work includes turning on the computer, opening the communication software, and then opening the live broadcast software to find a certain anchor. If a certain anchor is not live, then Ronan will find some rich and generous big sisters and go to their live broadcast room for free. Although they are already very poor, their clothes are full of holes and can't even cover the key points. However, Ronan still insists on the principle of free, and the main focus is a companion. After waiting for the rich brothers to give rewards, those big sisters use their soft posture and dance to conquer every paper towel in front of the computer. No, men. For Ronan, he just appreciates it simply, without any other meaning. After appreciating for more than 40 minutes, there is still more than an hour before getting off work, and finally Ronan feels a little tired of appreciating. So, he is ready to get up and change his posture. But at this time, the exclusive elevator from upstairs rang again. Ronan rolled his eyes. He knew it was Tony Stark. Dear Chairman Stark, don't we have any social activities on weekdays? Why do I see you every time I come? Ronan glanced at Tony Stark, who was walking towards him, and silently turned off the very poor big sister. If I need to handle everything, then what's the point of hiring so many people? Tony Stark walked in front of Ronan, turned his office chair around very casually, and then sat down. Looking at his action, Ronan knew that something must be wrong. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Ronan changed his posture. It's nothing big, I just heard that a big lizard appeared in New York recently. It once fought with Spider-Man. Tony Stark looked at Ronan and asked about Dr. Connors. Ronan raised his eyebrows. How could Tony Stark pay attention to such things? I want to know if your friend Spider-Man has any research data on the big lizard. It is rumored that it is something similar to the super soldier serum. I want to study it. Tony Stark stated his purpose. Ronan was not surprised that Tony Stark knew that Ronan and Spider-Man knew each other. In fact, Peter Parker's identity is not a secret in the eyes of many people. Why did you think of studying that thing? Haven't you been thinking about making an Iron Legion? Ronan looked at him in surprise. As far as he knew, Tony Stark should have no interest in these things. Otherwise, after so many years, he should have made some achievements in this area. It's just an interest. If not, forget it. If your friend can get it, I think the information can make him no longer worry about tuition fees in high school, including college. So, Tony Stark shrugged, still not saying why he was interested in it. Ronan glanced at him, and his IQ told him that Tony Stark's move must have some hidden meaning. However, Ronan was not someone who liked to explore other people's secrets. Let me ask him for you. I'm not sure what I can find. I can only say that I'll give you something if I can find it. But when it comes to money, I think you should give it to him in a smarter way. After all, his family doesn't know his identity yet. Ronan thought about it. Although he didn't need the money, it didn't mean that Peter Parker didn't need the money. The advantage of him was that he never agreed to anything for others. As for Peter Parker's own affairs, let him make his own decisions. This is very simple. The Stark Group has a special charity organization. Every year we will find a group of children with good character and academic performance to help. Other children need to repay this part of the money after graduation, or work for the organization for a period of time. But he doesn't have to do this. Tony Stark nodded. He also had a way to deal with this. Since he had already thought of a way, Ronan had nothing to say. Anyway, Peter Parker had to make his own choice. Let him think about it himself when the time came. Okay, then I'll help you reluctantly. But he may have some other requirements. After all, he has his own purpose in stealing those information. Ronan gave Tony Stark a shot of vaccination first. After all, Peter Parker's goal was to restore Dr. Connors to human form. As long as it's not too much, I'm fine with it. Tony Stark nodded again. Hearing his words, Ronan's interest became stronger. You know, Tony Stark is not a person who compromises so easily. What happened today? Is it his personality that has changed drastically, or are these so-called materials so important to him? This has attracted Ronan's attention. However, Tony Stark did not say his purpose. After saying these, he greeted Ronan and turned away. Ronan was even more surprised that he left in such a hurry. You know, Tony Stark usually wants to know some secrets about the wizard. Why didn't he ask today? In addition, Ronan promised him before that he would take him to the place where the wizard trained. But it has been a few days, and Tony Stark has not contacted him, as if he is not interested in these things. This is not Tony Stark at all. Ronan touched his chin, and his subconscious told him that there must be something going on. Tony Stark must be doing something unknown. What is he hiding? Although he was confused, Ronan did not take any action. He did not like others to touch his privacy, so he did not want to explore the privacy of others. Although he was double standard in some cases, he was more moral in other aspects. So, no matter what Tony Stark was hiding, Ronan decided not to pay attention to him. Who knows if he will find any trouble when he explores. For someone like Ronan who is afraid of trouble, he does not want to bring trouble to himself. So after thinking about it, Ronan finally made a decision. What Tony Stark is hiding, let him hide it. And what choice Peter Parker should make, let him consider it himself. As for Ronan, just be a salary thief with peace of mind and look at these rich and generous big sisters. Chapter 167. Is the gun really fast within 7 steps? On the plane of S.H.I.E.L.D., Skye sat at the bar, and the computer was playing the architectural drawings of Osborn Industries. Tonight, she and Peter Parker would cooperate to invade the building and steal some important documents from it. In fact, after Ronan told her, she tried to use her hacking skills to invade the network and database of Osborne Industries. Unfortunately, she only found some very superficial information in those computers that could be connected to the internet. For example, who was the person in charge of a certain research, who were the people in the team, etc. More in-depth information could not be found in those computers. This also means that the way this company saves data is either very old paper materials, or the computer that stores data has never been connected to the internet. Sky. Just as she was lost in thought, a voice appeared behind her. Sky subconsciously turned off the screen of the laptop and turned to look behind her. Phil Coulson was standing there. "Phil, is there anything?" Sky turned around. However, Phil Coulson did not answer her question, but walked around to the bar and poured 2 glasses of wine. One cup was handed to Sky, and the other was in his hand. It was obvious that he had something to talk to Sky about. "Nothing. I just feel that you have been a little absent-minded recently. If you encounter any difficulties, tell us. Everyone can help you." Sky has now integrated into this group and become a member of this group. After experiencing all kinds of distrust and doubts, she finally got out of the sea of suffering. "No, nothing. I'm just investigating my parents' affairs through some other channels." Sky smiled and concealed the expression on her face. This is not a reason. After all, this has always been her obsession. Is it that person? However, after hearing this, Phil Coulson's face became obviously serious. You know, since Grant Ward reported last time that Sky had a private contact with Luo Nan, Phil Coulson has been very vigilant. Even now, Grant Ward has defected from S.H.I.E.L.D. and resumed his identity as a Hydra agent. However, Phil Coulson still believes this information, because the first element of being an undercover agent is to never lie about things that have nothing to do with you. As a top agent and undercover, Grant Ward obviously understands what is happening now. Yes, Sky did not hide it, but just nodded. She did not tell the specific details because she had promised Peter Parker to keep the secret for him. Your contact with him is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. I have contacted him several times. Although he is not a bad person, he is not a good person either. At least, he seems to want to play with us in the palm of his hand and watch our various funny performances so that he can have fun. Phil Coulson looked at Sky very seriously and said his evaluation of Luo Nan. No, to be more precise, it is an evaluation of Mr. Fantastic. Because every time Phil Coulson meets Mr. Fantastic, he will feel a special feeling. Although the other party hides it very well, Phil Coulson still keenly perceives it. It is the kind of high and mighty, like humans watching ants working hard to carry food back to the nest. And humans either destroy the results of ants' hard work for a long time at will, or, just like giving arms, helping the ants deliver this piece of food to the door of the nest. No matter how you think about it, this feeling is not very good. But he knows about my parents, doesn't he? I have been investigating for so long. Isn't it for this purpose? Sky looked up at Phil Coulson with a burning gaze. That's right. Whether she joined the Rising Tide organization or later joined S.H.I.E.L.D., there was only one purpose. That is to find out her own life experience. And now, the answer is within reach. But what is the price? What is the price you need to pay? Phil Coulson asked back. Sky opened her mouth and was about to tell Luo Nan's commission to her at that time, but suddenly thought of Luo Nan's words. If she told this matter, the news about her parents would be sealed forever. Although Luo Nan did not clearly say what means she had to monitor Sky and prevent her from saying these words, Sky did not dare to gamble. That's right, she did not dare to gamble. Maybe Luo Nan's means were useless, just simply intimidating her and not letting her tell the content of the transaction. But who can guarantee it? What if those mages really have some special means? We just made a deal. I don't have to pay anything. And tonight, he will tell me everything I want to know. Sky pursed her lips and decided to conceal the content of the deal. Sky, some secrets are not so. Looking at Sky in front of him, Phil Coulson couldn't think of a suitable adjective to persuade her. Stop her? No, Phil Coulson couldn't do it. This is what Sky has dreamed of for more than 20 years. How could he stop it? However, Phil Coulson knew clearly that this matter was not that simple, at least from the oral statements of other agents. Sky's identity at the time definitely hid a huge secret. He didn't know if Sky could bear it. Okay, Phil, the agreed time is coming. Thank you for your concern, but I have been pursuing it for so long, and now I finally have an answer. So, sorry. Sky drank the wine in the glass, then picked up the notebook and clothes on the table, turned around and left the bar. There was still more than an hour before the time she had agreed with Ronan and Peter Parker. Looking at Sky's back as she left, Phil Coulson silently put down his glass. The talks broke down, didn't they? At this time, Melinda May appeared behind Phil Coulson. She had heard everything that had just happened. It's not that the talks broke down, it's just, young people always have their own ideas, don't they? Phil Coulson shrugged. He had actually thought about Sky's reaction a long time ago. Not everyone can understand Sky's inner feelings, especially after going through so much. Ever since Grant Ward betrayed the team, she has been a little absent-minded. Maybe she also wants to find something to divert her attention. Phil Coulson naturally knew the relationship between Sky and Grant Ward. Since Sky joined the team, Grant Ward has been his guide, and the two have been together for a long time. In addition, they have experienced so many things together, and it is normal for them to have feelings for each other. Are you sure you want to mention that person? Melinda May looked at Phil Coulson somewhat unhappy. You know, the people standing here are not only teammates with Grant Ward, but also have a deeper relationship. Well, it's my fault. I always bring up things that shouldn't be mentioned. Phil Coulson raised his hand, indicating that it was his fault. He forgot that Melinda May had close contact with Grant Ward. Forget it. What are you going to do about Sky? Let her get in touch with that Mr. Fantastic? Melinda May did not take advantage of the topic. After all, the two have known each other for such a long time, and they know each other's personality. No matter what she does, she is my team member. Phil Coulson drank the wine in the glass and took a deep breath. Notify others to track Sky's vehicle signal. We can help her when necessary. 9:58. After waiting for half an hour, Sky finally welcomed a familiar face. Ronan rode a bicycle and came from not far away. Well, along the way, Ronan kindly educated 3 gangs of hooligans who didn't know much about the rules. Among them was Nico, who had practiced swordplay for 2.5 years. After Ronan showed him what swordplay was and helped him change his hairstyle to a bald head, he decided not to practice swordplay anymore and switched to basketball. Ronan was very satisfied with this result. At least playing basketball, plus Nico's unique talent, rap. If he practices singing and dancing well, he will definitely become a first-line star in America in the future. Who knows, he may have to thank Ronan later. Hello, good evening. Ronan skillfully threw the bicycle into his space and got on Sky's car. Fortunately, this action was done in Sky's blind spot, otherwise Sky would have doubted her eyes. Good evening. Where's Spider-Man? Sky greeted and looked around curiously. She didn't see Peter Parker. Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden noise on the roof of the car. Hey, someone is coming. After all, he is Spider-Man. It is normal for him to not take the usual path. Ronan changed his posture, and a helpless emotion flashed across his face. He had not planned to come tonight. After all, this was Peter Parker and Sky's business. However, Peter Parker didn't trust Sky, and he seemed a little uncomfortable with being alone with a girl. So, he wanted Ronan to come with him no matter what. Ronan thought about it, and decided to come. Anyway, he would have to tell Sky about her life experience. By the way, he could complete the previous deal. Let's just do everything together. Hey guys, did you miss me? Peter Parker appeared upside down from the roof of the car. As long as he put on this outfit, Peter Parker turned from a shy guy into a chatterbox. I don't know what magic this mask has. There is another person who has the same symptoms as him, and I don't know if he is a real brother. Coming quickly, I guess Sky will give you some equipment. Ronan opened the window and couldn't help rolling his eyes. This kind of chatterbox attribute is really hopeless. Peter Parker didn't say much and just flipped in through the window, looking agile. Seeing Peter Parker's action, Sky just pursed her lips and didn't say much. I have checked the design drawings of this building and found several places to sneak in. Next, you put on this headset and I will tell you where to hide from the surveillance cameras. If there are cameras that cannot be avoided, I will also deal with them. Sky took out 2 pairs of headphones from the side. Peter Parker took the headphones and put them on his ears. Ronan raised his eyebrows. Do I need to wear headphones too? In Ronan's opinion, he was not participating in the operation, so wearing headphones would not be of much use. It's up to you. Sometimes, you need some professional advice. Sky shrugged. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Where is my lawyer? What do you mean I should give some professional advice? Do I look like one of those people who break into people's homes and pick locks every day? Ronan rolled his eyes, but finally put on the headphones. Peter, you will enter from the ventilation duct on the side. There will be at least 3 guards there. If you want to pass quickly, knock them out violently. If you want to be more secretive, wait for them to pass, and then sneak in. After you go in, I will tell you what to do in the headset. Sky was very considerate. She was worried that, if she said too much, Peter Parker might not remember it, and there would be a risk of failure. So, she decided to wait until Peter Parker sneaked in, and then talk about it little by little. Peter Parker did not hesitate. After nodding, he put on the mask, and blended into the night. Beep, beep. At this time, a small red dot appeared on Sky's computer. The small red dot represented Peter Parker, and the speed was so fast that Sky had never expected it. Don't be surprised, he can be faster. It's just that he is a rookie now, and there is still a lot to learn. Ronan glanced at Sky's expression and explained to her. According to Peter Parker's potential, there is definitely more than what is in front of him. Let's find him a similar teacher and let him learn from him. Guys, I've sneaked in. What should we do next? Peter Parker's voice came from the headset. Peter, you go through the ventilation duct, turn right at the 3rd corner, and then go through the 4th room, which is the 10th floor. There are still 3 floors to the target 13th floor. But the 10th floor and above are top secret areas, and the ventilation ducts are also full of sensors. So, you can only start from the 10th floor and slowly reach the 13th floor. Sky hurriedly said to the headset. Peter Parker did not hesitate, and followed Sky's instructions, and began to move in the ventilation duct. In less than 5 minutes, Peter Parker had entered an office from the ventilation duct. Peter, on the right side of this office, walk about 15 meters and you will see a staircase. There will be surveillance cameras in the stairs, but I have blocked them for you. The blocking time is only about 18 seconds, so you have to jump 3 floors within 18 seconds. And once it exceeds 18 seconds, an alarm will be sounded over there. When he said this, Sky hesitated a little, because 18 seconds is really too demanding. 18 seconds? Okay, no problem for me. After saying that, Peter Parker's little red dot began to move. A distance of more than 10 meters was no problem for Peter Parker. 5 seconds. I'll start shielding. 54,321 go. After Sky said go, Peter Parker rushed out like an arrow from a string. He did not walk up the stairs step by step like a normal person, but made full use of the ability given to him by Spider-Man and flew directly. Time is up. Just as Sky pressed enter again, Peter Parker had already reached the 13th floor. Listening to Peter Parker's funny voice coming from the headset, Sky couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Success. Ronan glanced behind him and couldn't help shaking his head. There are always people who can't remember lessons. You guys are busy first. I'll help you deal with your tail. As an agent, you can't even deal with your tail. You need more practice. After saying that, Ronan patted Sky on the shoulder and disappeared. Sky turned her head suddenly, and she understood what Ronan meant. The tail he was talking about must be her teammates. However, Ronan was still sitting in the back of the car. Sky was a little surprised. Don't be surprised, he has gone, and I stayed as a hostage. After all, he doesn't want to be discovered by your people. There will be one less person in this car in the far infrared camera. Ronan shrugged, and his words made Sky a little confused. What does this mean? However, Ronan, the real body, has come to another car. Sky is still in the car. There are 2 people in the car. They seem to be talking. Do you need me to synchronize their conversation content? A young male agent said. This person is not someone else, but Sky's teammate, Leo Fitz. Synchronize. I want to know what they are talking about. Phil Coulson whispered. He also wanted to know who Sky was working with. No need. If you want to know, I can tell you. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly came into their ears. As senior agents, Phil Coulson and Melinda May in the driver's seat took out their pistols at the first time. However, when they turned around, they found a man wearing an Iron Man mask, holding Leo Fitz and Gemma Simmons on the left and right. Long time no see, Phil. It seems that what happened last time we met still didn't teach you a lesson. Ronan tilted his head, and there seemed to be some teasing in his tone. At the beginning, Grant Ward and Sky followed Ronan privately, and after being tricked by George Stacy, they were smoothly arrested and thrown into prison. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not what it is now. Otherwise, they would probably have no one to protect them. It's you. Phil Coulson recognized the voice at once. Of course, there is also this mask. In the world, there is only one person who can wear an Iron Man mask and have such a voice. Mr. Fantastic. It's me. It seems that you haven't changed at all. Is there someone missing in this car? Where is the big white guy? Ronan glanced around, as if he didn't know. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Oh sorry, I forgot he was a Hydra spy. I guess he betrayed you after Hydra was exposed. Ronan said these in sincere apologies, as if he had accidentally exposed someone's scar. What else do you know? Or did you know it from the beginning? Phil Coulson looked at Ronan in shock. Although Grant Ward did betray, this news is top secret. Not to mention outsiders. I'm afraid some people inside S.H.I.E.L.D. don't know it. Even now S.H.I.E.L.D. has only 2 or 3 kittens left. Of course I knew it from the beginning. I also know that he seems to have shot and killed one of your high-level agents. And he's hiding. At this point, Ronan stopped talking. TSK, let's not tell them these things. Where is he hiding? At this time, Leo Fitz, who was hugged by Ronan, was a little excited. In fact, he had never believed that Grant Ward had defected, and he even thought that he had something to hide. Therefore, he had always wanted to save this partner. Tell me, where is he? I just want to know, snap. However, what Leo Fitz never expected was that before he finished asking his question, Ronan's hand directly grabbed his neck. He interrupted all his next words. The huge force made Leo Fitz feel suffocated. Not only could he no longer speak, but even breathing became a luxury. No. Gemma Simmons next to him screamed, and she wanted to stop Ronan's action. However, she was pressed to the ground by Ronan. I have never liked to hit women, so I only allow you to be so presumptuous this time. If you dare to move again next time, I can't guarantee what will happen. Ronan's voice was like a devil, gently floating into Gemma Simmons' ears. Hearing this voice, Gemma Simmons was frightened and dared not move. And you. There are 3 things I hate most in my life. One is when people say bad things about me, and the other is when people say bad things about me behind my back. As for the third one, I just added it. That's when someone questions me. Ronan turned his head and looked at Leo Fitz, who was being strangled by him. Well, as for the bottom line, it's okay to be flexible. Leo Fitz on the other side was almost unable to feel the presence of oxygen. Let him go, or I'll shoot. Melinda May directly opened the safety of the pistol. If she wasn't worried about the small space in the car, it would cause ricochets. Otherwise, she would have shot long ago. People say that guns are accurate at a distance of 7 steps. And within 7 steps, guns are fast and accurate. So, I want to try. Within these 7 steps, will you kill me first with a gun, or will I kill them first? If you agree, then pull the trigger. Let's do an interesting test together. See if I die first, or they die first. Chapter 168, Ronan. Could he really be Mr. Fantastic? Within 7 steps, the gun was fast and accurate. How should I put it? According to human thinking, it is true. But for Ronan, who is not a human creature, guns are basically useless. Even if the gun is against his forehead, as long as there is this action, Ronan can use various methods to dodge the bullet. What space gem? The shape of Archon. Ronan can even take the gun away at the moment when the gun is against his forehead. Even if the opponent does not give Ronan any preparation time, Ronan has a way. Since obtaining the reality gem, Ronan has used the magic in Camotage to set a command for the reality gem. When Ronan is fatally injured, the reality gem will be activated. At that time, the fatal blow Ronan received will be erased by the reality gem. Don't tell Ronan that the cost of using the reality gem is high. After all, it's time to die. No matter how high the cost is, can it be greater than losing his life? As long as he doesn't die. In the world of Marvel, Ronan has various ways to solve these troubles. Therefore, facing the two small pistols of Phil Coulson and Melinda May, Ronan's various backup plans can be described as a dimensionality reduction attack. What exactly do you want to do? Phil Coulson still did not put down the gun, but he did not pull the trigger either. He had the same idea as Melinda May. In such a small space, 4 of the 5 people in the car were their own people. Once the gun was fired, it was hard to say whether it could hit Mr. Fantastic. The probability of ricocheting and hitting their own people was too high. I also want to ask you, does S.H.I.E.L.D. have nothing to do recently? All the people were mobilized late at night, and even the new director showed up. Ronan glanced at Phil Coulson, but his hands did not mean to loosen. It was visible to the naked eye that Leo Fitz's lips had begun to turn purple next to him. Phil Coulson and Melinda May saw this situation, and were anxious in their hearts. However, they had no way. The space in the car was too small, so shooting would definitely not work. But it was impossible to cross the front seats, reach the back seat, and entangle Ronan, because it would take too long. The other side only needs 1 second to kill Leo Fitz and Gemma Simmons. But the two of them dare not bet whether they can stop Ronan within 1 second. We are just here to protect our team members. Phil Coulson looked at Ronan, and he was very anxious at this time. In fact, there is no need for us to be like this, right? Although there was a small conflict before, these misunderstandings can be resolved. At this moment, he just wanted to save Leo Fitz from Ronan. Under normal circumstances, humans can only last about 1 minute in the absence of oxygen. People who have received professional training can extend this time. Although Leo Fitz is an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he is not a field agent, so he has not done these in training. Therefore, his physical fitness is almost the same as that of an ordinary person. Now, a full 50 seconds have passed. If Leo Fitz continues to lack oxygen, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. I've told you before that there are too many disgusting things happening in your S.H.I.E.L.D. The so-called secret symbols are just one of them. Ronan looked at Phil Coulson in front of him with a look of disdain on his face. Although the mask covered his expression, everyone present could hear the disdain in his tone. Facing Ronan's words, Phil Coulson's face also showed a solemn expression. Because Ronan predicted last time, however, I don't like killing people usually, so I can give you a chance. I hope you can really realize your mistake this time, and don't make it again in the future. After saying that, Ronan didn't give Phil Coulson a chance to defend himself, and his figure disappeared directly in the car. Leo Fitz suddenly felt the force that bound his throat disappear, and he felt the long-lost fresh air. He quickly covered his neck, and began to greedily breathe the fresh air. Before Phil Coulson and the others could speak, a sense of weightlessness attacked everyone's heart. Boom. The next second, the sense of weightlessness disappeared, and a series of collisions appeared. Phil Coulson was the first to come back to his senses. When he looked at the scenery outside the window, his face suddenly changed. Because they had left the street just now, and returned to the plane. Fitz, are you okay? Gemma Simmons quickly looked at Leo Fitz beside her. Leo Fitz shook his head, but his violent breathing did not stop. Is this a passenger plane? Melinda May also found the problem. As a top agent, she is very sensitive to changes in the environment. Yes, we are back. With our car. Phil Coulson smiled bitterly, and turned on the safety of the pistol in his hand again. It seems that this gun has no effect tonight. He is warning us. Melinda May's face was also not very good. Yes, with just this one move, he is telling us. He not only knows where our plane is, but he can even send us anywhere. Imagine, if he doesn't send us to the plane, but sends us to the sea, what can we do? Phil Coulson took a deep breath. Just from this one move, he understood what Mr. Fantastic meant. This is a warning. Mr. Fantastic can send them to the plane, so he can naturally send them to the Sea of Fire. By then, they won't even know how they died. Melinda May's face became even uglier. As an experienced agent, her professionalism is undoubtedly top-notch. Whether it is close combat or gun shooting, she can rank among the top in S.H.I.E.L.D. even when facing Captain America or Iron Man. Although she can't defeat them, she is still confident that she can deal with them. At least, there is a way to dodge the attacks of these two people. However, when facing Mr. Fantastic, the feeling of powerlessness is too uncomfortable. Facing Mr. Fantastic, it can be said that there are only 4 words. Helpless. Fitz, did you find anything else? Phil Coulson changed the subject directly, because if he continued to talk like this, their morale would undoubtedly suffer a greater blow. So, he could only change the subject and let everyone not immerse themselves in this. This is a skill that a leader must learn. Nothing was found. Because of the appearance of Mr. Fantastic, I did not intercept their conversation. But we can know that there were 2 people in the car. Leo Fitz finally recovered from the horror of death. He is an agent, although not so professional, but still an agent after all. That is to say, in addition to Sky, there is another person in the car. Is it that Mr. Fantastic? Melinda May continued to ask. No, it shouldn't be. Because the thermal imaging camera has been recording the situation in the car. When Mr. Fantastic appeared in our car, there were still 2 people in Sky's car. Even the other party's position has not moved. Leo Fitz shook his head, and he called up the video of the thermal imaging camera. It can be clearly seen that there are 2 things similar to human figures in the car. Is it possible that Ronan is sitting in the car? Gemma Simmons proposed a new idea. The members of their team all knew the name Ronan. At least, they knew about it when Grant Ward and his team were arrested by the New York police. If it's Ronan, then what deal did he have with Sky? If Mr. Fantastic had a deal with Sky, then why is Ronan here? In other words, what is Ronan's identity that can make this arrogant Mr. Fantastic protect him? Phil Coulson asked 3 questions in a row. Each of these 3 questions needs to be answered, but unfortunately they can't find the answer to any of them. They can only guess. Perhaps, there are some things that Mr. Fantastic can't show up. Or is the current Mr. Fantastic just an avatar we saw? Leo Fitz put forward a new idea. When he heard the word avatar, Phil Coulson almost jumped out of the car. He suddenly had a very scary idea. Seeing him so excited, Melinda May frowned. What's wrong, Phil? Did you find anything? Melinda May also wanted to know what happened. No, nothing. I just thought of an idea, but it needs to be verified. Phil Coulson shook his head. He did not make his idea public, because he just thought of something. If Ronan is Mr. Fantastic's clone, then everything is reasonable? Or, Ronan and Mr. Fantastic may be the same person? As soon as this idea came up, Phil Coulson felt his brain exploded. He couldn't imagine that a teenager could use this method to play so many people. The previous director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, had never thought of this. Even the Hydra gang was just suspicious. More importantly, Phil Coulson and Ronan had contacted so many times, but he didn't find any loopholes. Thinking of the last time, Ronan found the Hydra agent and Phil Coulson went to interrogate him. At that time, the Hydra agent was able to tell everything he knew. At that time, he suspected that the other party had used some extremely special means to make him cooperate so well. Now think about it, if Ronan and Mr. Fantastic are the same person, then everything makes sense. Thinking of this, Phil Coulson felt his scalp tingling. What's wrong, Phil? You don't look good. Melinda May keenly noticed the change in Phil Coulson's expression. Phil Coulson shook his head again and took a deep breath. No, I'm fine. After saying that, he opened the car door and walked directly into the plane. At this time, he had only one thought in his heart. If Ronan is Mr. Fantastic, then what is the purpose of his doing this? Hide his identity? No, it's unlikely. Because if he wants to hide his identity, then Ronan will definitely not let his Ronan identity be involved with Mr. Fantastic. Because once involved, he will definitely be concerned by all forces. If there is any flaw, then the identity will definitely be exposed in the first place. Phil Coulson walked quickly to his office, turned on the computer directly, and searched for information about Ronan. Soon, a piece of information came into his eyes. Not long ago, Ronan took a month off from school. According to the person who helped him take leave, Ronan had to take leave because of some changes in his family. However, according to the intelligence, Ronan is an orphan who was adopted by a man named Yeo Gu since he was a child. Could it be that something happened to his adoptive mother? Thinking of this, Phil Coulson quickly retrieved Yaogu's information. But after looking at it for more than 10 minutes, he didn't find any tricks. Everything was normal. It's just that the other party doesn't seem to be an American citizen, so the information that can be obtained is not that much. If he is not an American citizen, why must Ronan go to school in the United States? Thinking of this, Phil Coulson thought of another person. The person who helped Ronan take leave. In the school's information, he is Ronan's brother and another orphan adopted by Ms. Yaogu. His name is Wang, which is an Oriental surname. Phil Coulson has been to that country in the East and has performed missions there. Therefore, he still knows a little about these. His subconscious told him that if he wanted to solve the secret of Ronan's identity, this Wang was also crucial. In order to verify his guess, he must find out the true identity of this Wang and Ronan. Phil Coulson took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and dialed a number. Hello, it's me, Phil Coulson. Help me find a man named Wang. Yes, it's Wang, and there's a photo. I'll send it to you later. Well, help me find the most detailed information. You don't need to record this information. Send it to me after you find it, and then destroy it directly. After saying these words, Phil Coulson hung up the phone. He looked at the photo of Wang on the computer screen in front of him and fell into deep thought. If his guess was correct, he would almost collapse. He was still looking forward to having a conversation with Mr. Fantastic and wanted to trade some information. But who would have thought that he had been talking to Mr. Fantastic all the time? It's just that he was the only one who didn't know. Thinking of this, Phil Coulson felt very uncomfortable. He took a deep breath, and he had forgotten how many deep breaths he had taken tonight. However, no matter how many deep breaths he took, he couldn't calm his mood. Could Ronan really be Mr. Fantastic? Chapter 169 The Future of Spider-Man. On the other side, when Ronan returned to the car, Sky and the others had already finished the operation. Peter Parker had successfully stolen the relevant information and took a picture of it with a camera instead of taking it away directly. This way, he could take the information without alerting the other party. It was a best of both worlds solution. Peter Parker, who had obtained the information, had already retreated from another road, while Sky had been waiting for Ronan in the car. She wanted to know the long-awaited answer. It seems that you are very fast. I was only there for a few minutes and you were already done. Ronan looked at the red dot on the computer screen that was getting farther and farther away. He also knew that Peter Parker had left. There was no riot in the Osborn building not far away, which also meant that they had not been discovered. Yes, he has taken the information away. Now what I want to know is, can our deal be reached? Sky looked at Ronan with burning eyes. Ronan nodded, made a seal with his hands on his chest, and then tapped her forehead with a movement that Sky could not see clearly. I don't like telling stories, so I put everything I know about your life into your brain. Once you want to know about this past, just say in your mind, 1, 5. Then, this memory will automatically open. Ronan smiled and retracted his hands. 1, 5? Hearing these two numbers, Sky looked at Ronan with some confusion. Is this some special spell? Ronan shrugged and didn't answer her question, but waved at Sky. Our deal is only halfway done, but I have already given you the reward in advance. I hope that you can reach the second half of the deal in the next period of time. After saying that, Ronan disappeared in the car. Looking at Ronan's disappearing seat, Sky's heart could not calm down for a long time. Although she didn't know what the two numbers Ronan said, 1, 5, meant, but they were the key to open the door. And this door is called dreams. Behind the door, there is what Sky has always dreamed of. She wanted to recite these two numbers in her mind several times, but she didn't dare to do so. She thought that, when she could know this past, she would be very excited. However, when the day really came, she found that she didn't dare to do it at all. This feeling of fear is hard to describe. Sky exhaled lightly and turned the car key. She needed time. A little time to let herself accept this surprise. Half an hour later, Ronan whistled and rode his bicycle back to his apartment. When he walked to the door, Peter Parker was sitting at the door waiting for him. Peter? Why don't you go in? Ronan said in surprise. I tried to go in through the window, but I was electrocuted. The anti-theft system made by Mr. Stark is really powerful. Peter Parker smiled bitterly. If he could go in and wait, who would be willing to wait outside the door in the cold weather? Hearing this, Ronan suddenly realized. At the beginning, he asked Tony Stark to help transform the security equipment in the house. In addition to those surveillance cameras, there are even many other improvements. The windows became a special material that could not be seen from the outside, but sunlight could enter normally, and people could see the outside from the inside. Moreover, Tony Stark applied static electricity to each window. After all, people who want to enter other people's homes through windows are usually not good people. In addition, the United States claims that people can defend their homes to the death, no matter what weapons they use. They can protect their territory as sacred and inviolable. Therefore, even if someone is paralyzed by these electric shocks and falls to the ground and dies, Ronan does not need to bear any legal responsibility. Okay, let's go in quickly. Ronan opened the door quickly. The two entered the room one after another, and a warm air immediately hit them. Have you got everything? When Peter Parker sat down, Ronan also asked about the information. Peter Parker nodded and took out his camera. Ronan immediately picked up the laptop next to him and connected the camera to the computer. Soon, one clear picture after another appeared on the computer screen. They have actually done human experiments? When Peter Parker saw the content in the picture, he couldn't help but screamed. Because of the tight schedule, he did not check the contents page by page. However, when he had time to see the contents in the picture, he could not help but exclaim. Because in his impression, the reagents studied by their experimental group were only at the stage of using mice for experiments. How come there are results of human experiments in it? What's so surprising about this? If human experiments had not failed so many times, how could Dr. Kana's laboratory be closed? Ronan put down the mouse. He was not surprised at all about this. The reason was just as he said. If the human experiments went very smoothly, Dr. Kana's would still be as high-spirited as before. Continue his research, and wait for the day when the research is completed. He will definitely be successful. He will never become a giant lizard like now. How big is the difference? Human experiments have failed. Why does Dr. Kana's dare to experiment on himself? Isn't he afraid? At this point, Peter Parker stopped himself. Again, if the experiment had not been stopped by Osborn Industries, Dr. Kana's would never have taken this path. What he wanted to prove was that there was nothing wrong with his experiment. Forget it, let's not discuss this for now. After looking at these things, do you have any way to make what you want? Ronan was talking about the potion that Peter Parker wanted to make. The kind that can turn Dr. Kana's back to a normal human. I need to study it for a while. Besides, the experimental equipment is also a problem. Maybe I can use the equipment in the internship laboratory, but I need to use it secretly. Peter Parker looked at the formulas in front of him and couldn't help frowning. Although he had been interning with Dr. Kana's for a while and had been exposed to these things. However, it is definitely not that easy to research an antidote. Then I have a suggestion. I wonder if you want to hear it. To be precise, it should be Tony Stark who has a proposal to make a deal with you. Ronan took the opportunity to say Tony Stark's request. Although he didn't know what Tony Stark was going to do, he still said it. Mr. Stark. He knows me? When Peter Parker heard the name Tony Stark, he instantly became nervous. In other words, he was very surprised that Tony Stark knew his name. Well, he not only knows your name, but also knows that you are Spider-Man. He wants me to ask you if you want to sell these materials. Or, he wants these materials, and he can provide you with a scholarship from high school to college graduation. After you graduate, if you want to work in Stark Industries, he can also give you a good job. He wants to know your opinion. Ronan told Tony Stark about his proposal. To be honest, this proposal is very tempting for Peter Parker. Now the money for his schooling depends on the hard work of May Parker and Ben Parker, and Ben Parker even needs to do odd jobs to earn it. Most of the family's expenses are used for his schooling. In fact, with Peter Parker's ability, he can naturally apply for student loans when he goes to college. He can also easily pay off this part of the loan after working. He even has the opportunity to get scholarships from some prestigious schools. But all this is 3 years later. During high school, Ben Parker and May Parker will have to work hard for at least another 3 years to support his schooling. I don't have any objections, but some parts need to be revised. I can pay for college myself, I just need a scholarship for high school. As for work, I don't have to, but I want to find a job for Ben Parker. Peter Parker looked up. He didn't seem to object to the deal with Tony Stark. Again, although Peter Parker was kind, he was still a smart person. Although he occasionally had the rebelliousness of teenagers, he was a reasonable person most of the time. Of course, I also want to ask Mr. Stark to help me make an antidote. If that doesn't work, you can also lend me a laboratory and I can make the antidote myself. Peter Parker still thought of Dr. Connors. It can be said that after he exchanged this information, nothing was for his own benefit. It was all for others. Even if it was his 3 years of high school tuition, he didn't want Ben Parker and May Parker to work too hard. I can convey your opinion to him. I think these things are not too difficult for Tony Stark. Ronan nodded. In a normal deal, you put forward a price, and then I bargain. The transaction between these two people was far from asking for a sky-high price and paying back the money. On the contrary, both of them seemed very restrained. Then I'll leave this information with you. If Mr. Stark agrees to my request, you can give it to him directly. Peter Parker smiled, not reluctant to part with these things. Peter, do you know that if you sell these things on the black market, you will get a price you can't even imagine? Don't even mention it as a job. Maybe it can make you worry-free for the rest of your life. Ronan glanced at Peter Parker and actually proposed a more tempting plan. He was right. Once these things were taken to the black market, plus the name of Dr. Connors' big lizard, the price would definitely not be low. At least it would be no problem to sell them for a few million. A few million US dollars could almost immediately allow Peter Parker's family to get out of their current predicament and become rich. Of course, taxes still had to be paid. I didn't get these things for money. Uncle Ben often told me that, although our lives are a little difficult, we can't take things that are not ours. In fact, I have made a lot of money with this information. A stable job will surely make Uncle Ben and Aunt May happy for a long time. When he said this, Peter Parker smiled from the bottom of his heart. Seeing him like this, Ronan couldn't help but smile. No, what can make them happy is your growth. Peter, keep up this state. You can become a very qualified superhero. Ronan patted Peter Parker on the shoulder. This was the first time he felt that he had not made a mistake in choosing a person. At least, when he worked hard for others, he could see the growth of this person. This is also a good thing. They are all children of similar age. Why is there such a big gap? Ronan thought of another child of similar age. No, you still teach well. Peter Parker smiled shyly. Seeing him like this, Ronan couldn't help shaking his head. Forget it. I was thinking of waiting for a while before letting you receive some training. But now it seems that you have at least reached the minimum threshold. Starting from this weekend, not next weekend, during your rest time, I will train you in close combat. With your strength, if you can exercise a little, you will surely be even more powerful. Ronan took a look at Peter Parker's thin body. Only he knew what kind of potential Peter Parker had in this thin body. After all, in many parallel universes, Spider-Man is not inferior to those old-fashioned superheroes. He was very curious about how far Peter Parker could grow after his training. Great. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Hearing this, Peter Parker's eyebrows immediately lit up. Ever since he was bitten by a spider, he has been fighting on instinct. What instinct? On the one hand, it is the spider sense, which allows him to predict the next danger, which he has always relied on. On the other hand, it is the strength and agility of his body. Even if he has not been trained, his current strength and agility are enough to crush those special agents who have been trained for many years. Of course, only strength and agility are considered. Combat and other aspects are not included. Although there is a saying that one force can break all laws, Peter Parker's strength is far from that level. Therefore, how much he can grow next depends on Ronan's training. Ronan is also very much looking forward to it. Chapter 170 The Winter Soldier. Ronan was so dedicated, asking questions here and there, and constantly communicating with both parties for Tony Stark's request. What was he doing for? Of course, it was for the friendship between friends. Well, there was also a little bit of hard work fee. At that time, Tony Stark took out a check for $100,000 and stuffed it into Ronan's pocket. He also said that, if Ronan didn't accept the money, it would be looking down on him. What Tony Stark hated was that others looked down on him. Ronan had no choice but to accept this little money, but for the friendship between friends, he had to do his best. There are really not many good friends like Ronan. So, this is all he asked for. When Tony Stark heard Peter Parker's request, he was silent for a full 10 minutes. In his opinion, when he, Tony Stark, wanted to make a deal with others, most of the other parties wanted to make a big mouth. They just wanted to bite off countless meat from Tony Stark, the big fat sheep. But Peter Parker was completely different. Yes, that's all the requirements. And to show his sincerity, he even asked me to bring all the information. As he said that, Ronan took out a USB flash drive and put it on the table. Of course, Peter Parker didn't say this, but Ronan also beautified his brother's emotional intelligence. Although there are good things to say, I'm afraid that my brother will suffer, and I'm even more afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. Even if Peter Parker can afford a Land Rover, Ronan doesn't care. Seeing the USB flash drive on the table, Tony Stark picked up the USB flash drive without saying a word, and then tapped the table lightly. The table immediately deformed, and something like a USB interface popped out. When Tony Stark inserted the USB flash drive into the interface, a technology similar to holographic projection was presented to Ronan. Why do I say similar? Because Ronan didn't understand what kind of technology it was. Anyway, Tony Stark can use gestures to control these pictures to turn pages, zoom in, and so on. It looks very sci-fi. Ronan was not in a hurry, so he sat on the sofa and waited silently for Tony Stark to finish reading. Since he decided to read it, it means that he agreed to Peter Parker's conditions. Of course, there is also Ronan's 100,000. No, it's the friendship between Ronan and his good friend. I see. Looking at the theory above, there should be no problem, but why are there repeated mistakes in human experiments? Tony Stark looked at the information above and couldn't help muttering to himself. He kept saying some terms and formulas that Ronan couldn't understand at all, and even made calculations. Although he didn't have such high achievements in biological science. But there is a saying that geniuses are also connected in some aspects. Ordinary people can't imagine what the thinking of geniuses is like, just like ordinary repair hooks look at sheepdogs. Okay, why are you saying these incomprehensible words in front of a high school student? Hurry up and say yes or no. I still have to answer him. Ronan looked at Tony Stark, who was a little bit weird and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Not to mention this life, even in the last life, Ronan's peak of knowledge was in high school. Asking him to understand these biological terms that he couldn't understand at all, his brain cells said they were on strike. No problem. Tell him that he will receive an invitation letter from Stark Philanthropy tonight, not tomorrow. Invite him to the interview of Stark Philanthropy. Of course, this is just a formality. After all, he and his family should have a sense of participation. As for making the antidote, I can make it in 2 days. As for the work, he will get the news tomorrow morning, and it is also a position in Stark Philanthropy. Tony Stark looked at the content intently and replied to Ronan with one mind. As for other things, he could not be disturbed now. Seeing Tony Stark like this, Ronan couldn't help shaking his head. It can be seen that Tony Stark has no intention of paying attention to him now. So Ronan didn't stay any longer and stood up from the sofa and left here. Turning around, he rode his bicycle to the nearest bank. When he took out the check for $100,000, the bank staff looked at Ronan with a very puzzled look. If Ronan's skin was another color, it would not be a look, but another method. Excuse me, sir. We need to confirm such a large amount. Ronan is handsome and has a strong temperament. Otherwise, the staff would not be so polite. Of course, the most important reason is the above reason. The security guards beside him also looked at Ronan with a smile. If it were Nico, he would probably have his hands on the holsters now. Of course. Ronan smiled. He was not afraid of being checked anyway. It must be said that Tony Stark was very considerate. This fee was after tax, and the money came from a legitimate source. Ronan could use it with confidence. "Hello, sir. I have checked it. No problem. Excuse me, do you want to cash this money, or do you have other uses? If you want to cash it, our bank does not have that much cash now. You need to make an appointment in advance." When the staff came back, the smile on his face was very enthusiastic. When they heard this, the security guards beside him acted as if nothing had happened and dispersed without a trace. "Please deposit it into this card for me." Ronan thought for a while and took out a bank card from his wallet. When the staff saw the bank card, they smiled even more. Because this card is the highest level card in this bank, if Ronan had shown it earlier, there might not even be a need for inspection. The staff took a deep breath and leaned forward even more. He even unbuttoned the button near his collar. Ronan took a look at it inconspicuously. "Wow. Black charm. Okay, I'll help you with it right away." The staff shook his body and looked at Ronan with a look that was almost drawn. A young, handsome, and rich man. Ronan deliberately avoided the staff's gaze and sat back a little. Well, he is not that kind of person. After hesitating for about 10 minutes, the money finally arrived in Ronan's bank card. When handing the bank card to Ronan, the staff's hand accidentally touched Ronan's. TSK. Ronan is not the kind of person who can't resist temptation. So, he took the bank card directly and walked out of the bank quickly. After Ronan walked out of the bank, a man in a black jacket looked around and immediately followed him. Ronan whistled and rode his bicycle. He decided to spend it well tonight. The $100,000 he earned last time was destroyed by the terrorist named Thor before he could even warm up. Thinking of this, Ronan's heart ached. He would never make the same mistake again this time. He would definitely keep the money in his hands. No one could take it away. When Ronan hummed a song and turned into a small alley, a figure soon appeared in front of him. Ronan narrowed his eyes and stopped the bicycle under his feet. The other party kept walking towards Ronan. The alley was very narrow, and it was difficult for two people to walk. Since the other party was in such a hurry, Ronan would wait for him to pass first. Soon, the man in the black jacket opposite appeared in front of Ronan. When the two people passed by each other, the man suddenly reached out and grabbed Ronan's neck. A flash of silver light flashed by. Ronan raised his eyebrows and instantly stretched out his left hand. Bang! The left hand collided with the left hand, and a muffled sound came from the air. At this time, Ronan could see clearly what the silver flash on the other party's arm was. A metal arm. Someone who could have this thing, Bucky Barnes? No, looking at your current state, I should call you the Winter Soldier, right? Ronan raised his eyebrows, and he recognized the other party at a glance. After coming out of the bank, he always felt that someone was following him. However, after all, it was on the street, with so many people coming and going, it was inevitable that someone would go the same way as him. So Ronan turned into this alley. Unexpectedly, the other party actually came in front of him. Bucky Barnes did not speak and continued to use his left hand to break through Ronan's defense. Unfortunately, he did not expect that Ronan's strength was greater than his. Faced with his increasing strength, Ronan still did not move at all and blocked his fist in front of him. The two people were deadlocked for a full minute. Finally, the bicycle under Ronan's buttocks couldn't hold on any longer. Crack. The two wheels of the bicycle were first crushed by this force, followed by the beam and other parts. Ronan's face darkened when he felt the wailing of the bicycle under him. Damn. Another $200 loss. Thinking of losing $200, Ronan was furious. He quickly put his right hand on Bucky Barnes' arm, and before the other party could react, he threw him over his shoulder. Bang! Bucky Barnes fell heavily to the ground. Ronan didn't stop his actions. He grabbed Bucky Barnes' right hand with his right hand, and his left hand turned into a palm knife, slashing Bucky Barnes' shoulder fiercely. His most powerful arm is this arm. Without this arm, he is no different from Steve Rogers. Oh no, he may not be able to beat Steve Rogers. Knowing the opponent's weakness, but not attacking the opponent's weakness, and insisting on fighting the opponent, that is what a fool would do. But, at the moment, when Ronan took off Bucky Barnes' arm, a huge electric force directly hit Ronan's arm. Drip, drip, drip. Along with the clicks, there was also a dripping sound. Ronan narrowed his eyes and threw the arm in his right hand out directly. because he saw the countdown of the self-destruction in the metal arm. If Ronan continued to hold this arm, the bomb inside would definitely explode. After Ronan threw his arm, the harsh dripping sound disappeared instantly, and the arm drew an arc in the air and returned to Bucky Barnes' arm. Bucky Barnes twisted the metal arm and stared at Ronan with his eyes. After the first fight, he had a simple understanding of Ronan's ability. It was basically impossible to take down Ronan within a few rounds. If I remember correctly, you should have recovered your memory. But why did you attack me? Ronan looked at Bucky Barnes and recalled the general plot. Normally, after Steve Rogers and Bucky Barnes fought, both of them fell into the water. At that time, Bucky Barnes had recovered his memory and dragged Steve Rogers back to the ground from the water. But now, it seems that it is not the case. Bucky Barnes did not speak, but just took a stance and continued to perform his mission. Seeing him like this, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, let's sell him for a good price. Thinking of this, Ronan took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Hello, Steve, it's me, Ronan. I have a deal. Do you want to do it? Ronan talked to the phone. He even turned his back to Barry Barnes. Seeing Ronan like this, Bucky Barnes frowned, and his intuition told him that there was a trap in this matter. However, his mission told him that he must bring Ronan back. So, he didn't hesitate anymore and rushed directly to Ronan's back. Fight. Just as he rushed to Ronan's back, he heard a strange cry from the back of Ronan's head. Then, Bucky Barnes felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a fist hit his nose directly. The sour feeling immediately surged into his heart, but as an experienced fighter, he still looked in the previous direction. I don't know when, behind Ronan, a person who looks exactly like him appeared. The man clenched his fists and placed them in front of his chest. His legs were still jumping, and he was in a boxing posture. At this time, a shadow flashed in front of Bucky Barnes and came directly behind him. Another person who looks exactly like Ronan appeared behind him. However, this Ronan did not look so exaggerated, but seemed to be biting his fingernails absent-mindedly. He was double-teamed. In an instant, Bucky Barnes made a judgment. After thinking about his own and the opponent's fighting power, plus the opponent's weird ability, Bucky Barnes' first reaction told him, run. But his front and back were blocked, and the only escape route was. Thinking of this, Bucky Barnes jumped up on the spot, grabbed the wall of the alley with his left hand, and a lot of bricks fell from the wall. He wanted to escape from above. Bang. However, just as he jumped into the alley, a size 42 Bigfoot directly hit his face. Then, he fell back into the alley again. In just a few seconds, Ronan's face appeared in front of him, behind him, and above him. There was even another Ronan, talking on the phone. Yes, it's your good friend. One price, $50,000. I'll help you knock him out and free shipping. You think it's expensive, but I think it's expensive too. It's already this time. Where can there be wild winter soldiers? Okay, come to the address I sent you in 5 minutes to find me. Soon, the fourth Ronan hung up the phone. When he looked at Bucky Barnes again, a very weird smile appeared on his face. Bucky Barnes shuddered for no reason, because the other party looked at him, as if he was looking at naked US dollars. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Moreover, he also heard the content of the phone call. If he had been free of other emotions, he would definitely ask Ronan, why am I only worth 50,000 US dollars? However, Ronan would not give him time to ask questions. Ronan licked his lips with his tongue, and his eyes shone. Brothers, get to work. Chapter 171 Free Shipping. As Ronan finished speaking, the three clones rushed towards the Winter Soldier at the same time. Some friends may not be familiar with the real names of the characters, so some heroes that are not very popular are replaced by code names. Not only did the three clones move synchronously, but even the direction of each person's attack also locked the position of the Winter Soldier. It can be said that no matter which direction the Winter Soldier resists the attack, he will be hit by the other two clones. The Winter Soldier, who is very experienced in the battlefield, saw the formation of the three clones at the first time. Although he was still immersed in the surprise of why there were three more Ronans who looked exactly the same, years of fighting made him react quickly. Since he couldn't resist the attacks of three people at the same time, he just forced the three people back. The Winter Soldier quickly knelt on one knee and slammed his left hand on the ground. With him as the center of the circle, a visible electromagnetic force spread out in all directions. The three clones used the Ring of Ragador at the same time, and the next second, the ring collided with the electromagnetic force. Bang! With three muffled sounds, the three clones were pushed back a few meters. Although it was only a few meters away, it also gave the Winter Soldier a certain buffer. The mechanical arm on his left hand immediately unfolded, and 5 small shells appeared. It's over. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth, and he had an ominous premonition. Boom. As soon as Ronan finished speaking, 5 shells rushed in all directions. Ronan and the 4 clones used the secret gate at the same time, and 4 of the shells plunged into the secret gate, and then fell into the ocean in an unknown place. The only unlucky ones were the innocent creatures in the ocean. Of course, those creatures in the ocean were not the only unlucky creatures, because one shell was not captured by the secret gate, but rushed towards the crowd frantically. The people around who could react were already dumbfounded, because the last person who threw bombs in the downtown area was the boss of the 10 Rings gang, Mandarin. But they couldn't see the bombs that time, so how could it be so exciting this time? So, even if they saw the bombs, they couldn't run away at all. Get down. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in the crowd. For the people of New York who have suffered so much, when they hear these 3 words, no matter what they are doing, they will choose to lie down at the first time. Because this is the survival experience gained from countless attacks. It can be said that they are used to it. Whether it is a gang gunfight or an alien invasion, as long as you don't want to die, lying down is the choice with the highest probability of survival. So, they have become proficient. I saw a round shield flying from the crowd and intercepted the missile that was about to fall in the air in midair. Boom. There was only a loud bang. The people of New York once again watched a fireworks show up close. Of course, this kind of fireworks show is a bit too exciting, and there is no joyful atmosphere in the air. The scorching air, accompanied by a powerful wave of attack, made those who didn't have time to make a move experience what flying means. They did fly, but whether they could land smoothly or not, that depended on God's will. The shield, which had completed its mission, flew back to its owner. Captain America Steve Rogers, wearing a classic uniform, received the shield in a chic manner and posed in a handsome appearance. Next to him, Falcon, who had just landed, stood. It seems that the battle is very fierce. Falcon glanced around, and at this time, the crowd around him had begun to run around. Even the running seemed to be very regular. It seemed that, when they lay down, they had already planned the escape route. Let's go and see. Steve Rogers planned to rush directly into the alley without saying a word. When the 2 of them rushed into the alley, they saw Ronan fighting the Winter Soldier as soon as they came in. Oh, to be precise, there were 3 Ronans who took turns to fight the Winter Soldier, and another Ronan stood by and watched the show. It should be said that 3 people wearing Iron Man masks were communicating cordially with the Winter Soldier, and another person wearing Iron Man mask was watching the show on the side. Seeing this scene in front of him, Steve Rogers was a little dumbfounded. How could there be so many Ronans? It was agreed to be 5 minutes. How come you arrived in 3 minutes? You can't be less money if you come early. Ronan turned his head and looked at Steve Rogers. He was thinking, this person would not want to capture the Winter Soldier himself and then deny the debt, right? Are you Mr. Fantastic? Falcon, who was half a body behind Steve Rogers, recognized Ronan. Although the dress was a little different, this iconic Iron Man helmet and Steve Rogers' words before coming made Falcon recognize Ronan. Although I hate this nickname, I'm indeed. By the way, Steve, can you use the resources of the Avengers to change my nickname? Change it to the Supreme Lord or the Supreme Sorcerer. Ronan was really fed up with the nickname of Mr. Fantastic. He is the next Supreme Sorcerer of Kamataj. Why must he use someone else's nickname? This doesn't fit his identity. Let's talk about this later. I want to know why Bucky is here. When the Winter Soldier appeared, Steve Rogers' eyes seemed to be fixed on him. That look was almost like drawing. Falcon never thought that he would be NTR in front of him without knowing it. Of course, in the 616 universe, Falcon and the Winter Soldier also quietly formed a CP, which was regarded as inheriting Steve Rogers' will. How do I know? I just came out of the bank and he followed me from behind. Then I came to this alley and he blocked me in front. Ronan curled his lips. It was just for the $50,000. Otherwise Ronan would have killed the Winter Soldier countless times. There was no need for anything else, just summoning those hundreds of clones, one punch each, and the Winter Soldier would have to die here obediently. But for the sake of the $50,000, Ronan decided to spare his life. I vaguely remember that he rescued me from the river last time. But why is he still working for Hydra this time? Looking at this ruthless comrade in front of him, all the details of the past once again emerged in Steve Rogers' mind. The two of them almost died last time. And now they are going to meet again. Why don't you just take him back and ask him? Don't tell me that you Avengers can't crack Hydra's brainwashing. Ronan pursed his lips. While he was talking, the Winter Soldier, who had been in a defensive position for a long time, was finally defeated by Ronan's fist. In Ronan's single challenge, he was punched in the face and then kicked in the back, almost out of breath. The last clone used a very gorgeous move of two dragons out of the sea. Well, that is, two huge rings of Ragada, which directly slapped the Winter Soldier to the ground. Then, the opponent fainted. Just 5 minutes. Free shipping if you knock him out. Boss, cash, or bank transfer? Ronan glanced at his watch and nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the time management of his clones. Seeing the Winter Soldier fainting on the ground, Falcon curled his lips. Is this still the Winter Soldier who fought Steve Rogers for 300 rounds? Why does he look so weak under the hands of Mr. Fantastic? No, the Supreme Being. Okay, thank you, Mr. Fantastic. Steve Rogers took a deep breath, put his shield on his back, and quickly approached the Winter Soldier. The clones that completed the task returned to Ronan's back, and then disappeared from the sight of others. Falcon, who was standing in front of Ronan, widened his eyes, and looked at Ronan up and down in surprise. He couldn't understand why those people who had just fought together disappeared. Don't look, they are standing behind you. Ronan glanced at Falcon and said calmly. Falcon looked behind him at the first moment, but found that there was only air behind him. You can't see them. They are like ghosts. If they don't show up, ordinary humans can't see them at all. I'll let them say hello to you. After saying that, Falcon felt someone patted his shoulder. He hurriedly looked in that direction, but found that it was still empty. At this moment, his face changed immediately. Foreigners are also afraid of ghosts, and even have horror stories to listen to since childhood. Don't make a fuss. Tell them not to stand behind me. Although Falcon couldn't see anything, he always felt a chill on his back. Ronan spread his hands. I can't help it, but they think you are good and want to follow you. You should feel happy. These ghosts don't discriminate against race, Ronan said with a smile, and his words almost broke Falcon's defense. Fuck. He cursed the American quintessence. This was the first time he felt that racial discrimination was not so unacceptable. Especially when facing these ghosts who don't discriminate against race, he would rather face those humans who discriminate against race. After all, he can beat those people with his fists. But what are these invisible and intangible ghosts? Hey, they just told me that you have a special fragrance. So they asked me to ask you, do you have any interest in being an invisible and intangible ghost like them? Ronan raised his eyebrows, as if he had received some message. And the sentence he asked made Falcon completely break down his defense. Fuck. Tell them that I haven't lived enough. Also, tell them not to stare at my ass, I'm straight. Falcon turned around quickly, so that his back was against the wall. In the empty alley, only the breeze blew. This scene made him more convinced that he must have encountered a ghost. What a pity. They said that with your qualifications, you might be able to become a very strong ghost. Similar to Steve, you can even surpass me. Are you sure you don't want to try again? Ronan's voice was full of temptation. However, before Falcon could answer, a muffled sound interrupted the conversation between the two. Bang! Steve Rogers drew an arc in the air, and then fell heavily in front of the two people. Ronan looked at him in surprise, and then looked at the scene. A giant wearing a mask and nearly 3 meters tall was standing in front of the fainted Winter Soldier. The giant was naked from the waist up, and large blocks of muscles were clearly visible. If he took a photo of this figure and sent it out, the rich ladies on Ronan's phone would probably go crazy. Is this Mini Hulk? Ronan raised his eyebrows. What was strange was that he didn't even detect the breath of this person just now. He didn't even notice how this person appeared. However, the other party didn't mean to answer at all, but saw him bend down, and the muscles on his back began to wriggle. Visible to the naked eye, a white spine slowly appeared from behind his neck, and even brought out a piece of scarlet flesh. When the spine appeared, the giant grabbed it, and then used his right hand to pull it out. Bang! The spine hit the wall of the alley heavily, and the wall collapsed halfway. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Ronan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What the hell is this monster? Falcon also saw the scene just now. Such a terrifying scene even made him forget about ghosts. And Steve Rogers also stood up from the ground. He touched the forearms of his hands. In the attack just now, he could only react to block the kick with his hands. But Steve Rogers could also clearly feel how powerful the kick just now was. If it weren't for his enhanced body and the battle suit on his body, which was made of technological materials and dispersed some of the power, otherwise, his arms would probably have been disabled. Be careful, he is very powerful. Steve Rogers took off the shield behind him, and Falcon swallowed his saliva and looked at the collapsed wall next to him. For things like this, there is no need to remind him, right? Anyone with normal vision can probably see the scene of the wall collapsing. Before the fight starts, I want to ask you something. At this time, Ronan stepped forward and interrupted this weird atmosphere. Others looked at Ronan as if they wanted to know what he was going to ask. Ronan held his chin with his right hand and squinted at the giant in front of him, especially the snow white spine in his hand. Do you have a relative named Kimimero? I drank a glass of milk 3 hours ago, thinking that drinking a glass of milk would make my thoughts clearer. However, in these 3 hours, I went to the toilet 7 or 8 times. I had diarrhea every time I wrote, and finally I stumbled to finish writing. No, I have to go to the toilet again. See you tomorrow. Chapter 172, Troublesome Enemy. Ronan remembered it very clearly. In his previous life, when he was watching a yellow-haired cartoon, there was a character in it who looked very similar to the sturdy man in front of him. Of course, it's not about looking like Kimimero or Kimimero. After all, Kimimero was small and weak, and compared with the sturdy man in front of him who was almost 3 meters tall, he was just a little chicken. The only similarity was the spine that was pulled out. Facing the question raised by Ronan, the sturdy man said nothing, but waved the long whip made of the spine in his hand again. Boom. A crack immediately appeared on the ground. Seeing this scene, Falcon couldn't help swallowing his saliva. If he was hit, he might really have to find those ghosts and live with them, right? Steve Rogers was alert. He raised his shield and took a step forward. The kick just now had made him judge that the opponent's strength was not inferior to his, and even much higher than his. And facing such a monster reminded him of the previous Hulk. Steve, you should be able to take down this little monster, right? I won't offer you $50,000. Ronan glanced at the burly man opposite him, not wanting to get involved in this matter. He had just received the money and was about to go out and have some fun, and the previous Winter Soldier also gave him a reason to change his car. He was going to change to an electric car. Since Tony Stark developed the arc reactor, new energy has occupied a lot of markets at once. For example, all the equipment that originally needed coal to generate electricity has been replaced with new energy in the arc reactor. Of course, there is also the automotive industry. Apart from anything else, even Tony Stark's iron suit can last so long. So what if the arc reactor is installed on a car? But the matter is not that exaggerated. Not every car will be equipped with an arc reactor, but these new energy inside will replace the original gasoline. Anyway, the giants in the automotive industry now can only cooperate with Tony Stark, or curse Tony Stark behind his back every day. Although the price of replenishing this new energy is expensive, the price is far less than gasoline and diesel. It can be said that, since giving up the identity of a weapons dealer, Tony Stark has not only not suffered losses, but has made a lot of money. The arc reactor is the biggest contributor. As for Ronan, he has the VIP card of the Stark Group in his hand anyway. no matter which energy replenishment station, as long as he takes out the VIP card, there is no charge. So why does Ronan still want to buy a fuel car? So, on the way to the bank just now, Ronan has already imagined what it would be like to drive a new car. As for the Winter Soldier, it is just a little extra money he made. With an extra $50,000, his budget for buying a car can be increased a lot. However, Steve Rogers shrugged his shoulders and pointed at the Winter Soldier who had just stood up. The meaning is very clear. Look, what about the free shipping for knocking out? Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. When did the honest and simple Captain America become so cunning now? Whoosh. Just as the two were talking, the strong man opposite finally couldn't help but take action. He rushed forward quickly, and the white bone whip in his hand smashed down fiercely, and the target was Falcon. The speed of the bone whip was so fast that even Falcon didn't react. Boom. With a very harsh sound, the bone whip hit Steve Rogers' shield heavily. Falcon was knocked against the wall of the alley, looking confused. It turned out that just now, when Falcon was about to be hit by the bone whip, Steve Rogers directly knocked away the unresponsive Falcon, and then raised his shield in an instant. It was considered to have resolved this crisis. However, the strong man still had a cold expression. After Steve Rogers blocked the first attack, he pulled back the bone whip again, and whipped it again. This time, Steve Rogers reacted very promptly. He did not confront the strong man head on, because the previous blow had already made him feel a slight numbness in his arm. If he continued like this, he would probably lose his fighting ability soon. So, he chose a very common move in the fighting world. Donkey rolling. He avoided this attack. However, what made Steve Rogers secretly groan was that the strong man seemed to have identified him and was very relentless. After being dodged once, another whip soon came again. Steve Rogers could only give up the advantage of frontal anal and kept dodging. It was not that he did not want to have a frontal anal, but the key was that he did not find a chance to close the distance. Boom. After Steve Rogers dodged the long whip again, he was already panting. However, the strong man opposite him seemed to be nothing. Obviously, the opponent's physical strength was stronger than his. If this continued, he would definitely not be able to reach his current speed in less than 10 minutes. The result. Where is Ronan? Save him. At this time, Steve Rogers also thought of Ronan. It was a pity that after the ravage just now, this alley was almost razed to the ground. And Ronan had disappeared. Captain, I'll help you. At this time, the Falcon, who had been invisible for a long time, finally flew into the sky. As soon as the words fell, the Falcon flew out from behind the sturdy man and kicked the back of his head with his right foot. Bang. The sturdy man's head was kicked down nearly 180 degrees. Crack. A crisp bone cracking sound came. Hearing this sound, the Falcon who had just flown over couldn't help but look happy. If it were an ordinary person, if he was kicked in the back of the head like this, there would probably be only one ending. That is death on the spot. Because both the cervical vertebrae and the cerebellum are located in that part. This is also a very vulnerable and fatal point for humans. The crisp bone cracking sound just now also means that the Falcon's attack has produced an effect. However, something that the Falcon never expected happened. The crisp and familiar sound came again. Crack, crack, crack. However, this time it was not the sound of broken bones, but the sound of the sturdy man raising his head and twisting his neck. A few seconds later, as the sound ended, the sturdy man stood there, as if nothing had happened. It was as if the person whose head was kicked nearly 180 degrees just now was not him at all. The strong man uttered the first syllable since he appeared. But this syllable successfully broke Falcon's defense. This is simply looking down on him. Fuck. Falcon roared and flew into the sky again. He didn't know how many times he had shouted this American quintessence today. He raised his hands, and the armor on his arms immediately opened and revealed several familiar turrets. That's right, these turrets were all filled with small bombs, exactly the same as the arms of the Winter Soldier before. Of course, these technologies on Falcon's armor were almost all eliminated by Tony Stark. That's why they look so familiar. Boom. As a large amount of white smoke was sprayed out, more than a dozen macro missiles rushed directly towards the strong man. It can be seen that Falcon was also stimulated, otherwise he would not have tilted all his ammunition out. because once it is used up, there is no place to replenish it in the battle. Boom. More than a dozen macro missiles directly bombarded the strongman, causing a violent explosion. The flames ignited by the explosion directly engulfed the strongman. A large amount of smoke immediately enveloped the surroundings, and the alley next to it finally collapsed completely. Steve Rogers raised his shield and backed away instantly, and he stopped only after he was out of the range of the smoke. However, he still did not relax his vigilance, and his eyes were fixed on the location of the explosion. Although according to the normal body, let alone more than a dozen missiles, even if it was a macro missile, it would only leave a pile of debris on the ground, not to mention more than a dozen missiles. However, the strong man in front of him was completely different. From the battle between the two of them just now, it can be seen that this strong man is not only different from ordinary people in terms of body shape, but also in terms of physical strength and power. It can even be said that Steve Rogers himself can't do that. What surprised Steve Rogers even more was that the kick from Falcon just now was very powerful. If it was a strong defense, the sound of bones breaking should not be heard. Since it was heard, it means that the other party was injured by that blow. If it was said that he was injured, he completely recovered in just a few seconds. Steve Rogers had never heard of such an ability. Where's Ronan? Help him. Steve Rogers looked around, but still couldn't find Ronan. The Winter Soldier who had just recovered from a coma also disappeared. Captain, are you okay? At this moment, Falcon fell from the sky and came to Steve Rogers' side. I'm fine. How are you? Steve Rogers shook his head. His slightly numb arm had now returned to normal, and his physical strength had also recovered a lot. I'm fine, but the macro missiles just ran out in one go. Under this level of explosion, he can't survive at all. Falcon glanced at the location of the explosion and said with certainty. However, Steve Rogers was not as optimistic as him. No, I don't think it's that simple. I always feel that he didn't suffer a fatal injury just now. Steve Rogers stared at the explosion and gradually tightened the round shield in his hand. Because the smoke was dissipating, they could gradually see the location of the explosion. A shield-like object appeared in the smoke. What is this? Falcon couldn't help but widen his eyes. As his vision gradually became clear, Steve Rogers finally saw clearly what was in the thick smoke. A shield made of bones. This shield was not big and was similar to the one in Steve Rogers' hand. However, the difference was that one was square and the other was round. The figure of the strong man also appeared behind the shield, and there were also a lot of scars on his body, legs, face. As long as the shield did not block the place, all exposed the white bones and scarlet flesh. The vital parts protected by the shield were intact. The strong man grinned and uttered the second syllable of the day. This syllable was exactly the same as the last time, and there was not even any change in the tone. But this time, Falcon could no longer throw the bomb in anger. The reason was simple. The flesh on the right side of the strong man's face had disappeared by more than half. From the perspective of the two of them, they could clearly see that the half-exposed skull was smiling at them. This is not a human being at all. Falcon cursed subconsciously. How could anyone be blown up like this and still be alive? Even he could smile with his skull. Isn't this bullshit? It's not that Falcon has never seen dead people. It can even be said that he has seen many dead people on the battlefield. In fact, he has seen all kinds of deaths. Some were shot in the head and lost their heads. Some were shot to death with no good meat on their bodies. Some were even burned to death by Molotov cocktails, leaving only the smell of barbecue in the trenches. He has seen it before, but scenes like this are more terrifying than anything he has seen before. Steve Rogers took a deep breath. He was not as excited as Falcon, because he has seen a lot of things. Whether it was the Red Skull who had his face turned into a skull due to transformation, but the aliens with more weird looks and more abnormal bodies. He has even seen mind control and mirror space. The scene in front of him couldn't scare him at all. The only thing that made him feel uneasy was that he could clearly see with his naked eyes that the flesh and skin that were shattered on the strong man's body were actually repairing little by little. Moreover, the speed of repair was very fast, because when Falcon shouted that sentence, the exposed white bones on the strong man's left leg were already covered with fresh flesh and blood. It looked like he had never been hurt at all. Captain, Things don't seem that simple. Falcon swallowed his saliva, and obviously he also discovered this. Such a terrifying recovery ability is more terrifying than those he had seen before. Strong power, fast speed, and even such a terrifying recovery ability. How can this be fought? Steve Rogers took a deep breath and raised the shield in his hand again. He had encountered unsolvable difficulties countless times, but every time, he successfully solved the difficulties. Now, he once again encountered a powerful opponent that he had never encountered before. This opponent can be said to be the most difficult opponent he has ever encountered so far. Not only is he outstanding in strength, but he is also not inferior to him in speed. Even, there is that weird bone ability, and that terrifying recovery ability. No matter how you think about it, Steve Rogers is at a disadvantage. However, he just smiled slightly, jumped a few steps on the spot, and then tilted his head. He raised his shield, and faced the strong man in front of him. I can fight you all day. Finally caught up. Sorry for the update, but there are indeed a lot of things going on recently. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 173. Ronan died again. Bang. Just as Steve Rogers was posing a very handsome pose, ready to fight, a muffled sound came from behind him. He was also frightened by the sound, and almost turned around to throw away his shield. He turned his head, and just found Ronan and the Winter Soldier lying on the ground. The muffled sound just now was probably the sound of the Winter Soldier falling on his face, right? You are crackling outside, and those who don't know, would think it's the little new year today. Ronan swept around, and locked the murderer who released the fireworks and firecrackers on Falcon. There is no need to think about it. Setting off fireworks in this position in New York must belong to the city center. This is expressly prohibited by law. He must be arrested. What is Zironian? Falcon expressed his curiosity about these two very difficult Chinese words. However, Ronan shook his head. He suddenly remembered that today seemed to be the little New Year's Eve. Although there is no such holiday in the West, there is one in Kamatage, especially the king, who celebrates it almost every year. Of course, he didn't spend the night in Kamatage, but in Hong Kong. According to him, that place has the flavor of the new year. Ronan still remembered that Wang had told him about this a few days ago. No, we have to hurry up and finish it. Steve, Bucky is here. I caught him again for you. This time he may sleep for more than 10 hours. I can help you send him to the Avengers base for free. Remember to write me a check when the time comes. After saying that, Ronan waved at the Winter Soldier on the ground. With Falcon stunned, the Winter Soldier flew up out of thin air and floated in the air. And Ronan stomped his feet lightly, and the casual clothes on his body instantly turned into a wizard suit. One click change of clothes. Especially Falcon. Seeing Ronan's operation, people were dumbfounded. He seemed to hear some vague BGM. The sound of light raindrops with this vague BGM. Ronan also floated in the air. It seems that he will fly out in the next second. Wait, don't be impatient. Just when Ronan was about to set off, Steve Rogers interrupted him. Ronan stopped his intention to fly and looked at Steve Rogers with some dissatisfaction. Ronan could only float in the air for 3 to 5 minutes at most. Just when he wanted to show off, he was interrupted. What should we do with this person? If he stays in the city center, his destructive power will be too terrifying. Steve Rogers gestured to the burly man next to him. It was obvious that he wanted Ronan to help. Of course, he had already regarded Ronan as his own person. To say such a thing, well, he was the one who was wronged. No way. As a superhero in the eyes of the American people, can't you even deal with such a small piece of trash? You have a helper. Oh, sorry, what's your name? Ronan looked at Falcon apologetically in the middle of his words. It's not that he deliberately created a show effect, he really forgot the other person's name. If it wasn't a bit impolite to use a mobile phone to search for a name on Wikipedia, Ronan would have really done it. Falcon pulled the corner of his mouth and uttered a name. My name is Sam Wilson. Oh, so that's his name. Ronan nodded and continued. What's more, you have a helper named Falcon. Can't the two of you deal with him? Falcon's face, which was already dark enough, became even darker. Since you didn't even call my name, what else are you asking? Steve Rogers sighed. Although he didn't want to admit it, he felt that he really couldn't take down the man in front of him. If Ronan didn't help, even if he could take him down, it would probably be a miserable victory. Okay, $100,000. Ronan sighed. He still remembered how Steve Rogers took away the fake space gem. Although the two sides made a deal, it was a matter of life and death. Ronan owed the other party a favor. What? Steve Rogers was stunned. Hey, 100,000 is a friendly price. With that guy's strength, he can beat 5 Bucky Barnes. In terms of price, I only charged you twice as much. Ronan saw from the beginning that the guy was not easy to deal with, especially when he first came out. Until now, he has seen the other party's wounds recover so quickly. Charging this price is already a broken bone. No problem. It's settled. At this time, Steve Rogers agreed directly. It was so straightforward that Ronan even wondered if he had underestimated Steve Rogers' strength. Could he really be a rich guy? Okay. Ronan curled his lips and landed from midair, and then a portal appeared, directly swallowing up the Winter Soldier in midair. This set of actions made Falcon on the side stunned again. He has learned a lot today. Boom. At this time, a loud noise came from the position of the strong man. He slammed the bone shield heavily on the ground, as if he was very dissatisfied with Ronan and the others for ignoring him. Seeing him do this, Ronan couldn't help but sigh. Why are there always some people who can't wait to get beaten? Okay, then give me 10 minutes. After saying that, Ronan took 2 steps forward without waiting for Steve Rogers and Falcon to react. Be careful, he is very strong and fast. He even has a strong recovery ability. However, before Steve Rogers finished popularizing science for Ronan had already rushed up. Falcon on the side, pulled the corner of his mouth and whispered, "Captain, is he really okay?" However, Steve Rogers did not answer his question, but just watched the battle silently. Falcon's eyes also shifted from Steve Rogers to Ronan. When he saw the strong man raise the bone whip high and whipped it hard, but Ronan caught it with one hand, all the questions just now were swallowed by him. Can't afford to provoke. Can't afford to provoke. Ronan was no fool to catch the long bone whip with one hand, so he naturally couldn't catch it with his bare hands. He had already covered his left hand with a layer of magic power. When he caught the long whip, he couldn't help but be shocked by the huge force. Although this force was far less than Ronan's, it was definitely not something that other people could match. Let's put it this way, in Kamatage, except for Ronan and Ancient One, no one else could have this power. Even Mordo and Wang were the same. Sure. Ronan's eyes lit up, and he saw him grabbing the long bone whip and pulling it towards him. He was looking forward to the identity of this strong man more and more. Mutant, or some new drug developed by Hydra. The strong man obviously didn't expect to be pulled by Ronan like this. He didn't react to the huge force at all, and was pulled over by Ronan all of a sudden. By the time he reacted, he had already arrived in front of Ronan. Hey. Facing the strong man who was getting closer and closer, Ronan smiled and greeted him. However, the next second, Ronan kicked the sturdy man on the chin. With a crisp sound, the sturdy man actually flew straight into the sky. He was kicked into the sky. Swish. In Falcon's eyes, that were getting bigger and bigger, he only saw a residual image flash by, and Ronan flew behind the sturdy man. 2 people, actually side by side in the sky. Next, let you enjoy Loki's treatment. Ronan muttered silently, and countless energy whips appeared from behind him. The energy whip quickly wrapped around the sturdy man's body, tightly binding his hands and body. The other end flew left, and right behind the sturdy man. Finally, it turned into a beautiful bow. Stop. As Ronan said softly, the energy whip suddenly exerted force in the air, and stopped the sturdy man who was still flying in the sky above. Then Ronan stretched out his right hand and his index finger popped out. The index finger flicked downwards, and the energy whip seemed to have received an order, grabbing the strong man again and exerting force, smashing it down hard. Bang! The strong man fell vertically from the sky to the ground at a speed that the human eye could not see clearly. Suddenly, Steve Rogers and Falcon only felt a violent vibration. People who didn't know would definitely think there was an earthquake. This young man, Falcon, was already dumbfounded at this time. Can the battle still be like this? Of course, if Falcon had communicated with Hulk, perhaps he would not be surprised. However, this is not over yet. Ronan, floating in the air, moved his fingers again. The fingers that were originally pointing downwards were raised again. Boom. The strong man who was inserted into the ground was pulled out of the asphalt road and then flew rapidly in front of Ronan. Ronan glanced at the strong man's face, which was already bloody at this time. However, the terrifying recovery power was still repairing his face. Alas, it still doesn't work. Ronan shook his head and gently pointed his right index finger downwards. Bang! There was another loud bang and violent vibration, and the strong man was blasted into the ground again. However, the pit this time was not the same as the last time, but was parallel to that pit. Whoosh! Bang! The strong man experienced another wonderful experience like riding a roller coaster. Steve Rogers below couldn't help but take a breath. Now he was only grateful to Ronan. If Ronan had used this trick on them and shield that time, then Steve Rogers would be almost dead, even if he could survive. After all, from a tall man of 1.89 meters to a short man of 1.67 meters, it would make anyone's mentality collapse. That's right, although Steve Rogers didn't see the strong man's embarrassed appearance of up and down, but he saw the few seconds when Ronan paused in midair. It was visible to the naked eye that the strong man shrunk several dozen centimeters from a height of about 3 meters. Although he still looks very huge now, he no longer has the oppressive feeling he had before. Of course, this is just a joke. Steve Rogers could see that the shrinkage of the man's height was definitely related to Ronan's attack. Ronan, his height and size have shrunk. Try a few more times. Steve Rogers shouted at Ronan on the ground. Ronan naturally noticed this, shrugged, and tried to move his right hand again. However, when Ronan heard it, the man also heard it. This seemed to make him feel threatened. At the moment, when Ronan waved his right hand, several white sharp bones burst out from his back. Whoosh! 6 bones shining with silver luster flew out from the man's back in an instant. The next second, puff, bang, the man hit the ground again. But this time, Steve Rogers was not in the mood to observe the man's appearance, but widened his eyes and looked at Ronan in the air. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. The reason was very simple. Because Ronan's chest had been pierced by 6 silver bones. The 6 bones accurately hit Ronan's vital parts. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and even a bone that just pierced Ronan's neck. It can be said that, if faced with such an attack, not to mention ordinary people, even Ronan would die. Ronan's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe it. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his right hand trembled to hold a bone, and pulled it out suddenly. Puff. When the bone was pulled out, a lot of blood and flesh were also brought out. But this action seemed to speed up the rhythm of Ronan's death. In the next second, Ronan suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. I'm dead. As Ronan finished his last words, his body fell from the sky. Steve Rogers rushed towards Ronan like a madman, and hugged Ronan's body before he landed. When he caught Ronan, Ronan was still alive. Ronan, are you okay? Steve Rogers looked at Ronan's blood-stained body, and his voice trembled involuntarily. He was now trapped in self-blame, and couldn't extricate himself. If he hadn't asked Ronan to help, Ronan would definitely not be like this. If it weren't for him. Thinking of this, Steve Rogers' body began to tremble. Falcon also flew to Steve Rogers' side. Seeing Ronan like this, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Although Ronan had just teased him, they were still comrades in arms anyway. Even though they had just met not long ago. I'm fine. Steve, don't be sad. I just did what I should do. Ronan spoke intermittently, and when he said this, blood came out of his mouth again. Okay, don't say anything. I'll call medical services right away. You'll be fine. Steve Rogers covered Ronan's bleeding wound. He couldn't believe that Ronan was going to die in front of him. At that time, how should he face Ronan's parents, relatives, and friends? Ronan was clearly an unrelated person, but he became what he is now because of his words. Thinking of this, Steve Rogers' eyes were already filled with tears. No need. I know my body. I just hope that you give the money to my teacher. However, before Ronan finished speaking, a voice interrupted him. Fuck. You drama queen also have to find a good time. As another Ronan's voice sounded, Steve Rogers and Falcon turned their heads abruptly, looking behind them with disbelief. Because Ronan was actually standing behind them, holding a cup of Coke and a hamburger in his hand. Happy New Year. Chapter 174 Chaos Magic Intrusion. Two pairs of eyes were aimed at Ronan, and then Falcon and Steve Rogers looked at Ronan's hands. One on the left, and one on the right, a hamburger and a cup of Coke. A classic Burger King meal. Well, let me explain. I was just hungry, so I'll let the clone take my place for a while. I didn't expect him to do such a shameless thing. Ronan took a sip of Coke with some embarrassment. Well, it tastes good no. He decided to go back and torture his clone. It's okay for you to pretend to be dead and act like a drama queen, but how can you say something like transferring money to the Ancient One's account? This is my hard-earned money. So when the clone said this, Ronan, who had eaten half of the hamburger, had to stand up to defend justice. Ronan would never allow such a drama queen to continue to tease his rich man. No, companion. Yes, that's right, companion. After listening to Ronan's explanation, Steve Rogers subconsciously looked at his arms. When his eyes shifted here, Ronan, who was dying, was looking at him with a smile. At the moment, when their eyes met, the clone actually blinked his right eye and gave Steve Rogers a wink. Then, it disappeared directly. Steve Rogers raised his left hand, and the blood that had just been stained by covering Ronan's wound had long disappeared. Even the most real smell of blood could not be smelled. Feeling the memory transmitted by the clone, Ronan couldn't help but shudder. Fuck. Could his clone be Nantong? That, Steve, you know, magic is a strange thing. No one can predict it. Such a situation is very common in our magic world. So you will get used to it sooner or later. Ronan took a bite of the burger, comforted Steve Rogers, and gave a thumbs up to this Burger King in his heart. The sauce is quite a lot, much more conscientious than a certain DG. Fuck. Doppelganger? Isn't that a ghost? At this moment, Falcon seemed to have thought of something, looking at Ronan in disbelief. I don't know how he thought of such a thing in this atmosphere. Shouldn't he condemn Ronan for wasting their feelings now? Don't worry about these details. What's the situation now? I feel like we can do the finishing work. Ronan changed the subject a little abruptly, trying to pass over the matter. Seeing Ronan intact, Steve Rogers couldn't help but sigh. Okay, it's good that the person is not dead. It's just that Steve Rogers has a good temper. Otherwise, if it were Tony Stark, he would definitely fight Ronan to the death. I almost understand. His recovery ability comes at the cost of his body shrinking. After the attack of your avatar, although he is still recovering quickly, his height and body shape have already tended to be normal people. Steve Rogers glanced at the distance. At this time, the strong man was slowly climbing out of the pit. Oh no, he can't be called a strong man now, because at this moment he looks only about 1.8 meters tall, and the swollen muscles on his body have all disappeared. Although there are no obvious wounds on his body. However, Steve Rogers can clearly see that the other party is panting. This is something they have never seen before. Ho ho, ho ho, ho ho. The man's chest rises and falls quickly, and the original terrifying appearance has completely disappeared. Instead, there is a thin body. You can even clearly see how many ribs he has from his ribs. It seems that, as long as Ronan lets him experience the bungee jumping again, he will definitely die here. Ronan took a step forward, finished the last bite of the hamburger, and then rolled up the wrapping paper and threw it away. A secret door opened, and the paper ball was accurately thrown into an unknown trash can. The only ones who were hurt were the wild cats and dogs that were looking for food in the trash can. Then let's start the second round. I will try my best not to let you die. After all, you are worth 100,000 US dollars. Ronan took a sip of Coke and raised his right hand again. Red energy whips appeared from behind Ronan, rushing towards the man one by one. As long as he can be tied up, he will be able to jump off the bungee. However, what Ronan did not expect was that when the energy whip was about to touch the man, a terrifying energy burst out from the man's body. This energy directly bounced Ronan's energy whip away. Boom. There was a violent explosion. The energy whip was directly shattered under the destruction of this energy. Ronan also lost control of the energy whip. Looking at the red energy that suddenly emerged from the man's body, Ronan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was not surprised that the energy whip was shattered, because this move was not considered a superior spell in Kamatage's spells. His own enhancement was nothing more than changing this move from manual operation to mind control. There was no change in strength. What surprised him was the red energy. This feeling seemed familiar. According to his perception, he seemed to have encountered this energy somewhere. However, before Ronan could remember, the man was instantly wrapped by this energy, and a shrill scream rang out. The man wrapped in red energy actually launched directly and rushed into the sky in an instant. The speed was so fast that even Ronan did not react. When Steve Rogers and Falcon arrived, they only smelled the exhaust of the man's car. What happened? Looking at the man who had disappeared in the sky, Falcon was a little surprised. What else can he do? He ran away. Isn't it normal to run away if you can't beat him? Ronan glanced at Falcon. He really thought this question was very stupid. If you can't beat him and don't run away, but still fight him hard, isn't that what a fool would do? Moreover, this man doesn't have the aura of a protagonist, and there is no such thing as a sudden burst of power in times of crisis, and his combat power increases by dozens of times. What can he use to fight Ronan? Are those red things the backup plan of Hydra? Steve Rogers also observed those red energies. However, he could not understand them for the time being. I don't know. I can only say that this thing is a bit tricky. Although I have a way to deal with this thing, it is not that simple. Ronan glanced at the direction where the man disappeared, and a rare serious look appeared on his face. Because he just remembered what the red energy was. Combined with the man's identity, he could probably guess that the man, like the Winter Soldier, was a soldier created by Hydra. If it was Hydra, at this time, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver would probably have been born. Then, those red energies must be the chaos magic of Scarlet Witch. But what puzzled Ronan was that Scarlet Witch's chaos magic was really that strong. At least from the movie, it was not that strong. Squeak, the familiar American emergency brake sounded. No need to guess, it must be the righteous police of America who arrived at the scene. It has been more than 10 to 20 minutes since the explosion. Ronan was surprised that they could arrive at the scene so quickly. Captain, I didn't expect to see you again. What no one expected was that the person leading the team this time was George Stacy. As the chief of the New York Police Department, he would not normally lead a team here. The only possible reason is that a case similar to a terrorist attack occurred. But if you think about it carefully, what happened just now is no different from a terrorist attack. George, long time no see. Steve Rogers smiled and put the shield on his back. To be honest, I would rather not meet you. After all, as long as I can't see you, it means that New York has not been invaded by aliens or something. George Stacy shrugged and said half jokingly, how to say it, his statement is not wrong. After all, as soon as these superheroes appear, there will definitely be problems. For example, not long ago, when the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., no, Hydra, was destroyed, George Stacy was exhausted. There were car racing on the road, various gun battles, and even bombs. Originally, the Lizard was caught recently, which temporarily relieved him. But he didn't expect that something would happen again today. We have solved most of the problems. Only a little bit of trouble is left. Steve Rogers looked around and felt a little embarrassed about the little bit he just said. The whole alley has been razed to the ground, not to mention the pits on the ground. I'm used to dealing with these messes. Okay, you should do your things and leave the rest to us. George Stacy glanced at the others, and his eyes stayed on Ronan for a second longer. There was no need to think about it. The person in front of him was not Tony Stark at all, but his future son-in-law. Pa. It should be said that he was his daughter's current boyfriend. Steve Rogers nodded gratefully and then nodded to Ronan and Falcon. Falcon took 2 steps forward and came to Steve Rogers. And in front of Ronan, there was an extra portal. Do you need me to take you a ride? There is also a courier that needs you to sign for it. Ronan smiled. After all, he made $150,000 from others, so it is normal to be picked up and dropped off by car. Steve Rogers wanted to refuse at first, but when Ronan mentioned express delivery, he thought of the Winter Soldier who was taken away by Ronan. Okay. After saying that, Steve Rogers entered the portal first. Falcon looked at the portal with doubt, and then looked at Ronan. The meaning is obvious. Can this really be teleported? Ronan just tilted his head in the direction of the portal, and the meaning was also very clear. If you don't believe it, try it. So, with this in mind, Falcon also got into the portal. Seeing that both of them walked in, Ronan took off his mask and nodded to George Stacy. After all, he is the future father-in-law, so it is necessary to say hello. Seeing Ronan take off his mask and greet him, George Stacy's face also relaxed, and he nodded in response. Seeing that this kid is so polite, when Gwen goes to his house next week, he will pretend that he knows nothing. Ronan, who entered the secret door, did not expect that George Stacy would have such a complicated psychological activity in such a moment. At this moment, he, Steve Rogers and Falcon were standing in front of the unconscious Winter Soldier. And this place is Peter Parker's secret base. Ronan borrowed it for a short time. Just give him a little rental fee when the time comes. Okay, your express delivery is here. Take it directly. Remember to transfer the money to my account. Ronan clapped his hands and called it a day. He picked up another $50,000 on the way. Today's luck is really good. Looking at the Winter Soldier lying on the ground, Steve Rogers showed a happy and sad look on his face. He was happy that he met his friend again. But sadly, he didn't expect that when they met again, his friend was still controlled by Hydra. Falcon looked around with curiosity, and a screen on his wrist showed his current location. The portal is real. Ronan, I need your help. Send us to the Avengers base. Take Bucky with you. I'm worried that we'll be intercepted by Hydra. Steve Rogers said. Although he was not afraid of Hydra's people, he wanted his friend to return to normal more than dealing with Hydra. He didn't want anything to go wrong. Ronan shrugged and waved his hand, and a secret door appeared again. Falcon looked at the other side of the door with some curiosity. What came into view was the Avengers base that he was very familiar with. Car pickup and drop off. Free shipping if you knock someone out. My service has always been so excellent. Welcome to visit the Avengers next time. Ronan said with a smile. Steve Rogers nodded, carried the Winter Soldier on his shoulders, and was about to step into the secret door when a sound came from not far away. Crack. The sound of a glass breaking. Several people looked at the source of the sound at the same time. Even Falcon had already taken a fighting posture. Peter Parker was seen standing there stupidly, carrying a school bag, holding a key in one hand, and holding something in the other hand. Oh, it should be the broken glass. You. Peter Parker said several yows in a row, and you could hear how surprised he was from his tone. Ronan, who was standing aside, curled the corners of his mouth. He never thought that Peter Parker would come at this time. More importantly, if he remembered correctly, Peter Parker should be a super fan of Captain America. Are you the captain? Captain America? I'm your super fan. Chapter 175 Spider-Man becomes Captain America's apprentice. Facing this super fan who rushed up, Falcon, as a follower, immediately planned to stop Peter Parker. After all, he didn't know Peter Parker, so he naturally didn't know his identity. He didn't even know that this was his territory. However, Falcon never expected that Peter Parker dodged his hand deftly as soon as he put his hand on Peter Parker's shoulder. Falcon, who was just about to exert his strength, almost stumbled and fell flat on the ground. He looked at his hand and then at Peter Parker. He couldn't believe what had just happened. He always felt that today must be his unlucky day. Captain, I didn't expect to see you. Mr. Eluoshenki said he would take me to train together. Could it be that you are the one who will take me to train? Peter Parker grabbed Steve Rogers' remaining hand, and his eyes couldn't help but shine. He didn't expect that such a big surprise would appear today. Ronan pulled the corner of his mouth. According to his meaning, he would take Peter Parker to train with him for a few days. Then, he would train Peter Parker's fighting ability. After a little strengthening, Peter Parker will definitely be much stronger than he is now. However, after hearing what Peter Parker said, a new idea came up. How about letting Peter Parker train with Steve Rogers? Are your friend? When Steve Rogers heard Peter Parker say the nickname Mr. Fantastic, he also looked at Ronan. Of course, he also keenly caught the half pronunciation of Ronan when Peter Parker just opened his mouth. Yes, my friend. This place is also his territory. Peter, this is the famous Captain America, Steve Rogers. the coach I hired for you," Ronan introduced. His training method, if slightly modified, Peter Parker will have no problem using it. However, Kamatage's training method is basically combined with spells, so that it will be stronger. But Steve Rogers' side is different. They are more systematic, and can also tailor a set of training methods for Peter Parker. Wait, what coach? Steve Rogers was also stunned for a moment. Why has he never heard of this? Actually, I wanted to tell you about this in a few days, but I think, since we are meeting today, I'd better talk about it. Come on, Peter, give him a good show. Show Steve some skills. Ronan signaled Peter Parker with his eyes. Peter Parker, who was standing next to him, seemed to have received Ronan's order, and his legs were bent, and he jumped up suddenly. Go. Ignore. Peter Parker suddenly turned over, and then shot out spider silk from his right hand, which directly stuck to the ceiling. No, the earth wall above his head. Then, he flew to the earth wall. Looking at Peter Parker's agile figure and this familiar movement, Steve Rogers suddenly thought of someone. "Are you Spider-Man?" Steve Rogers blurted out. To be honest, Spider-Man is actually quite well known, especially in the eyes of some young people. On YouTube, there are a lot of videos of Spider-Man swinging in the high-rise buildings of New York. Moreover, there are a group of people who have already regarded Spider-Man as an idol. Therefore, it is normal for Steve Rogers to know the name of Spider-Man. "You've heard of my name, too." Peter Parker jumped down from the top of his head excitedly. His steps were light, and he didn't even make a sound. "Yeah, I've heard of it. And I know a lot about you." Steve Rogers smiled awkwardly. He couldn't just say that he only knew a name, right? That would be a bit impolite. "Great. Captain, can I join the Avengers? I can help you defeat aliens and fight crime." "I can." At this moment, although Peter Parker didn't wear the Spider-Man mask, he still became a chatterbox. Because he dreamed of joining the Avengers. It can be said that this is his dream. "Okay, Peter, it's a bit impolite to say this on the first meeting. Wait for me to discuss it with him and confirm the specific time." Ronan patted Peter Parker's shoulder and then signaled Steve Rogers to come here with his eyes. Steve Rogers hesitated, but still handed the Winter Soldier on his shoulder to Falcon and followed Ronan to the corner. "How is it? This apprentice I found for you is pretty good, right?" Ronan looked at Steve Rogers with a smile. "Apprentice?" Steve Rogers was a little confused. Just now he was talking about training and such. How come he has become an apprentice now? Don't be ungrateful. I originally wanted to take him in as my godson. But when I thought about how old you are, and how you don't have any descendants, I found you an apprentice, to take care of you in the future. Ronan glanced at him, as if he was thinking about you. Steve Rogers curled his lips. "What do you mean you are so old?" "I just mentioned age," and Steve Rogers was a little embarrassed. "You said that looking at his face. He looks like a young man in his 20s or 30s, but that's not what his date of birth says. But if he counts according to his date of birth, he can't accept it in his heart. Anyway, there are all kinds of contradictions. Oh, don't hesitate. Peter, in terms of talent, I think he is even stronger than the strong man we met today, and his agility and coordination are also outstanding. More importantly, he can only use brute force to fight now, without any rules at all. If he is trained a little, his strength will definitely be much stronger. When the time comes, after you retire, he will take over your Captain America shield. Isn't it also a very good thing?" Ronan smiled and pointed at the shield behind Steve Rogers. "This shield and the clothes he wears can be said to represent the spirit of most Americans in this world. This is also thanks to the propaganda of the American government over the years." Only then did Steve Rogers, or should I say the name Captain America, rise to the altar. "I admit that he is indeed talented. But is this too hasty? After all, I haven't thought about anything yet. In fact, when it comes to this, Steve Rogers is already a little moved. He has never seen such a gifted child except Ronan. Of course, Ronan must be excluded. After all, Steve Rogers had never seen a young man of 17 or 18 years old with such strength. But now, Ronan pushed another young man of 17 or 18 years old and gifted in front of him. How could he not be tempted? "Forget it. Since you don't want to, I won't force you. Wait a few days and ask Tony. I think he should be very interested in Peter." Ronan nodded, and he didn't seem to have any intention of making things difficult for Steve Rogers. But Steve Rogers was anxious when he heard this. Although he and Tony Stark were comrades in arms, in his opinion, Tony Stark couldn't even teach himself well, let alone teach a child. He couldn't watch such a talented child fall into Tony Stark's hands. By then, what the child learned was not real melee moves, but a complete set of armor control schemes. By then, the child would be considered to have really picked up sesame seeds and lost watermelons. In fact, Ronan's idea was the same as Steve Rogers. What is Peter Parker's strongest point? It lies in his physical strength, reaction speed, and the mutant ability brought to him by the spider. It can be said that his greatest talent is his body. If he puts on something similar to the Iron Man suit outside his body, it will look very cool and can also improve his combat effectiveness. However, there is no doubt that Peter Parker will rely more and more on the ability of the suit in the future, and slowly forget his original advantages. In the 616 universe, Ronan has seen a Spider-Man wearing an iron suit. Putting aside his personality, Ronan can easily deal with him with his combat ability. Therefore, in this universe, Ronan does not want this Peter Parker to repeat the mistakes of that Peter Parker. At least the initial training must not be handed over to Tony Stark. I agree. This child will be my student in the future, but I will wait for the acceptance of apprentices. Steve Rogers agreed to Ronan's request, but he did not agree completely. Being a student is fine, but as an apprentice, he actually has his own requirements. Combat ability is only one aspect in Steve Rogers' view, and character is the part he values most. Okay, whatever you want. But I can tell you that this kid will never let you down. Ronan smiled. He felt that he had made a good decision. At least for Peter Parker, this was a very good decision. This made Ronan look forward to Peter Parker's future. After the two of them finished discussing, they returned to their previous positions. Peter Parker had been waiting there for a long time. Peter, I have already agreed with Steve that from tomorrow on, you will be his student. As for whether you can inherit his legacy and become a real superhero, it depends on you. Ronan patted Peter Parker on the shoulder and pushed him in front of Steve Rogers. Looking at Peter Parker's excited face, Steve Rogers also smiled. He vaguely saw what he looked like when he was young. Of course, when he was young, he was not as strong as Peter Parker. Peter, can I call you that? Steve Rogers looked at Peter Parker. Of course. Peter Parker was still immersed in excitement. Do you have time tomorrow? I want to ask you to go to the Avengers base tomorrow to learn about your situation first. Steve Rogers did not promise anything. He needed to know about Peter Parker's situation first. Peter Parker nodded very quickly, not to mention that he had time. Even if he didn't, he would squeeze out time to go. Okay, let's talk about this today. I still have some things to deal with. Go to the Avengers base tomorrow and we'll talk in detail. Steve Rogers didn't say much. He patted Peter Parker's head with his right hand, then turned and walked into the portal. Falcon glanced at Peter Parker, nodded to Ronan as a farewell, and turned to enter the secret door. As the secret door closed, the figures of the two people disappeared in this secret base. Until Steve Rogers left, Peter Parker was still immersed in excitement and couldn't extricate himself. Oh. Peter Parker screamed again and again, and even jumped up and down in the secret base in excitement. The originally tidy secret base was suddenly messed up by him. Seeing Peter Parker so excited, Ronan couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. Could this kid be too excited and have mental problems? If that's the case, Ronan can't take the blame. Fortunately, after a few minutes of madness, Peter Parker returned to normal. He sat down on the sofa next to Ronan, and he still didn't recover from the excitement. Ronan, pinch me quickly, let me know that I'm not. Ah. Peter Parker's screams came from the secret base. Peter Parker covered his inner thigh and jumped away from Ronan. He looked at Ronan with his teeth bared and rubbed the place where Ronan pinched him. Do you believe that you are not dreaming now? Ronan looked at Peter Parker with a smile. This is the first time he has heard such a request since he grew up. Everyone heard that Peter Parker asked him to pinch, so he pinched. It has nothing to do with Ronan. Believe it. Believe it. It's just that this dream is a little too painful. Peter Parker took a breath of cold air. This feeling was really too sour and refreshing. When Ronan pinched him, he specifically aimed at the soft flesh of the human body. Even a strong man like Spider-Man would be defeated by this move. At the same time, Ronan also achieved the goal of calming Peter Parker down. "You won't dream now, right?" Ronan asked with a smile. Peter Parker nodded repeatedly. He even felt that he would not dream at night for at least a week, because it was too painful. "Okay, since you won't dream, then I'm relieved. Remember to go early tomorrow, and then watch and learn well. Don't embarrass me." Ronan looked like a big brother. "Don't worry, Ronan, I will seize this opportunity. I will definitely make myself stronger." Peter Parker also became serious. Looking at Peter Parker like this, Ronan smiled with great satisfaction. It seems that his godson will still have a bright future in the future. When he takes over Captain America's shield in the future, won't he be Captain America's godfather? Ahem. Thinking of this, Ronan put away the slightly excited smile on his face. He still had one thing to deal with. That was to find Ancient One and ask him about chaos magic. I recommend a book, Guarding the Mortal World for 300 Years, I'm Invincible in the World. It's a pretty good book, and the author is an old one who has the ability to be on Sanjiang. Don't worry, I can even help you urge for updates. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.